Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. One small step, one giant leap, but this song ain't complete without that famous NASA beat. That land of please, it's an arts and crafts mess. Curtain rods, duct tape, and full past the test. No blast crater, no dust kicked up, and yet that rover riding like a Tonka truck. Astronauts floating, but their voice is steady. Mics don't shake while the whole suit's heavy. How did they handle cold and stepped into the heat? If they lied, then we paraded liars through the streets. We called liars heroes, gave them gifts and praise. While they played pretend in Nevada for days. They gave the Dutch a rock, nah, it was a fossil. Petrified wood from earth, that's colossal. So either NASA lied or they can't tell stone. Either way, I don't trust what they flown.
Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
They say we crossed the Van Allen belts, but the suits couldn't block that radiation melt. Even NASA now says it's a problem today. So what changed back then? They had luck along the way. Soviets were watching with their scopes on max. If it was fake, they would have dropped those facts. Unless Cold War chess had them both on script, sharing secrets like cigars in a guilt trip. Flags waving with no air to be found. Shadows pointing all ways on that shaky ground. Press conference, moon crew looking beat and broken, like they saw a ghost or some dark truth unspoken.
Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
Hoax or legit, did they go or had to fake it? If we went, then that shit is truly amazing. But many think NASA has never gone to space, while others would say that's absurd on its face.
Moonwalking through a Hollywood haze, bouncing around in those wireframe plays. No stars, no curve, no truth on deck. But they planted that flag and cashed the check. Still asking, still reaching, but damn, this dream keeps bleaching.
Why'd they lose the tapes? Why's the telemetry gone? Why can't modern tech redo what was done? Why do the Rover's tracks just stop? Why does Buzz punch people who ask him to talk? Moon rocks missing all over the globe. Black budget cash got the truth in a chokehold. Cool brick rumors, camera tricks, front projection, slow-mo flicks. 1,000 questions, no real reply. Just more CGI and suits who lie. So I ain't saying nobody flew that far. I'm just saying that the story got more holes than stars. We went 250,000 miles, a half century back. Now we go 250 and that's 1,000 of that. Grissom, white, and chaffy. Met the demise, a capsule filled with oxygen, and they burned him alive. Thomas Ronald Barron, he ended up dead. His report caused NASA drive a train over his head. Liars gonna lie, haters gonna hate, but do we trust the president who was behind Watergate? The astronauts wouldn't swear on a book. This is not advised, as it's not a good look. Aldrin found a bottle, Neil was a recluse. Collins saw no star while he orbited the moon. Where they halfway to the moon or in low Earth orbit. It's about time we looked at evidence and saw the moon.
Moonwalking or just faking the dance with not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb, but we see through the script the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking or just faking the dance with not one return trip, not even a glance. 55 years and they still playing dumb, but we see through the script the hoax has come undone. Moonwalking through a film set sky. Tell me, baby, why the stars ain't shine. 55 years and we ain't been back. Kinda strange for a place we conquered like that. Just asking, not preaching, but the truth feels just out of reaching.
Welcome, everybody. Let me get my headphones on. We will get started. It is Friday, May 2nd, May 20th, 2025. Welcome to the show. We've got Dave McKeegan here. He's on his show live right now. I'll pick him up in a second, and then we will get started. And hopefully everybody's well. There is no Unplugged, obviously, today. If you were looking for that, there will be no Unplugged show. So let me get my earphones in and see if we can pick up. All right, Dave, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Beautiful.
Now that I'm in the right room.
Yeah, all right. You're like, I'm waiting in the back room. Like, no, you're not. Get it right.
I was
All right.
waiting in the background of somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody's room was waiting. And then do you want to tell me a little bit about what you've been saying on your channel so far? Or you been talking moon stuff, or what have you guys been doing?
No, so it's basically just, well, mainly trying to work out the technical issues of how the hell Zoom works. And then I was basically just giving everyone a quick, brief overview of how this sort of came about and what we're trying to be doing. But I haven't gone into really any specifics about any of the points yet. So
yeah, and I think, I mean, if you ask me, I think that this should be like a little bit of a preliminary one, but I mean, we can still discuss the topics, obviously. Oops, you're not seeing my screen here. Where is it? But I think that, well, one thing I want to tell people, just so if they're wondering, why is Jeran possibly going through the moon landing? Let me explain a little bit of why. How about the fact that all the people that have said that the moon landing was fake happen to be the same people that thought Antarctica was fake. And if there's any two people who know that Antarctica wasn't fake, that would be Dave and I. And if there's any two people that would then de facto have issues with the so-called people that felt like they're such good truthers and such good investigators and researchers that they came to the conclusion that the moon landing's fake. So obviously I need to rethink everything, because the people that have gone around saying that the moon landing was fake are the same people who said that my trip was fake. So that doesn't do well for their credibility. So that's why we're going to look into it. And if something is real, you don't want to be the one going around calling it fake. It's just not cool. So I want to see some, I've had questions pretty much my whole life about the moon landing. What do you think is do you think there's a percentage that you could give me for people across the pond? Or do you think it's higher than the United States, lower?
It's hard to judge. It does feel like there's a lot more Americans than Brits that I've heard. But sorry, Jeran, people are asking, could you turn your volume up at all? Is that possible?
You mean your volume, right? Or is it mine?
Or no, they're struggling to hear you on my end.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me do it over here. Sometimes it messes up in Zoom. Audio. Yeah, it's way low. There, that better?
Oh, good, yeah.
Yeah, it should be like now. It's going to be like blasting. It always lowers my volume all the way to the bottom for some reason. Okay, that's good there. All right, then make sure. Can you guys hear? Landry's there. Landry, can you hear Dave? Go ahead and just give him a quick yell. Make sure they can hear you. Dave, can you just say something so I can make sure they hear you?
Testing.
Thank you. So if somebody can give me a 5 by there, and then we'll be good to go. So you're saying that you think it's more, or you think it's less? What'd you say?
It feels like it's more, but I don't know whether that is it is just because, I don't know if you guys are more vocal about it.
Because I've heard some other countries are more than the United States. That's what I've heard. But like Russia, I heard is like 50-50. I don't know if that's the case or that's just a rumor. Thank you, human being. But that's what I've heard. So I don't know if that's the case or if I do think it is. I talked to this girl that lives in Russia and asked her what they're taught about the moon landing and the space race. And she said, oh, we're taught that you guys wasted all your money going to the moon when you didn't need to, and that we were first in everything. So it is interesting that it's not, a universal story that the United States won the space race. It's more Russia tells the story, oh, we were first to go to the space. We were first to get into orbit, first animal, first woman, first man, first satellite. And then the United States wasted their money going to the moon. So that's kind of the story that I hear they tell them. Or that's
but I think that's very much more a case of, they're not saying that they didn't go to, the Soviets, they're not teaching the kids that the Americans didn't go to the moon. It's more just a case of to sort of focus on the fact that they lost at something would be more a kind of a sign of weakness, which is why like NASA focus on the fact that they made it to the moon first rather than everything else that they didn't do first.
And they just leave that stuff out. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you have a chance to look again at that footage that I sent you with the sun size? What did you come up with that? Or what was your thought on that?
So, as far as I can grasp, that claim seems to be kind of based on a big misconception. When you say the sun size, are you referring to the portion, the small portion that you sent me of the video? Because the original video that I got sent was like an hour long.
Right.
and covered quite a lot of points. But the smaller video clip that you then sent me afterwards was just addressing the size of the glare within the moon photos.
Correct.
And
that's what I'm kind of talking about.
Yeah. So, do you? I don't know if you got that. Just obviously, we know the point because we've both talked about it.
Right.
Looked at it. I don't know. Do you want to bring up the?
Yeah, that's probably easier.
Bring up the thing on screen.
Yeah, let me do that.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. Yeah, I know where I'll put it over here. And you said I did send it to you not too long ago. I see it here, I think. Here's a condensed version of the sun argument. So show the condensed one or the full one?
I'd probably, if you just bring up the condensed one, you don't even need to play the whole thing through in as such. If you just find the bit, I think the key bit that you're focusing on here,
let's take a look at
the comparison he does between the photo in low Earth orbit where you've got the sun star burst versus the photo on the moon where you don't. Is that the right bit that I'm thinking of?
Yeah, I believe so. Let me bring this over and we'll see if you can see that. Okay. Trying to spread this out a little bit so it fills up that whole screen. All right, there we go. Okay, so let's see if we want to go ahead and hear him. I don't know, was he talking or he uses AI?
Photo on the left has...
Go.
Forget about the technical details of the camera settings for now. The first big item is the difference between the Apollo 11 photo of the Sun and Earth and any of the images of the Sun from the Moon. The images of the Sun from the Moon should look like the Sun in the Apollo 11 Sun and Earth photo, and the Sun in the Apollo 11 photo should be larger than the Sun in the Moon images because the lens used for the Apollo 11 photo had a longer focal length. Again, the Sun in the image on the right should be smaller than the Sun in the photo on the left. The Sun in the photo on the left has the classic starburst, while the image on the right does not. There are only two possibilities for no starburst. One, the aperture was wide open, or two, the light was too dim.
Can we stop there? Would you verify that statement as a photographer?
Yeah, so if you were to photograph the sun with a wide open aperture, you would get quite a lot of glare. And as you stop the aperture down, that glare is going to decrease because you're reducing the exposure. But then as the aperture gets very small as well, you get this starburst pattern effect, which is the light diffracting through the sort of between the aperture blades. You get this starburst effect. So yes, when you shoot at smaller apertures, then you do get a starburst effect.
Okay. Continue.
Realize this. The Apollo 11 photo was taken outside of Earth's atmosphere, and supposedly, so was the image on the right. There are no claims of a special environment on the Moon that would cause the Sun to appear this way. If they claim the appearance is just glare, point out that glare is caused by intense light, and if the light was so intense, why did they double the brightness by overlaying the sun portion of the film strip onto the original film strip? This is a photo of an artificial light on a fishing boat, but what I want you to pay particular attention to is the ambient light to the side of the boat at the dock. Notice how dim the area is on the dock. Now look at this Apollo 14 image. Notice how dim the hilly area is just to the left of the sun. It appears to be from ambient light rather than from the sun. Now let's consider the fact that they overlaid the sun portion of the film strips to effectively double the brightness of the sun in those images. There are no valid excuses for needing to brighten the sun in images of the sun taken from the moon. In fact, they never mention anything about having to brighten the sun in the images of the sun from the moon. The reticles in the images taken with the Hasselblad EL data camera was meant to help the people who were analyzing the objects on the moon. But the reticles were also helpful to people like me who are analyzing the images rather than the objects in them. I mentioned before that I often use the words photo and image interchangeably, and it's only because sometimes one just sounds better than the other. There is a difference though. A photo is the description for an unedited photograph. An image is a description for an edited or manipulated photo or a drawing, for example. So technically, the photos of the sun from the moon actually are images because they have been manipulated. The following images provide compelling evidence of manipulation. In all of the following examples of double reticles, I reduced the gamma just so they are easier to see. There are many examples of ghosting and distortion of the reticles like this. All of these images can be found online, so it's easy to prove that I haven't edited any of these images. Let's have a look at how these double reticles came to be and why. First, this was back during the days of film only. There was no such thing as digital cameras or digital images. All image manipulation had to be done physically with some special equipment of that era. Here's a graphic I drew up to show how they held the copy over the original. This also explains why the reticles appear stretched out diagonally. Burning is a term for darkening, and dodging is a term for brightening. Most film enthusiasts are familiar with the process of burning and dodging while processing a paper image one at a time. However, if they wanted to make adjustments to the film negative, they would make a copy of the negative. Then heat the copy slightly so they could distort it for the purpose of dodging a section while they scanned a new version with a special scanning machine made for film negatives. It was a very tedious and time-consuming process, to say the least. You can read the information in the graphic for a better description.
So any thoughts on the double reticles to start out with?
Yeah, so essentially what he's suggesting here is that it wasn't the sun that was illuminating the landscape, it was an artificial light. And because it was an artificial light, it wasn't as bright as the sun would be, so they needed to brighten they needed to increase how bright the light appeared.
Right.
So he's basically suggesting that they've got the photograph that they took and then another image of the sun or a light source or whatever that they're then overlaying on that just over the sun, if you like, mm-hmm. to try and increase the brightness of it. And he's suggesting that sort of the bending of two pieces of two photos over one another is causing a slight a slight shift in the position of the crosshairs. Now, where am I at here? If I can share my screen.
Yep.
Let me just take that whole screen up for a second.
Move this over here. Okay, I think you're sharing.
Okay, so let me just find these screenshots. So just to give some context to everybody. So these are the Hasselblad cameras that were used on Apollo. And there was two versions of these. This dark one is one that was only ever used in the spacecraft. They never used that one on the moon. The one that they used on the moon was this one, the silver one. Okay. So this is one that Hasselblad specifically made for use outside of the spacecraft. So the reason they coated it in, the reason it's painted grey is to reflect light rather than absorb it like the black one would. And the other key difference between them is that in the back of the camera, the silver one, they fitted this piece of glass with these crosshairs etched on it. This is called what they call a resu plate. So like the video said, they put the crosshairs on this camera for use on the surface of the moon to give every image the same set of crosshairs all the way over it. So if you ever look at Apollo photos and they've got crosshairs on them, right, it was taken with a silver camera. If they've not got crosshairs, it was taken with one of the black cameras. Now, he is correct in that if you go and look at the Apollo photos where they're pointing towards the sun, I did grab some. Let's just find them again. So I think these are original scans of the film. So if you go to there's a website called March to the Moon, and they've literally digitized the film strip. So it's not just the photo section, it's the whole strip that you can see, and you can see the top of the next image there and the bottom of the next image below it. And on some of these, there is a ghosting effect. Now, the ghosting effect is there, but he's jumped straight to the conclusion that the ghosting is because they've overlaid the images to make the sun brighter. However, let me find the right one. So this is from Apollo 12, and there we go. There's some ghosting there on the on that one. So this is image 6739, but 6738.
That's AP. So that's Apollo. You said what? 14?
Apollo 12.
12.
It's 12. So yeah, second one on the moon. So this one also has. You see that faint ghost in there? But the sun's not even in the image on this one, so there's nothing to actually brighten up. There'd be no reason to overlay images with this one because there's no sun in the photo. I've not got it down. Have I got it downloaded?
Have you heard anybody give any explanation for the doubled reticles though?
So so nothing official that I can see, but what does seem to be the cause of it is the glass resu plate on the back. Because when you get it sometimes with photography, when you put glass filters on the front of lenses, if you catch the light in the wrong way, you essentially get like a double reflection where the light is coming through the lens, hitting the filter, or in this case, the resu plate. Some of it bounces back. So glass is not 100% transparent.
Right.
So if you look outside, if you sit in your room and look outside the window on a bright sunny day, you can obviously see outside. All of that is light that's coming through the window from outside. But if you go outside and look at the window, you see your own reflection. That's where some light is obviously bouncing off the window and hitting you.
Okay.
So you get the same with optics. You get ghosting within optics. Lenses are not perfect. The glass in lenses is not 100% transparent. You get sometimes bits of light that will bounce back. So in this case, because you're pointing it at the sun and the light is just so intense, that little bit of reflected light actually becomes quite noticeable. So it's some of the light, as far as I can tell, because it's only when the sun is at an angle to the lens as well. It seems like it's coming in and hitting the plate. Most of it is passing through the plate, which casts the first reticle, but then some of it is bouncing back and then back again, if you will. So,
okay.
You know, if you were to say like of 100% of the light that's coming in, 90% passes through fine. Let's say 10% bounces back, and then of that 10% that bounces back, a tenth of that bounces back again. You're getting light coming in again, hitting the reticle, but from a slightly different angle. Hence, you get the ghosting. The only other, because I've seen claims of ghosting in Apollo photos, but never with the reticles. The only other time I've seen it is with photos looking out of the lunar module window, and you see some ghosting to the shadows, but you see ghosting to the rocks as well. And it's just where the light's sort of bouncing within the internals of the window and creating that ghosting effect. But like I said, the fact that you also see this ghosting on images where the sun's not even there kind of disproves as far as I can tell, disproves the idea that they'd overlay a light there, because there'd be no reason to.
Okay.
That I can see. So
I get that, because I think that his conclusion then is just making an assumption on those doubling of the crosshairs. So I see you did that. Let me get that off the screen.
Yeah, it just seemed to be a case of he saw the crosshairs and then jumped immediately to the conclusion that he wanted, rather than what else could it be? And like I said, I went and looked at the photos that he found, but then I went through and looked for other examples in other missions, which is where I then found the Apollo 12 ones. And like I said, it was, excuse me, it shows it on, I've not got the last image, I can't find it, but it showed it on 6739, where the sun is visible. It showed it on 6738, which is turned slightly so the sun's out of frame, but there's a lot of glare. And then the next image, or the previous image, so 6737, still has a little bit of sun glare, but no doubling of the crosshairs on that one. So as far as I can tell, it's just where the light is just so bright, it's reflecting within the resu plate and just casting a slight shadow. And like I said, photographers deal with ghosting of filters all the time. So
okay, one thing I think we could start with is just for a basis, because I'm sure you've said this, or I've heard it, I don't know if I've heard you say it, but do you tell people that there was no CGI possible in 69 and 70 and 72, 71, 72?
No, I mean, there was CGI because they used some of it on the news broadcasts. They created animations for, like, if you look on CBS coverage, you can still find the original news broadcasts
right
from when it happened, and they showed animations of what was going on. So, like, and this is what it gets brought up quite a lot, where people say, they clearly showed CGI of them landing on the moon. It's like it says on the broadcast
right there.
Animation in great big letters. It says animation because they didn't have any footage to show. The news teams didn't have any footage to show, so they just put these little animations together to show what they would look like, or they had people. They'd got actors, if you like, to recreate some of what was going on to give them, to basically just use as fill footage. So there was the ability to do CGI. It's just they didn't have the ability to do CGI as well as these photos and videos look.
Okay. So also,
I know,
I don't know if you've seen this document before. This is a CIA document that's from 1960. I have to look at it over here because I can't see that far. Oops. One interview share. All right, so this is a document from a let's see here what it says. Classified for release. This is 1964. So it says published 1964, and it's talking about a group of people that went to Russia to check out some TV systems and some things like that. But you'll notice here it talks about among the equipment which drew attention, I'm gonna have a hard time reading it from over here. The new camera mirror with the mirror shutter, which, sorry, I can't see that far, is considerably lighter than the exposures. The series of lens cameras, where's the one? Okay, complete absence of out. Yeah, right here. So it says also they were very excited by the series of camera lenses, light filters, combination photography by the traveling matte method, infrared screen, and camera TKS, which is the timekeeping system, which guarantees complete absence of outlines, equipment for anamorphizing widescreen films with the possibility of panorama pointers. So what this is basically saying, though, is that the traveling matte method is green screen, right? That's what it is. Blue. It's blue and green screen is the traveling matte method. Wouldn't that be what they're talking about?
I remember seeing that claim a while ago, but I didn't look into that one because you didn't put it on the list. So, okay. But I remember Austin. I remember Austin talking about it a while ago, and I went and looked into it, and there was something that they had because somebody's recreated it.
Oh, that's right. There was a great video on it. I remember that video now.
Yeah, so I'd have to go back and look into it again. I remember seeing the claim when Austin made it, and then I remember thinking, that's intriguing, went and had a look into it. And I remember seeing something about it that was like, I I can't remember the specifics of how it worked, but they made a prism, I think.
Yeah, there was only one lens, right?
In the camera.
There was only one lens or something that was round. Yeah.
They made a prism, and somehow the way that the light interacted with it refracted or diffracted. I can't remember. It basically split the light up so that they could get the background to disappear, much like a green screen can now. Right. But you still essentially have the same problem that of like the method allowed for it to work in a studio rather than using a normal green screen, but it still, as far as I can remember, still had the same issues with the limitations to say it couldn't have been faked. It couldn't have been used to fake the moon landings that using a green screen has, which is primarily the lighting of the footage. Just it doesn't work. Basically, I have done a video that I kind of break down the characteristics of how lighting works to show how none of the photos and videos you can really replicate on Earth in a studio, not 100% accurately. And it's kind of one of those that step one, if you will, of if the photos weren't shot on the moon, they'd have had to have been shot on Earth. So how did they create them on Earth? And you physically can't do it. I've had a chat. I've basically asked.
You physically can't do what on Earth?
The lighting within the photos, moreover the videos, you can't recreate that on Earth. You know, for example, if you look at the Apollo Grand Prix, the Rover driving around that you've shown before, you know, where you can see footage over a large area.
Right.
The landscape is, apart from photos where they're near the lunar module, because it's a giant 40 foot or like huge big tin foil covered thing that's reflecting light everywhere, so that kind of throws everything off. But when you look at the images that are away from the lunar module, the landscape's always very evenly lit, which says either the light source has to be far away, because otherwise you would get a hot spot, or the light has to be diffused. Like, for example, what I have here, I have a big diffusion sheet that's making the light source seem really big, whereas if I remove that sheet, you suddenly get very hard shadows there.
Right, in the release, yeah.
Yeah, but if I put the cover back over, it softens the light, and those shadows now get softened because the light's coming in from multiple angles. Well, you'll always find in the Apollo photos, all of the landscape is very evenly lit, but all of the shadows are really hard and defined, and you can't create both. If you have a diffuse light source, you soften the shadows. If you have a hard light source to create solid shadows, you either wind up with a hot spot, and because it's very close, and as things are moving around, like the rover in the footage, you'd see the shadows, the shadow length would be changing, the shadow direction would be changing because the object's moving very close to the light source, or you put the light source way off in the distance, which would then cause it would then make the landscape very dim as well. I know. Have you heard The First Man? The movie The First Man with Ryan Gosling?
I haven't seen it. I've actually no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I was thinking the other one.
I've not watched it, but I know of it. And I watched the behind the scenes for it because they did. They obviously recreated, if you like, the moonwalk, and the director and the cinematographer wanted as accurate a scene as possible. They wanted to get it as close to perfectly accurate that they could manage. So they didn't film it in a studio. They went and hired a quarry, and they had a 100,000 watt light They had access to 100,000 watt light, and they found it wasn't bright enough for the film. They needed a brighter light. They refused to have two of them next to each other because they would have got two shadows casting off everything.
Right.
Very, very faint. So they went to the company that made the light and said, could you make a 200,000 watt light? This company made it, custom built for them. They hung it from a crane. They got a big tower crane and hung it 500 feet away from this lunar module prop that they'd put in this quarry. And the lighting was close, but still didn't accurately match the Apollo photos and videos. And obviously that was in a quarry. If you were in a studio, you're in a much more confined space, so you can't put the light source that far away, which I think is why they went with a quarry in the first place. But yeah, that's kind of something that you see in all of the photos and all of the videos, this even lighting with hard-edge shadows. And I've not been able to fathom a lighting setup on Earth that can replicate it. Because people have suggested, oh, well, maybe they did it in the desert. The problem is that if you put the light source far enough away and make it bright enough, you've then got atmosphere that's then scattering that light and softening it up and also brightening the shadows. If you look at photos in a desert during a day...
Could it be inside of a hangar of some type that was able to have some of the air removed? If the astronauts they're in pressure suits, so.
But then back to this is where you always wind up with one problem that trips over the other. Right. If you were to hypothetically build a giant hangar, seal it airtight, and suck all the air out of it, you'd remove the atmospheric scattering, but you'd then limit how far away you could move the light source, because the light source couldn't be any further than the hangar. Which you then have, I think from the distance of a hangar, one big bright light, right? You'd still have the shadows going off in different directions as they moved around. You'd still have a hot spot from a bright enough light source, which is where you then go, okay, well, to get rid of the hot spot, we'd have to diffuse the lighting, but you diffuse the lighting, you diffuse the shadows. It's okay. So, like I said, I've been asking. Obviously, I'm not asking you because obviously you're not sort of experienced in photography. But I've had people who claim to be experienced in photography before who say the moon landings can't happen, and I've said, okay, well, can you show me a lighting setup that can replicate this? Explain to me a lighting rig that I could set up that will replicate this. And nobody can. Huh? None of them. Nobody can, because people have said, oh, well, you can get even lighting because look at boxing matches, the everything's nicely lit.
Right, but that's different. Yeah.
Well, it's different because they've got lights all the way around you. If you go to a football stadium, they've got lights all the way around. The pitch is always evenly lit, but if you look at the players, they've got 5 or 6 different shadows coming off them because every light. So it's one of those that if you take all of those criteria of the lighting within the Apollo photos, there's no lighting setup that I've yet heard of on Earth that can actually create everything there, that can fit all of those criteria.
Okay, so I thought that I had some images here. I'm going to find them that seem to show. I don't know if I showed you or somebody else, but there was a shadow. There was a scene that we couldn't figure out. I think I did show you, right? And you said, "Oh, we showed you on VIP," and then you said you thought that the camera was underneath the craft. I remember now. I didn't know if we'd shown you yet. Or if that was somebody else.
Yeah, you'd said the shadow. Yeah, the one with I think the shadow looked funny, and then I pointed out that actually the shadows there was a ridge. The surface of the moon, although it looked smooth, there wasn't. There was actually a ridge in there. So the shadow was sort of in two split slightly. So yeah, I think you showed me that one. There was actually, to bring it back to that original point that you raised, that sun glare one.
Yeah, let's go back.
Because it started off with comparing the
size, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is, we've not got to the video, but I'll cut ahead if you want and just save you playing it to everybody. The argument he was originally putting forward is the photo from low Earth orbit that was taken in low Earth orbit, they've got the starburst, and the photos on the moon don't, which is fair enough. He then brings up If I can. Here. If I can just share this with you a sec, Jeran, so everyone can see.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so that is you recognize that box from the video, do you?
No, now I see a strip on the screen. Oh, okay, I get you.
Oh, so, yeah, no, that's okay. Sorry, my screen share on my stream slightly skewed, so I'm trying to fit it between both. Okay. So yeah, that sticker. Do you remember that from the video that you were showing before?
I think so. The longer video.
Okay. Yeah, so this gets brought up within the video. So this whole thing is the film magazine that was on the back of the Apollo cameras.
Right.
And obviously, most of the astronauts weren't photographers, so they tried to leave everything as simple as possible with as limited setting changes as possible.
Okay.
So this is why they set this here to say, okay, the shutter's going to be 1/250th of a second. These numbers denote what aperture to be shooting at. So they've got the sun here. Now, because the moon is tidally locked, oh no, sorry. So the sun was always east of them. And so when they're stood here, looking west, I think that's meant to denote. Basically, they always said, if the sun is behind you, you can shoot F11 when you're basically taking large landscape images or, shooting far off in the distance. Switch to F8 if you're shooting closer stuff, and you move to F5.6 if you're shooting off sort of to the sides. Now,
and those are just like an easy switch or something, or easy dial on the camera?
Yeah, so I think, if I can find that screenshot again, it's actually on the lens.
Oh, okay.
The aperture setting was on the lens. It was basically like a little thumb lever that normally on a. In fact, I can kind of show you. Let me just get.
I'm writing a note too. I wanted you to cover the equatorial mount. We'll talk about that later. Just writing.
Yeah. Okay, so if I stop sharing for a second there, just so everyone can see.
Let me put you a little larger
there.
Okay.
Yeah. So see how
gotcha.
the aperture there is opening and closing.
So that's what they were doing.
That's just so that's a dial on there, but obviously if they've got big thick gloves on and trying to turn that, it's going to be difficult. So they basically bolted like a lever to it that with just a thumb or a finger they could close it as required.
Gotcha.
So they knew when they had these prompt reminders to say, if you're shooting in these particular directions, then this is what these are the best settings to be using. So I'm just going to bring that back up a second there.
Okay.
So in the video, whoever's made the video says that there's nothing there to say what to do when shooting towards the sun, but in fact there is, because it's got F5.6 if you're shooting off to the left, F5.6 if you're shooting off to the right, and here it says F5.6 if you're shooting towards the sun.
Okay.
So whenever they were aiming towards the sun, they weren't there to photograph the sun itself, but obviously if they're taking panorama shots where they're looking all the way around, there's going to be at some point where they're facing towards the sun. So whenever they were pointing in the direction of the sun, they were told to have the aperture wide open. And basically the reason for that is because yourself, if you try looking at the sun or looking in the direction of the sun when it's very bright and quite low in your vision, you struggle to see because the glare is just obviously so bright, but they're trying to see the moon's surface that's off in that direction. So if they were to close the aperture down, it would then darken the landscape. They wouldn't be able to see it. But what was the point? Oh yeah, if you also consider as well, obviously the moon surface is not like flat and smooth. It's bumpy all over the place. So when you're facing away from the sun, the surface is, if you've got just stop sharing again there. If you've got like let's say that's a bump in the moon's surface,
Okay.
right? And say the light's that way, right? If you're standing here, facing with the sun behind you, you're seeing like the side of the bump, the side of the ridge that is completely lit by the sun, so it's nice and bright. But if you're standing on this side, looking towards the sun, you're seeing the shaded side, and there's no atmosphere to bounce that light back. So you're relying on only any light that's reflecting off the other like the rest of the terrain, if you will.
Right.
So it's even darker. So they have to shoot with as bright a settings as they can, and just basically put up with the huge big glare of sun, which they typically try to avoid shooting towards the sun. The only time they were doing it, if you scan through the film, recorded film, the only time that you ever see the sun properly in screen is when they're doing a panorama of full 360 degrees.
And they have to capture it.
Other than that, they generally try to avoid it.
Right. And I think it even did damage to one of the cameras, supposedly.
Which is actually another point that I was going to bring up. So thanks for reminding me, actually.
Yeah, sure. Well, there's some points that I think are very difficult to argue against when you're talking about like that. The going 6 times is difficult because if you were going to fake it, maybe you do it once or twice or something, but to do it 6 times is a little bit overkill, and actually 7 really.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, look, I'm glad you brought that up, actually, the damaged camera, because they want to bring that up as another point here. That if this was a studio light, obviously it would be a lot dimmer, whereas obviously the sun is much more intense. Now, you're the ideal person to vouch for this, because obviously in Antarctica, you did a test of the sun by burning a piece of paper with a magnifying glass, yes?
Right. Twice.
Right. Yeah. So, that was the way of showing, if we magnify this light and focus it down to a small point, does it have enough power to burn this piece of paper or not?
Right.
On Apollo 12, I've got the broadcast for it somewhere here. I just need to find it. On Apollo 12, they basically did the same as what they were going to do on Apollo 11 with regards to the camera. So I'm going to bring up a screen share again here if I can, Jeran.
Yep.
So,
when you are ready.
Yeah. So this is, you seeing that, yeah?
Yep, this is a strip. Yeah.
Yeah. So you should, the whole image, yeah?
No, we just see a slender strip right down the middle.
Strip down the middle. That should be a.
Looks like it's about like 50 pixels wide and
no,
900 tall or something. Now we saw the. Oh wait, we just saw the whole thing.
Oh,
do it again. We just saw it right when you moved something. I saw it.
I'll change it to not doing that. Okay.
You
there we
idiot.
Is that still working?
It should still work. I didn't do nothing electronic over there, but I did spill my water. It's really good.
Oh, right. Okay, that's all right.
Now we see it.
Yes. Perfect. So this is this was the setup they had for Apollo 11. So this is the TV camera that they showed the full broadcast on. This was also what filmed Armstrong coming down the ladder, but they had it attached to the lunar module at that point. It was on the inside of one of the doors. Filmed him coming down the ladder, filmed Armstrong coming down the ladder, and then afterwards, Armstrong, I think it was, moved it and went and put it on this tripod.
Okay.
But you can see obviously this cable that runs all the way back across the screen, back to the lunar module. But it filmed the full broadcast, but it was all in black and white. Apollo 12 was meant to be this big, the big improvement for Apollo 12 over Apollo 11 was they had this great big antenna dish, which would allow them to send higher bandwidth of data back to Earth. Apollo 11, they could only use the onboard radio transmitter of the lunar module. It wasn't strong enough for any sort of high resolution.
Go ahead. I just had a question about that. Don't move off that image if you can.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, on Apollo 11, they had this really grainy black and white low resolution camera. For Apollo 12, they took a color camera and they had this dish pointed back towards Earth that they could transmit it, and there's the camera. So they did the same setup as with Apollo 11. They had the camera attached on the inside of this door here. It's filming the ladder, filming them coming down, and then Al Bean was tasked with moving it off of the lunar module and placing it onto the tripod looking the other way. Now, I'm going to attempt to find the video that I wanted to show you, which is the broadcast of the where did I put it? The broadcast that they had going at the time of them doing this. And what Al Bean did was wound up pointing the camera towards the sun whilst he was trying to set it up, and he fried the damn thing.
Right.
So it is actually on the broadcast. You can see him moving the camera around. You can see it all going on. The radio transmission's all there as well. And then, yeah, he points it towards the sun, and you can see it just fizzle out entirely. Which is like, obviously, I don't know of any studio light that could fry the pickup tubes of a camera.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't know any studio that would want a camera that could be damaged by their own studio lights.
And I'm looking through some of these pictures because I saw some before that have incorrect lighting, but you're right, they're pretty much universally lit other than the mountain shadows.
Yeah, the only times you'll see any that look like they're different to that is if they're near the lunar module.
Right.
And typically that's because you've obviously got this really like highly reflective, all this foil and everything all over it that's going to be bouncing light everywhere as well, which kind of makes it difficult to tell whether it's accurate, whether it's how the lighting is. So it's better to look at the big open landscape shots. Here we are. I've found. Let me get that up there. Get off. Trying to juggle the list between my own stream and your stream.
Oh no, it's never fun.
So here we go. I'll just show you. So I'm only going to skim through the video, but you can see here this is all the footage. I know you've said before, Jeran, the footage isn't. You can't find it. You can. It's all there. It's just a case of knowing where to look.
Well, I mean, like for instance, they don't have any driving footage, right, of the Apollo 17.
There is some. We can get onto that in a minute if you want, because there is actually very good explanations for that. So yeah, here we go. This is some of the TV footage here, and like I said, it's very much like the Apollo 11 setup, apart from the fact that it's now in color, and it's still on the
and so what is
the lunar module there.
What is the reason that like in Apollo 11 that they're see-through, the astronauts?
So that is because if you look at it, I'll give a brief overview, but there's actually a better explanation on the Everyday Astronauts big long video about it. Like I said, the camera, because they had the camera set up, the camera that they had on Apollo 11 had to be rigged into the lunar module's radio transmitter, so they knew they couldn't send much data back. So the camera that they had for that was what they call a slow scan. So it could only record a very low bitrate video, and it wasn't a format that could be openly played by the news outlets. So it's not like the news outlets could just pick up the transmission signal and immediately play it. So what NASA had to do was they had a camera rigged up looking at a TV screen, basically. They had the TV screen that could, in Houston, that could pick up the feed and show the broadcast, and then they had a camera pointing at the screen that was recording the screen, and that got transmitted out. So when you look at that one essentially is like a double. You're seeing a little bit of ghosting because it's a low resolution image that's then been screen recorded in every sense of the word.
But that would create an invisible subject?
No, it's because it's a slow scan. It's a slow scan. I can't remember the exact format off the top of my head. But yeah, it's because it's what they call a slow scan one that they had to use.
Okay, so just so I can make sure I understand this. So a slow scan would cause the subject to be see-through and be able to see the background through them because is it picking up the background at a different frame rate?
I could well be. I can't remember the specifics of it. So
I'm writing some of these notes
on anything just now.
No, and I'm writing some of these notes because we'll kind of come up with a sheet, and then we'll have a better second meeting where we'll kind of go through some of these things that we didn't quite understand. So, okay, so I got that one down. The slow scanning. Is
this playing all right for you? Are you hearing this or not?
I don't hear any sound.
That could be because I've.
But I don't know what the sound is on there. Oh wait.
It's all right. It's the sound's playing on my stream. Well, it was until I just closed the video. But this is Albie now moving the camera, I think, or it should have been. Yeah, here we go. So he's moving the camera away, and then you'll see it in a second.
Oh, it hits the sun and then gone to.
Yeah. So at the moment you can see the surface, and then there it is. Points it towards the sun as he's trying to set it up. And he's just completely fried the camera.
Gone. Yeah.
Gone. And yeah, so the tubes that were inside it just got burnt through completely.
Way to go, Albie.
And
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But obviously that kind of is quite a big pointer to it's not a studio light, it's the sun. Because that is essentially doing exactly what you did in Antarctica, using the lens of the camera to magnify the light down to a very small point, and it's fried the internals of the camera.
Okay. I think that one's well taken care of. Okay. Let me see what else we had on this one. Is there? I want to start. Is there anything that you think, looking around, that you found compelling to lead towards people to think it's a hoax, or you think everything you found is completely explained? There's no questions that you have about anything, any of it. I'm just going to change that scene.
Nothing. I mean, it was kind of. I was coming out obviously from a point of I've been looking through this for many years, and I've had explanations for everything. Mm-hmm. So I every point that you gave me, I was going at it with, okay, there's got to be an explanation for this first, and then if there wasn't something I could find an explanation for, then I'd question and think, hang on.
Yeah,
actually, I think
I was just going to ask, did you get into the debunking because of that guy Gary Fong, or is that his name? Is something can't remember his name. An Asian guy who does camera stuff, and then he did a video about the moon landing being faked.
Yeah, he did one video about the moon landings where he managed to get everything wrong.
What's his name again?
And then he's Gary Fong. Yeah.
Oh, I did get it right. Okay.
Yeah, he's a photographer who he did one video. Really, he come up with some like a light dome thing, like a plastic cover that goes over a flash on your camera that softens the light. So he was selling that, and then he made one video about the moon landings where he didn't really go into any specifics other than sort of just forming opinions based off a couple of pictures of the camera gear and a news article, but everything was kind of very much taken out of context.
So nothing he said was compelling at all that you found?
No, well, I did cover. So I made a video that was more tackling the general the common arguments that you see, like why are there no stars in the photos and stuff. I was getting bombarded on Facebook by people arguing these same points, and I got sick and tired of writing them all out. So I thought, I'm just going to make a video because it's photography based. I was doing mainly photography videos at the time. I thought, I'm just going to make a video about that.
Right.
But that kind of stirred a hornet's nest of conspiracy theorists who were then jumping all over me. So I then did a follow-up video which looked at because a load of people had sent me Gary Fong's video, so I tackled the points that he raised and showed why they were incorrect, as well as some claims by the Apollo detectives and some other conspiracy theorists as well. So, yeah, there was nothing in that video of Gary Fong's that I couldn't explain, and which was pretty much the case. I found, I think, with your list is I think I've got explanations for everything, but obviously that's kind of the point of this is.
Right.
You've given me the list. I'll give you what I've got as explanations, and then you can go away and see if there's anything with those explanations that you think doesn't add up.
Did you ever look at AULIS, the website AULIS? Have you ever?
Yeah. Well, I'm familiar. I've not looked over the whole.
Yeah, it's pretty
website.
extensive. Yeah. Be hard
yeah,
to do.
but the one that I did pick up on was the film in a vacuum.
Yeah. Okay, so I was looking at that one too. What did you think about that? So
pretty deceitful.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't know. It's hard for me to decide what to think about it, but yeah. So basically, the premise is they put film like they had on Apollo into a vacuum chamber and kind of did an in and out kind of thing, right? An equal amount of times that it would have happened with the film, and then determined that the film was damaged. Is that basically the gist of it?
That was the gist of what they said they did.
Uh-huh.
But there was when I actually read through it, there was actually major issues with it. Firstly, is their timings. So I've got it up on my screen here. It says October 25th at 12:10 p.m. The first roll labeled, placed inside the vacuum chamber, and it took 25 minutes to evacuate the chamber. October 29th at 05:02 a.m. the air was slowly introduced back in. So they left that vacuum chamber vacuumed for 4 days.
Okay.
Which I think what they were implying was that the film was exposed to a vacuum the whole way to the moon, which wasn't actually the case. The film cartridges that were used on the moon, I'm pretty sure was stored in the lunar module from the outset. They were already in there, but they connected the command module to the lunar module within a couple of hours of leaving, and they pressurized the lunar module as soon as they docked up. There's video footage in the TV broadcasts. They take you through into the lunar module. Well, they're not doing that if it's vacuumed. So they they've got the timings wrong for that in the first place. They exposed it to a vacuum for way longer than what the Apollo film was. Then they've said it was the same film purely because it was Kodak Ektachrome. Well, that's essentially like a brand name. That's somewhat akin to just saying that I own a Mercedes AMG car, so therefore I drive a Mercedes AMG F1 car. Just because the Mercedes AMG, just because it's Ektachrome film, they had loads of different versions of Ektachrome. And then, so they put this film into a chamber. They said it was the same film. They actually said, let me just check the website. Let me check it. So they said they had, what was it?
And again, according to the guy who did the test, which is Bill Demos, is that his name? I don't know what BSc stands for. Some bachelor's science, I think.
I don't know. I'm on looking on a different one to you. I've got their ALICE site that says Apollo film subjected to a vacuum updated from Rob Williams, studio engineer Marcus Allen, and Scott Henderson.
So all the way at the bottom.
Oh yeah, there we go. Phil. Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing that now.
So I don't know who he is. I guess he's the one who did the test, right? But I just was looking.
I think he's the one with the vacuum chamber that they use.
Okay. So he makes a pretty bold statement here to say this, because I guess he would be lying then, essentially, because he says not many people deal with vacuum devices every day, but those who do cannot fathom how any image from the Apollo mission could have produced beyond the fantasy of a scriptwriter. So I mean, he's saying there that anybody who uses a vacuum every day cannot fathom how this would be done. So you're just saying that that's just him making that claim and not.
Well, I mean, he doesn't give any specifics as to why that would be. I think where it's going, where they're aiming at with it, is because they list the films that they put in, various different types of films, and then they show some comparison shots where, I don't know if you want to...
Yeah, I'll bring it up for people.
Do you want to bring it up?
Yep, I'll show people. Let me move it over here so I can see.
So they show some comparison shots of film that they put in the vacuum chamber, and then the same type of film that's not been in a vacuum chamber, but they only show one type of film, even though they used various different ones.
Let me pull this up for them. And
yeah, I was going to say, I'll just wait.
Yeah, because I just have to put it over here. Okay, so that is display number, 4? Yep. Okay, so that's on screen now so they can see that, and I'll scroll those pictures. So this is the pictures he's talking about that have the two different images, basically. So this is the top of the document, and then so these are, For each photo set, the control image is on the left, the affected image is on the right, following the vacuum cycling.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so the images on the left are the ones that are just the regular film that they've not put in a vacuum chamber, and then on the right is what they say is the same film that they did expose to a vacuum, and they've showed these comparisons. And then if you... Oh, have they removed... Oh, they have.
What?
Oh, naughty, naughty. So, on this image, on here, what is now not showing, I might be able to dig up a copy of it from earlier on, but MC Toon covered it, actually. If you want to see it, MC Toon brought it up with... He debated Marcus Allen a while ago, and he actually brought up a screenshot of this. So, on an earlier version of this page, they showed the film strips next to each other, and they said, here's the two film strips. The left one's the one that's not been in a vacuum. The one on the right has been in a vacuum. The one on the left was all glossy and shiny. The one on the right was matte and dull. And they specifically say in the article that the exposing it to a vacuum has basically taken the shine off the film.
Right.
But if you look closely, they've wrote on all of the film. On all of the film samples, they've wrote on them, presumably to know which is which.
Right.
And the one on the right, the writing is backwards to the one on the left. They've literally put the film on the right that they put in the vacuum, they've put it upside down.
Oh man.
You can see the film on the left is curved upwards, and the film on the right is curved downwards. They've literally flipped the film and showed the front of one and the back of the other.
Lovely. It's helpful.
So, yeah. So you're like, okay, so you've got the timings all wrong of the various types of film that you say you've used. You only brought up the one of them, and then but just to clarify a bit further, if you just scroll back up a little bit more there, Jeran, there's a relevant bit I want to bring up.
Tell me when
there.
to stop. Okay.
There. Okay, so the Hexagon Photo Reconnaissance Satellite KH-9. So this is something they highlight in the article, they go in depth to, is the fact that the KH-9 was a spy satellite they used in, I think it was about the late 1960s, where obviously they had satellites in space long before they were way before they were going to the moon.
Right. Because,
as soon as you get to space, military one in it. So they had spy satellites photographing over Soviet Russia long before they went to the moon. And they bring up the Hexagon specifically because this satellite, it took a load of photos on film and then it returned the film to Earth. But it's highlighted that the entire system was pressurized. They used nitrogen gas, and they kept it pressurized to protect the film.
Right.
Now, which is accurate. They did.
So your claim is that's what they did with Apollo, is that everything was...
No. So the Apollo detectives bring up this satellite specifically for that reason, and they draw the conclusion that because these Hexagon spy satellites used pressurized camera systems, therefore film cameras can't work in space. That's what that article claims there.
Okay.
So if I can share with you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Here.
What happened here?
Have I broke it?
No, I think I did. All right, that's good enough. We can see it, kind of. I don't know. We see a studio box over here. It says studio. Might want to close that. On your side of your screen, it says select stream studio. Does see over this? Is that you? Or me?
Oh, yeah, no, that's okay,
there
the
you
back of my OBS? No, I was
I don't know what was going
that's not mine.
Okay, now we see your chat.
What?
I think you have the wrong screen up or something. Okay, that now we
There
see.
we go.
Okay, good. We got that now.
Yeah, I don't know. I know my chat can't fucking see it. This is going well, isn't it?
Yeah, so far so good. I've never had good luck
let
with
me
the
just-
simulcasts, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm doing well. Usually, every stream that I've done so far, I've managed to mess my audio up. So it's nice to. So far, my audio's gone well.
It only takes like eight or 9 years, and then you kind of figure it out.
Oh, is that it? Oh, yeah. Perfect. I'll get there in the end.
Just have them wait. For
right, there we are. I'll share the right screen this time. Okay, here we go. So, you seeing that? Okay.
I don't know. Yes, it's a strip though. Again, right? Just this
It's that's okay. It's a PDF document, but it's just the. So this is Corona, America's first satellite program from August
Corona?
1960.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So this is an entire CIA. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, CIA documents here. So you'll have a field day going through these, but these talk over all of the spy satellites that they had going. So they had the KH-9, which were one of the later ones, but they also had KH-4 Corona satellites preceding them. And can send you the document. You can have a whole long look through it, but I'll draw your attention specifically to here, where it's talking about the Corona satellites, and it says the system was designed to operate without pressurization, again to conserve weight. And the acetate-based film being used was tearing and breaking in a high vacuum existing in space and causing the camera to jam. A solution for this problem was found in substituting polyester for the acetate-based film. The importance of the reconnaissance programs of this achievement by Eastman Kodak in film technology cannot be overemphasized.
And so what year was that?
Early spice. This was a document from 1960.
Okay, gotcha.
So this is when they first started sending spy satellites up. They obviously only had film, and they found that when they were sending the rockets up, when they were sending them up, the regular film that was acetate based, the moisture within the film, once you expose it to a vacuum, it was then
boiling,
evaporating, it was outgassing, and it would dry up and go really brittle.
Okay.
So Eastman Kodak developed a new film that didn't use acetate, it uses polyester because you don't get the same outgassing. This was 9 years before they landed on the moon.
Right.
Eastman Kodak, who made the film for the Apollo missions, already knew how to make film that could handle being in a vacuum.
Okay.
When I looked further into the Hexagon satellite, the reason they went with gassed, pressurized setup rather than a vacuumed one is it added more weight to the satellite, which made it not great. Well, in terms of, they kind of had to design a satellite to deal with more weight. But they were finding that they were getting static buildup in the vacuumed film. They would get static from the film going over the rollers. So they pressurized. They had. I'll see if I can actually find it. There was another. Here we go.
Okay, guys, thanks for tuning in. If you want to ask Dave a question, or me, or anybody, you can send a super chat, and we'll get to those in chats at the end, or maybe as they come up, I'll bring some up.
Yeah. So this is So there is some documents just showing. KH-1C camera, KH-2, KH-4, KH-7. So they had several different KH series of satellites that they were using for the years prior to the KH-9s that were all vacuumed based. This, I think, if I recall, was a part of a document I found that was talking about the KH-9. Can't remember if that is actually the right one. Might not be, actually. I might be talking out my ass. But I did see some mention saying that the reason they went with the KH-9 was because they were occasionally finding static buildup within the other cameras, the other satellites. From as you've got the film moving over the rollers, you'd get static buildup that normally in a pressurized system, the static would dissipate into the air very quickly, whereas in a vacuum it would build up and then discharge into the film. But there's a video from Hasselblad themselves, who developed the Apollo cameras specifically for the moon,
right?
and they go through a list of all of the changes that they made. And one of the big things that they talked about was they changed the materials and the lubricants inside the film to deal with static buildup and various other things as well. So yes, they already had the knowledge and the ability to get around film in a vacuum. And the funniest part, I think, for me with it is that they talk about, the Apollo detectives talk about film being used on the moon not being able to handle a vacuum. But if you look at missions like, Apollo 9, they did an EVA in Apollo 9. They never left Earth orbit. They stayed in Earth orbit, but they did an EVA where they went outside with one of the film cameras and took a load of pictures. No problems. So yeah, there's the film vacuum side of things. It's a case of normal acetate film will get screwed up in a vacuum, but there's other ways that you can make it, which is what they did with Apollo. The film that they used on Apollo, they're all labeled. They're like SO168 or SO368. And as far as I can tell, SO stood for Special Order. All of the film was special ordered from Kodak specifically for the Apollo mission. So it's not regular off-the-shelf film. I've had people say, well, if it's this magic, brilliant film, why can't we buy it in the shops? Why is it only for NASA? It's like, because most people aren't shooting in space. They're not shooting in vacuums. Right. You don't need vacuum-proofed film for, going on holiday. So
right. Well, that one makes sense. That one makes sense because, it just does. And I would think that they would make film for it if they did. Okay, so some other things that can we take a time out real quick and go and talk just about this equatorial mount so it gets out of my mind, because I made some mistakes. I don't know if you saw the segment of the show I did with that guy Mike from I was going to say Redacted. That's not the name of it. Veritas.
No, Veritas.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now when I say something wrong, I get like 25 messages from Globers who would like to. They tell me before I even said it wrong. They already know I'm about to, and they message me.
Okay.
So let me see if I've got it right now. That if we were to use an equatorial mount with the one axis on a flat Earth with a rotating sun above us, it would only work if if we were in the middle of that orbit. If you're anywhere else, then it would create ovals, which would cause you to have to do two motions to follow it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
And then, do you have that equatorial mount? Can you just do a quick walkthrough for 5 minutes? Because I think it's very helpful when people see something that he wasn't able to show because he didn't have one when we were talking about it. But when you show it at the equator and showing it go up on top of each other or on top of itself, and then each pole, I think it really makes a lot of sense why it can't work anywhere else.
Okay. And
then we'll get back to
So this is an equatorial mount, an EQ mount, which differs from an alt-az mount, because an alt-az mount it can motorize in two different directions, so it can pivot the camera wherever you want. This has only got one motor, and it rotates on one axis like that. This is just a regular ball head for a camera that you can set up the camera wherever you want, but then the camera will rotate around that one axis. So I use this in Antarctica for tracking the sun, and you can use it for the night sky and stuff. But the way you set it up is basically the only thing you need to do is you need to have the center line of this, so that this axis of rotation of the head needs to be pointing at a celestial pole. So here in the north, I'd pointed up to Polaris. When I was in Antarctica, I was pointing it at the south celestial pole. And then once you turn it on, the thing starts rotating at basically the same speed as the Earth, but rotates in the opposite direction. So,
right. And there's settings for sun and stars because they're different, right? So there's settings on there.
So the settings on the side, there's various different ones, but there's one for solar, one for lunar, and one for stars, because their rates of movement are slightly different to each other.
Okay.
So as I found out the hard way, if you set the wrong setting, it doesn't quite track perfectly. But assuming you set it all up correct, then you point this at the celestial pole and it will rotate. The way you find the celestial, the easiest way to do it is you set the mount up and then you wind this to whatever your latitude is. So when we were in Antarctica, I had it basically pointing near enough straight up. It was slightly off. If you were at the equator, you would set it to 0, which would have the mount pointing like this, either straight north or straight south.
Thanks, Mom.
So the example that I use, although it kind of disproves flat Earth in every direction, in every place, but the setup that I used specifically to make it most notable is on the equinox on the equator. Because on the equinox, the sun is traversing exactly over the equator. So if you go to the equator on the equinox and you set this up and you point it either north or south, and let's say this is east and west, and we imagine that this is the camera lens. Mm-hmm. So at sunrise, it would be pointing at the horizon, it would pick up the sun, it would rotate around up to noon, the sun would be up overhead, carry on round to sunset, the sun would now be here, and the sun disappears from view. If I leave this mount running for another 12 hours, it will pick sunrise back up in the morning. So the sun's traversing straight up overhead, but then at midnight, the camera would be pointing straight down at the ground, which on a globe is because the sun is literally looping all the way up and over, and at midnight it is directly below your feet.
Right.
But obviously the question is, for a flat Earth, how does it go from moving in a straight line along the equator to suddenly looping around when somewhere further west of you, someone else is watching the sun also moving in a straight line? Right. So yeah, that's that in a nutshell.
Yeah, so I think that's a little bit of confusion with that conversation the other day, but now I do understand. I was trying to explain how flat earthers explain it, and it's not correct. I mean, that's the thing, is so it doesn't work. You would not actually be able to track the sun because it's going to be an oval. It's going to be part of an ellipse, basically. So it's not going to be able to rotate on one plane. Okay, so I think that's all that I needed to cover from that night. So thank you for doing that.
No worries.
So some questions that people had about some strangeness to the Apollo stuff. Do you think it's peculiar that, so if you watch the ISS footage and they're going to go on a spacewalk, it takes like 2 astronauts plus the 2 astronauts getting fitted. It takes all that work to get them in their astronaut gear. And in the Apollo stuff, there's never any video at any time of anybody getting dressed. So basically, we know that they weren't in the astronaut suits when they, well, I'm not sure if they were or not when they went into the module and separated. But at some point, either after that or right before that, they would have had to gear up. I'm assuming it's only the 2 of them. So like, let's take Apollo 11, for example. So Buzz and Neil would have had to suit up their entire astronaut suits by themselves, right? Basically something that really they don't even do today. They don't try to do that. They have everybody do it for them. So
yeah, sorry, go on, Jeran.
No, that's basically, I mean, you know, I do find it strange that there's just that kind of omission from every mission that they don't, you know, never talk about it, but there's no mission where they show any of that happening. So it's hard to know, like Mike Collins, was he ever in his astronaut gear when he went around the moon? Yeah, I don't really know that because we don't see him ever don it or have to take it off. It's just kind of sometimes when you are about to watch a spacewalk, let's say they're going to get that film canister, they're already in their astronaut uniform, and then they go and get the film canister, but we never actually see them change. And you would think that would be pretty difficult to do. Think of how small that lunar module is. You know, so, but they would have had to change out of or into their astronaut gear alone. And then isn't there a lot of clamps and things that need to be like secured? I guess you could still do that. I'm just wondering, you know, would you have to have somebody screw on your last glove because you can't really do that? Or is that something that's set up so that they can actually do that by themselves? Do you know, have you ever looked into that at all?
I've not looked into the specifics of it, but I do know that, well, I know they went through a hell of a lot of testing and development with every aspect of it. So, for example, if you look into it, there's archive test footage of them. They went into vacuum chambers with the spacesuits to get a feel of, you know, how the suits working and behaving in a vacuum.
They did?
Yeah.
And there's video of that, you said?
Yeah, there's a video somewhere of, hang on, I'll see if I can find it. Armstrong in a vacuum chamber.
Because I thought that the kind of the going thing for Flat Earth to say is that they never did it again after that one astronaut passed out.
No. Here you go. If you search, I've just literally put Armstrong vacuum chamber, and it's come up with two. They might well be the same videos. They look about the same length. One from the U.S. National Archives and one from Lunar Module 5. But yeah, they had Armstrong. Yeah, they look like they're the same one.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Armstrong took a full spacesuit, went into a vacuum chamber. Well, they had obviously cameras and everything monitoring it, but they did other tests, like they took him up into the Vomit Comet to test, maneuverability in a suit in a more weightless environment. They did the swimming pool tests stuff the same way that they do the neutral buoyancy stuff for the ISS. So there's one here I found called NASA Apollo Lunar Space Suit Development and Functional Tests 1960s, which is on Periscope Films.
It's a good channel.
Yeah, so like I said, there's all this archive footage, so it doesn't surprise me that they didn't have video footage of them trying to get dressed whilst in a lunar module, because it's generally frowned upon to put a camera in a changing room, Jeran.
No, I mean, right, but I mean, I've watched too much ISS footage, I guess, spacewalks and stuff with that, so I've just seen how it doesn't seem like you could get in there by yourself. It takes two people to put it on over the top of you. Now, maybe the suits are different that they use spacewalks today rather than the Apollo missions, but I can't picture them getting that on. Yeah, I would think so too, because it doesn't look as bulky as the ones they wear when they're on spacewalks.
No, I think the ISS ones are slightly different. I've not looked into specific comparisons for them to see. Well, but like I said, given the amount of development and changes that they did going through, not only the suit, the lunar module. If you look at some of the lunar module images, you'll see ones where the lunar module door is circular, and obviously on the moon, it's square. And that all came about because they'd originally designed it with a circular hatch until astronauts tried getting in and out of it. Right. They said, yeah, we can get in and out of it perfectly fine when it's just us, but you put the backpack on top of it, we keep crashing into the hatch. Can you make it square? Which they obviously then did. So there was an awful lot of testing done on it. So I'd have to look into it. But given the amount of testing and trialing with everything and adaptations that they made, it would blow my mind if they faked it all and none of them thought, how are we going to get by how we got this big bulky spacesuit on? But yeah, like I said, I'd have to look into it a little bit further. I've not.
The good thing is I want a list of things that, and then if for people that like to research this kind of stuff, that's a good thing. If nobody's found that, then people can go out and look for specifically for video of them changing, or how did they change, or see if we can find answers to all that stuff. So that's a good one to put down. That changing into astronaut gear. You also have not seen it, but you're right. It may just be something they didn't film. But they did. They wouldn't
have filmed themselves getting changed in the lunar module because there just wasn't space, and like I said,
there was only
there's two of them there. So at best, one of them's helping the other one put the gear on, and then they swap over. They haven't got a hand free to hold the camera to film themselves doing it all anyway.
Didn't have that, yeah.
And the only TV camera that they had was bolted to the outside of it. So, but the broadcast camera was already outside because it was in the descent stage of the lunar module. The only other camera that they had was the 16mm film camera, which for Apollo 11 was attached to the window because it's the one that filmed them coming down.
Okay, and then so if these cameras, the Hasselblads that they're wearing, the silver one you talked about, you don't see any problems if you went from a 500 degree change in just a step, basically going from the shade to the sun. I mean, so I know that cameras that we use here are not going to work in the extreme cold, but I also understand that's because there's atmosphere around and that's what's actually cooling off. But so you're saying that wouldn't be a problem for that film or those cameras?
No, well, it's not just you bring up the atmosphere, but it's not just the atmosphere doesn't just cool stuff off, because obviously if the atmosphere then gets warm, it's then going to heat objects up.
Right.
You know, if you take a cold object, you take it outside. If you go outside on a hot day, even if you put like an ice cube in the shade, it's still going to melt because the air around it is warmer. So in a vacuum, the only way that the astronauts or the camera equipment or anything could actually heat up was by directly absorbing sunlight.
Right.
You know, in the same way that if you go outside on a sunny day in a black t-shirt, you instantly feel the heat of the t-shirt as it's absorbing the sunlight, but you wear a white t-shirt, you don't feel that because the sunlight's being reflected.
Right.
It's why they made all of the spacesuits white. It's why they made the cameras silver. It's why they wrapped everything in reflective mylar foil, was to reflect as much sunlight as possible rather than have it being absorbed. The astronauts obviously then also had in their backpack, they not only had an oxygen tank, they also had the water cooling garment that they wore, and water was basically circulated through them, and a heat exchanger to try and get rid of the body heat as well. You say, you know, kind of, would they have an issue with a sudden 500 degree shift? But
yeah, you wouldn't feel it immediately. That you're saying it wouldn't be like something you feel right away. I'm trying to describe it. So you're saying that the only way it's going to generate heat is from direct solar onto the item, right? So it's not going to be any areas. So then, would it be something instant on that, or would it be something that would take time to heat up, and so that them always moving is going to keep it from doing that? Or I guess explain to me.
Well, it's when it's in direct sunlight,
right?
You potentially have light that's, I don't know what you're showing on your screen here.
I don't know either what's happening.
They're playing Neil deGrasse Tyson now.
They do that every after everything that ends on YouTube to me. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson every single time. They were really forcing him down my throat. Like, you're going to listen to this guy. I swear to God. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So like it's sunlight would have to be absorbed. So if you make it black, if you make the material dark, it's gonna absorb more light. If you make it lighter, it's gonna reflect more light. So they made the suits white. But everything that is also absorbing sunlight is also putting out sunlight as well. Putting out radiation. It's emitting radiation.
Okay.
In the same, Earth spends all day absorbing heat from the sun.
Right.
But when you then go to nighttime, you all that heat is leaving Earth. You know, it's emitting radiation back out.
Right.
So you kind of somewhat have the same effect with spacesuits. Whatever side of you is pointing towards the sun is going to be absorbing some of the sunlight as well as reflecting, but whatever's pointing away from you, whenever it's then in shade, you're then sort of dissipating some of that heat as well.
Okay. So is it the equivalent of like a tin foil in an oven? It's kind of the same idea that you can cook something at 400 degrees and then open it up and immediately grab the foil with your hand. It won't even be hot.
Yeah, and cooking's always an analogy that I use. You think you warm an oven up to 400 degrees Fahrenheit and put a chicken in the oven. The chicken doesn't instantly ignite to 400 degrees.
Right.
It takes an hour and a half to heat up to that.
If I remember right, I think I've put in a pot of water at 400 degrees. It'll never boil. The water doesn't ever boil because you're heating up the water in total, and so it's never getting that heat from the bottom that causes the air to rise. And I believe that I don't know how long I left it in there, but I don't think it ever boiled. Even though it's 400 degrees, because it's just not the way you heat. So yeah, a oven is kind of different, but that is kind of the same idea that even though the oven is on at 400 degrees, you can grab the foil a second after you open it. Because the foil has been, I guess, reflecting that sun or reflecting the heat away from it.
I'm trying to think, but there was something else that was going to be. Oh yeah, okay. So I found something I was going to bring up. The other thing I was going to mention in terms of dealing with their temperature,
okay,
their body temperature and stuff. People always obviously bring up this 500 degree Fahrenheit swing from plus 250 to minus 250 in sunlight versus shadow.
Can I just play the Glober real quick? The Glober position here should be that why are you taking what they're saying the temperature of the moon is as a truth if you're saying we've never been there? It just
well, the funny well, I mean, the thing is that where that figure always seems to come from, whenever I've seen it mentioned, is it always circles back to the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter that's going around the moon now and has been measuring the surface temperature across the whole moon.
Okay.
And I did. Now
we did look at that yesterday. I know we're going all over the place, but on the LRO, it has a. It's not a perigee and apogee because they changed the word because it's the moon. I forgot what it is. Paraselene or something. Something like that. But so they're talking about, and I believe it was 112 to 12. So 112 miles to 12 miles. So at 12 miles, that's 60,000 feet. So 60,000 feet is the lowest it's ever got. And then those pictures that we see of the moon with the astronauts' footprints and paths, does that sound realistic that we'd be able to see that from 60,000 feet?
Well, with a strong enough magnification, yeah. I don't know the specifics of what camera is on the LRO, but it's possible to. I think it's more that I don't think it's so much that. I'd have to look at it again. I've got the Chandrayaan one that I was bringing up that you can see the descent stage on that.
So we'd be trying to figure out which camera and what kind of zoom it has on the LRO? Is that what you're saying?
I'd have to look into it. I've not had a proper look into it. What I was looking at for the LRO was the surface temperature readings that it was finding.
Go ahead and finish on that subject. Go ahead.
But when it found at least the surface temperatures of the moon, bearing in mind that the moon's tidally locked to Earth, so it's a day on the moon is 28 days of Earth time. So it's like 14 days in the sun and 14 days in the shade.
Right.
So it's reaching its coldest temperatures at the poles, and its highest temperatures are at the equator, and its highest temperature at the equator is when the sun is directly overhead, kind of like you'd get on Earth. If you go to a hot climate on Earth, you've got sunrise that starts to warm up. When the sun's high overhead is when it's at its hottest, and then as you start to get through towards the later day, the temperature starts to decrease. So from what I can tell, it seems to be very similar to that on the moon. And at least from memory, the early Apollo landings, like Apollo 11, didn't land at the equator. They landed off of the equator, and they certainly landed early on in the sunrise. Okay. So the Apollo 11 landing site had only actually been in sunlight for about a day or two before they touched down, and the sun is very low near the horizon. So I don't think they ever actually experienced that huge extremes of temperature that people keep bringing up.
Gotcha.
But even if they did, you think of but even if they did, you think of like a 500-degree swing. How are they going to cope with that? How do firefighters cope walking into a house fire when they're the 600, 700-degree infernos, and firefighters go in with
I think that
clothing.
I think that the main question would be on electronics, because for the most part, people know that our electronics break down at basically 110 degrees or Fahrenheit or around 0 Fahrenheit. That's when you start to lose electronic items. If you have cameras, they tend to start crapping out under 0 Fahrenheit. So I guess when then you hear temperatures of like 150 below Fahrenheit or 200 below Fahrenheit or 250 above Fahrenheit, then the immediate thought would be, how could any electronic device take that kind of temperature? Now, again, there's no atmosphere, so it's not the same kind of temperature that we would call it on Earth when you have the whole atmosphere around you. So is that basically the entire answer? Is it's just the lack of atmosphere causes that to be acceptable to those electronics, and they're made for that reason with the Hasselblad being silver?
There's no atmosphere, so there's no heat surrounding the items that can absorb and transfer that heat. So you think the film in the camera, the film is wound around rolls inside a film magazine. So for heat to get to that film,
you'd have to travel
through it. It's got to be absorbed by the body camera, by the outside of the film camera, it's got to then pass through that outer skin, into the rollers, through the rollers, and then through into the film roll itself. Which, you know, if you leave it there long enough, it would eventually do it.
Right.
But they were on the lunar surface for, I think, about 8 hours was the longest single moonwalk that they did. And then they were back into the lunar module for a few hours, in which case everything would then have a chance to cool back down again anyway.
So would there be any issues with the things that they left there? You know, a flag or the rover or the LEM, because that's been sitting there for days at a time, obviously.
Well, I mean, those will have been going through. Well, no, would they?
Because I know they always say with no atmosphere that you would expect, footprints to still be there and everything. So I get that, but I don't understand how something that could be in that kind of temperature for that long and then not feel the effects of said temperature.
I think, it's speculation, but I think a lot of the stuff where they put thermal protection on there to try and control how much light was being absorbed, they should hold up fairly well. The rover's not likely to work, but in terms of
still being there,
the flag and stuff like that. I think there's a lot of speculation about what would still be there and what state it would be in and stuff. I know for one of I can't remember. I think it was Charlie Duke, the astronaut. One of the later missions, they put a photo. They took a photo of their family and they put it in a little
plastic bag.
Yeah, they put it in a little plastic bag and they left it on the surface. They took a couple of pictures and then left.
Right.
And it's like, I think people expected that to instantly ignite.
Right.
Which it wouldn't have done, but within probably a few hours it would have faded, and within.
So why wouldn't a plastic bag? Why wouldn't a plastic bag immediately melt? I guess I don't get how things work within an atmosphere. I would just think the sun, the light's coming, it's hitting the sun, was going to be what heats, and then the plastic is just going to immediately melt, and it has nowhere to transfer the heat. I don't know.
No, but but then you're back to that thing of how does it absorb it in the first place? I mean, the plastic bag's transparent.
Right.
So, it's like, how long does it take a piece of glass to warm up in the sun?
Let's tell Duffy that we don't believe in the moon anymore. Maybe he'll send us there, and then we'll get all the answers. Well, the flat earthers will have no complaints. No, we definitely didn't fake it. We were there and everything.
We can try, although, well, I mean, it would suit you, because you can spend forever saying that the trip might get cancelled, because going to the fucking moon, it probably would.
It'll probably get cancelled. I'll make some bets and win some money. Okay, so I was looking at this, trying to read about the lunar reconnaissance, but I'm going to put that down to look into that further, because I do think I'm trying to think of, what kind of zoom you'd have to have on a camera from 60,000 feet to pick up a path on the ground. It seems like you'd have to have a camera like today.
The point, I think it's also, the other thing to remember is, I think a lot of what it was probably picking up was the shadows of stuff as well.
Right.
Like if you look at the Chandrayaan image where it shows the lunar module, from above, it's kind of difficult to pick out whether it's the lunar module or not. In fact, that was our point, that Marcus Allen, one of the Apollo detectives,
right,
when I first put that very first video out, I had him immediately email me trying to argue a load of points. And one of the points I raised was the fact that we're not just the Americans here. We're talking many other countries have verified it as well. And one was India's Chandrayaan-2 probe, which photographed the descent stage of one of the landing sites and showed it. And his claim was that what was on the image wasn't the lunar module, it was one of the Surveyor probes that NASA had sent a few years before, because he said there's only 3 legs on that, not 4. Except the shadow's like really long on the image. So I sent him one where I'd just taken the image and squashed it so that the shadow was back to a normal length. Everything else was squashed, but the shadow was a normal length, and you can clearly see an outline of a lunar module. And I sent it back to him and said, That's what the shadow is. That is the shape of a lunar module descent stage. So that's not the shape of the surveyor probe. And he never responded.
Imagine that. All right.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Chandrayaan 1 or 2?
2. In fact,
so 2 took video of the LEM from one of the missions.
So I'll show you here. I've got the image here, I think. I've got the right one. Let me just...
I would like to see that. Okay, let's see here.
Right, so... back to...
And then one other thing, I know that you covered this before, but I wanted to get your take on it again. What was your... So I know you're not convinced at all by Bart Sibrel's gotcha claiming that they were only in low Earth orbit, not halfway to the moon.
Yeah, not remotely.
Yeah, do you remember what your refutation of that was?
Yeah, so I'll go through that in a sec. If you just... I've just asked to screen share. I don't know if it's showing.
Oh, sorry.
There.
Yeah, we see it. Go ahead.
So
on the screen. Okay, you are sharing. Yeah, it's not really centered, but it's close enough. Okay.
You seeing that? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's close enough. Okay, so yeah, this is at least a crop of the entire image of one of the. I think it's Apollo 11's landing site. They've labelled it there as Eagle. So when I sent this to Marcus Allen, his argument was that's only got 3 legs, not 4, so it's not a lunar module. But obviously there's quite a big shadow there. I think this is a high enough quality for me to be able to show you this. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a right arse.
Well, I guess my go ahead. I'm going to see here.
So all I did was that and squash the image down and rotate it as well.
Oh, yeah.
And so the shadow then becomes clearer to see, and that shadow outline matches the lunar module's descent stage. It doesn't match the surveyor probe, which is like the surveyor probes were really low and flat, and then like a one tall section sticking out the middle. Not that. So that's come from a complete. That's not like NASA's probes or anything. That's a completely different space agency having photographed landing sites. I'll have to find. I think there was a higher resolution version because it showed the legs clearer. But yeah, like I said, whenever they've took images where it's early in the lunar morning or late at the lunar night, or like kind of sunrise, sunset, the shadows become really long. So it distorts the view of it, but from higher altitudes, it makes it clearer to see that there's stuff actually there. So, yeah.
Okay, because that's... I'm just... still having an issue with this idea of the LRO picking up those images, but because you're talking about you saying they can zoom in with the camera. So I'm looking at the amount of pixels per meter. It's like 2 meters per pixel. So I guess you could just digitally zoom into these images and then be able to get as close as you want, I guess. And then the Apollo 11, that was Apollo 11 you showed right now?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think so. I did. That was just a screen grab that I grabbed before.
Oh, okay.
I'd have to
look too. I'm going to write that one down because I do think that there's a question about if those match because they like that one didn't show any footprints. It just showed the Apollo 11, the lander, the Eagle.
I don't recall. I'd have to check.
The one you just showed,
specifically showing. Yeah, I don't think that one did. I don't recall that one, them showing so much specifically footprints. I think it was more they saw just a general track of disturbed ground rather than so. And because they could see lunar modules here, and this is where this is, and this is where that is, they could see certain points that they go, okay, well, we know this is where the footprints would have been, and there's tracks in roughly that area. I know I think some of the other landing sites, I think some of the later Apollo sites, where they covered a lot more ground, and the rover and stuff obviously leaving tracks. I think those ones are possibly
Yeah, so I mean,
more
let
defined.
me bring this up real quick. So if what you're saying is that if this, look at this one here, this is Apollo 17. Can you see that okay? Let me see if I have to change the screen. Oh, you can't see that. Share. All right, so like this image here says Apollo 17 lunar rover tracks. But to me, this just seems from 60,000 feet high. Would you be able to zoom in with a camera, even the P100 and P1000, and see a car's tracks in the sand like that from a 60,000 foot plane?
Well, let's put it this way, Jerry. I've done a video before where I've analyzed photos taken from the ISS,
right,
of kind of areas of like cities and stuff, and to work out how high the ISS was. But like one, for example, I found a picture of a racetrack, one of the Paul Ricard racetrack in France, and you could kind of clearly see the painted curbs. Yeah. That was like an 800mm lens, but that was from 250 miles high, not 60,000 feet. So it's with enough zoom, there's more than and especially given that there's no atmosphere. It's just, there's no atmosphere going to be causing any distortion. It's just about having a high enough zoom. The zoom capability there.
I don't know what the camera is. I guess it's just going to take an image that's a very big picture, and then obviously you can zoom in after, I'm guessing.
Yeah. And in theory, because there's no atmosphere, there's no atmospheric drag on the moon, they could go even lower if they needed to.
Well, that's why I wonder why they don't. So for instance, you could just get, whatever it might be, let's say 20,000 feet off the ground, and then take really nice images of all the landing and the go-kart and everything. But they've never done that. It seems like they're just at a distance away that all we're seeing is a pixel change with arrows on it, right? So like this one here, I'll show you this. Oops, what happened? So it's a sharper view of footprints. Let me go back to there. I wanted to save that image. Save image as. So yeah, they says like, in here it says like astronaut footpath, which again, I understand they're saying that it would never wear down, so you would see it years and years and years later.
Yeah.
So this one here, you see that. So that's basically what I'm talking about, where they're showing like all these. This says astronaut footpath. So that just seems, again, if it's a good enough camera, I guess, and this isn't back then, this is today, really, the LRO is still up there. So, okay. I don't have much questions on that. Besides, I would have questions about why they haven't gone lower, because I do think you'd be able to take better images, and it shouldn't, like you said, if there's no atmospheric drag, couldn't you technically be orbiting even, very close to the surface?
You could. The thing to try and probably bear in mind is the reason as to why you would. You could, because there's no atmosphere, you could get to very, very low,
right,
and just orbit just above the surface. If you wanted to do, you could literally do a flyby of the landing sites.
Right.
The issue would be, that would be the only benefit to it.
Right. Yeah,
but the LRO wasn't really there, and Chandrayaan wasn't there for specifically checking the Apollo landing sites. It was a case of, we're going to the moon to go and do something else.
Yeah.
But let's fly over. We're going over the Apollo sites anyway, so let's grab a picture. So yes, they could in theory go lower to it, but they'd have to adjust the orbit to do that. But then they're then expending fuel to go lower to the surface just for that, and then presumably they'd have to then go back up for whatever else they were there for. Okay. I know. In fact, just while I explain one thing, I'll just screen share again for you, because I found this is the picture, the higher resolution version of the lunar module. This is the actual image pulled off I've just found the email I sent to Marcus a few years ago. This is what I sent to him. So this is that same shadow, but from a higher quality picture. And then I've put an image of the descent stage of the lunar module that was taken from orbit, or cropped it off one of the photos to show a direct comparison and show you that is, the lunar module descent stage. That is the shadow of whatever Chandrayaan-2 photographed on the moon, and I'd say they look pretty damn identical.
Pretty close. I almost can see the ladder, which is weird. You see on the right side, you can almost see. Well, maybe that's a thing behind it, a crater behind it.
I'm not sure, but
when you look at high resolution images of the lunar lander, that's something that you think looks believable, flyable. Because to a layperson, it looks very rinky-dink. It's got pieces of Scotch tape. You can see it's got rips and tears. I don't know what the actual shell was made of, but I've got an astronaut in an interview saying that you could take your finger and poke it through it.
So, again, this is go and find if you sit through. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours long. Tim Dodd, the Everyday Astronaut, did an extensive video where he went through everything.
Okay.
I've lost you there, Jeran. I can't see you.
Oops, you did lose me. Okay. I need to go back and watch that. I kind of skimmed through it the other day. Some stuff was good. I think that so he covered that particular topic then.
So he does, along with a bunch of other things, he does go over a lot of the common claims. So in terms of the foil and everything, that is literally wrapping around the outside of it.
Correct. Okay, I understand
that's essentially like looking at a Christmas present and saying that you could wrap a house brick in wrapping paper and think it looks not particularly sturdy until somebody throws it at your head. So the actual the main structure of the lunar module was much sturdier than what the outside looks like. Easiest way to find it is if you literally just Google lunar module construction. There's loads of pictures of it whilst it's being built, which I'll bring it up on my screen. I'll show you wherever that's gone. Screen share. There.
Now, one thing that I did have somebody bring up that I think is an interesting point. So two different things. So we've heard that people say that they brighten the picture. Aldrin coming backwards off the LEM, and he's very bright. And then people have always had a problem with that. It looks like it was like a staged photo because really he's in the shadow, so he should be dark, right? Extremely dark. But then there's some sort of reflection, they say, coming off the ground. Is that what's causing that?
So, if you think about, it's kind of something that most people don't think about unless you're like me and you constantly just sort of photography
a head
minded.
case? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and that as well. But when you see stuff, it's because light's reflecting off it, but the light reflects off it in all directions, which is why when you move to a different place, you can see the same object.
Right.
So when the light's hitting the moon, light's being bounced off in all directions. So where Apollo 11 landed, because a few people, I don't know if you've ever heard it mentioned, that the horizon looks really close on Apollo 11, like it's just...
Well, here's a picture here, right? So like, look where the shadow ends. So this shadow ends at the horizon, or before it.
Perfect.
Okay.
So that is they landed sort of with the back to the moon, and the ladder's on on that other leg. So the ladder is in the shadow. What you're seeing there is the edge of a crater. They actually landed on the edge of a crater.
So this here you're saying is a crater.
Well, no, that's space, but basically if you walked forward, you'd then be down a crater. So
you mean so like this is uphill and then there'd be more land down below it?
Yeah. So it's basically like if you imagine you were walking towards a cliff edge. It looks like you're about to fall off into oblivion until you move close enough that you can see down it. I'm pretty sure.
I can bring that up because I wanted to show you the. You can go to. I'll bring up Google Earth so we can start looking at the moon layout. Which and I don't know if you looked into this. To me, it seems like it came out right after the moon landings, which is I've been trying to look for older stuff, but I'm not really finding. I don't think that they had that yet. The topographical maps, at least.
Yeah.
But I'm bringing up the Google Moon because you can actually see. So what do you know? If that is that 11? Do you know or not offhand?
Yeah, that's 11.
That's 11. Okay, so we can look at where they were with 11 and just take a look at the area surrounding, because that does seem to me like a very close shadow. Oops, what's going on with this thing? There we go. Move over here. Everybody can see that. All right. yeah, because that looks like it's literally, I mean, how far is the shadow off the craft? Maybe 50 feet. So let me get this, and we'll bring that up. Okay, so Google, where did it put Google Earth? I don't know where it went. Okay, bring this up. And I'll check super chats on mine in a second to see if anybody's got any questions up to now. Where did I get it? So where's Google Earth? There it is. Okay, so we'll go there and we'll try the Apollo 11 landing spot. So where we're standing here then in this picture would be about where the TV camera was?
No, from memory, I think the TV camera was...
would be off to our left a little bit, behind us and to the left, kind of almost? I'm just trying to see.
Yeah, so the TV... In fact, if you zoom in on the right-hand side of that leg...
Oh, it's over there.
That's the TV camera there.
Okay, so got you. So when they are talking to the president, they're both on the other side.
Yeah, so yeah, for the president call was on the opposite side of the lunar module there.
Right. Okay, got you. So yeah, because Buzz would have... I mean, Neil almost would have walked past that line when he walked.
Yeah, so it's essentially like it could well just be a slight sort of... You know, just a sudden, not necessarily like a cliff edge, but you know, it slopes down. But the moment it slopes down, you then lose sight of the ground in front of you.
Yeah, so, but you would see the ground behind that. Like, I mean, unless you're talking about a literal cliff, whatever is happening, you would have to see that the sun's still going to hit any land over here.
Yeah, but when you look at it, so I'll pull up the Chandrayaan. If just Google Apollo 11 landing site and find that aerial shot from
can we do it from here? Or you don't like this one? Let me look here real quick. Just see, because you can go to moon and then I'll bring up the moon, and then we can go to Apollo.
Bring up, yeah. I mean, if it shows it on there, then yeah. Bring it up or just.
So this is the Apollo 11. Oops, people can't see me. I blocked you. I meant to do this over here. There we go. Now we got you back, and there we go. Okay, so this is Apollo 11 here. Let's see if we can get an orientation. So now we're on, let's call that, so what is that, the south side? So we're on the south side right now, and the south side is where, so it's the other side. So we want to go to the other side, right?
Yeah, so that where the shadow's pointing out there to the right. So there's the edge of it, right? What you're saying is the edge of the terrain there.
So this is the end that we see from the other side. So I mean, that still is a very close horizon.
Well, I mean, it's there's going to be a closer horizon on the moon because the moon's smaller than the Earth. But you can see that, yeah, they parked on a crater. But also bear in mind that if the terrain that they're standing on is elevated slightly, then they're not looking horizontal. They're looking slightly up.
Right. Let me see here. Because it is weird that this kind of ends where that line ends. You can't really see what's double crater. Oh, I see. Okay, great. So this is...
Yeah. So this is from now... Yeah, so this is from the shadow.
Okay, so turn around.
So there's the ladder. And turn around. And then... So you can, if you look down, I think there, you can kind of see that the ground slopes away.
Yeah, I still don't know if that
and
would...
then back.
I don't know if that would give you what you have from over there, would it? I mean, so you're saying that would give you this image here? Because you would think that the sun would still light that.
Well, it depends on... It would only work if whatever's on the other side is then taller. Because like I said, if the ground's sloping up there and then sloping down, the ground off in the distance would then have to go even higher to then rise up above that hill.
Okay.
But the point I was making, if you look at the terrain there, you can see how the ground is sloping down and then it climbs back up, which is what's creating what looks like that hot spot around Armstrong's head, is because the ground is not flat, it's bent up towards him.
Right.
Well, that's then sort of strongly reflecting light back up towards the lunar module, which is then going to be illuminating Buzz as he's coming down the ladder.
Okay, got that part. But I'm more... So this part here you don't think would be lit? Anything here? Even though we just saw that it basically, even if it went down, it didn't go downhill like enough that you wouldn't have any part of it hit the sun.
No, because there's no moon there. That's what I mean. That's just essentially sky that you're looking at there.
So, okay, that's what I'm saying. How could that... So going back to this picture from here, Oops, come on, where's Google Earth? Okay, so this picture here. So we're looking at the shadow, right? We're back. So it shows in that picture like the shadow ends here. The horizon is here. But if it's a cliff, which it does look like it does go down here, but then why wouldn't the sun light up this area? And I don't even know how far
no, the sun is lighting that up. But if that area is at a lower elevation than the cliff edge, then the camera would have to. If you've got a cliff edge here,
right,
and then the terrain comes back up, the camera would have to be way up above the cliff edge and looking over and down.
Okay.
If the camera's lower and looking up, you're then essentially looking up at the sky. Like I said, if you imagine you were walking towards a cliff edge, or if you were walking up a hill, as you're getting towards the crest of the hill,
right,
you can't see the terrain beyond the hill. You can only see the sky until you actually get to the top of the hill.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking at this and seeing this almost looks taller than this. That's why I guess I'm saying that. So if the other side,
yeah, but that's because he's then walked forward and he's standing at the edge of that what would then be the top of the hill.
Correct. Okay, got that. Where did we go here? Where did my craft go? Okay, so because that does look like, does this show us the altitude here? 63, 63, 11, 63. So I mean, the only thing is, again, this is just, and this I was getting frustrated at the Apollo 15 site, but you'll notice here, if you look at, you can't see the bottom. Let me show you. I'm going to try and move this out. I want you to see the elevation, because so this is showing. Why can't you see the bottom of that? You can't see it on the screen. No. Let me try and move up a little bit more. Shoot, I'm not going to be able to see that. So anyway, the elevation stays basically the same. It's at 60 negative. Maybe you can put it up there. There you go. Now you can see it. So watch right here. Can you see this right here where it says negative 63312? So if we just take this across, I mean, it's not changing much. 63, 13, 12, 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12. So I mean, this is the frustrating part, is that we're supposed to be able to go here and verify these things, but if they're not going to, that can't be right. I mean, we just saw there's a cliff there. And we just saw that there's indentations that would be calculated, but they're not. I mean, it's just showing, look, I'm moving my mouse here, 63, 12, 63, 12, 63, 12, 63, 12, 11, 12, 12, 12. I mean, if that's true, then you would be able to see all this. So, again, that's not very helpful. See, it's 63, 12, 63, 12, 63, 12, 63, 12, 63, 12. So, I mean, that...
You can...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, consider, Jeran, in Antarctica, how much of a kick-up did we have over people who couldn't see the bleeding camp from one camp to the other?
Right. Yeah. No. But
when there was literally a minor sort of not elevation change, it was a minor divot.
That's a good point.
Ice.
And that was kind of the same thing. It was kind of an edge to that shelf, if you will. It was like where they pushed the snow and then it edged off, and you couldn't see anything behind it. So that was from halfway point. We were at a slightly higher elevation than at main camp. Whereas at main camp, when you look the other way, you couldn't see halfway point. It just looked like sheet ice, and then the mountains off in the distance. Right, but so let's pretend that it was the moon, right? So let's pretend it was daytime. The sky was black. I don't think we would have seen space immediately after that. We would have to see the ground after that, right? Like it didn't all go. We couldn't see the camp there, but we could see further there. They didn't see the camp. That's why they thought the camp wasn't over there. But then there's mountains and stuff like that. So I guess so the moon, should it have basically 4 times the curvature rate of the Earth? Can we make that assumption, or is it wrong? Meaning,
well, I mean, it's got a quarter of the radius, so that the curvature would be much more extreme. You'd have to pull up you'd have to work out the. I think I
came out to it as 29 inches per mile squared.
I think I got about. I think I worked it out, and I got somewhere around 20 odd miles per degree rather than 70 miles per degree.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Gotcha. I'm talking about and I don't know if this is right. Maybe you can tell me if this is right or not. Are you good at maths, or you don't? You're not that great.
Well, I mean, I can find a way to work things out, not necessarily sort of off the cuff in my head, but I can have a.
So see if this makes any sense. So it's kind of weird, but so they say it's 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so that's fine. So then that kind of works out. Well, then I took from that and I said, So if it's 8 inches per every mile, then if we took 8 inches times the 24,901, right? Just as I was playing with this. So if you take 8 inches times, here we go, 8 times 24,901, and you get, so this is going to be total inches now. So that's 199,208 inches, right? So then I divide that by 12 to get our feet, which is going to be 16,660, and then you divide that by 5,280 to get your miles, and you get pi. So that was the very first time I said, wait a second, is that just a nature of a circle then, that the curvature rate is always the extrapolated from pi? So from that, I just said, okay, well then couldn't we just figure out how to get to pi on the moon? So if the moon is what, 2,000 diameter, right? Which means,
I can't remember.
So then
that's what I did to get the thing. I did the moon's diameter. Oh no, I did the moon's circumference divided by 360 to get how many miles per degree.
So what's the moon's circumference? Do you know that offhand?
No, but I have Google.
Yes, you ask Google for me. I want to see if we can backwards engineer this the same way. If basically all your goal is to get to pi, we can get to pi, because I just don't know if that's the nature of the circle.
6,786 miles.
6,786. Okay, so then the formula would be the same thing that we just had. We had some amount of inches divided by 12, and then divided by the 5,280 gave us 3.14 off of the 6,786. So if you do the same thing, it was, so I think if I take 29 inches times the total circumference, 6,786, that gives us 196,794, and you can already tell that that's correct because it's off the same thing. So if we divide that by 5,280, then we're going to get, oops, I didn't divide by 12 yet. We didn't need to. Wait, 37. Do we need to divide by 12? Oh, now I got lost. So if we take the 6,786 as the circumference, right? And then I said it was 29 inches per, so that would be a total of 196,000 inches. And then you would backwards divide that by 12. Okay, divide that by 12, because we are talking inches, 16,000, right? And then divide that by 5,280, and you're going to get 3.10. So you see, we're not there because it's not 3.14. But
yeah, but I've got somebody in my chat saying that wasn't pi in the first place. It might be similar to pi, but I don't know if it's not exact. But anyway.
Well, but that would be really peculiar if the total amount of curvature on the Earth is, by taking the 8 inches per mile squared, just take the 8 inches per mile and it comes out to 3.14, and then that tells you that that's where it comes from, is a circle. 3.14 is the ratio of the diameter to the circumference, right? So the diameter of a circle is the curvature of a circle. Because if you think about going North Pole to the South Pole, how much do you have to climb? You have to climb the radius. And then if you go South Pole to North Pole, how much do you have to climb in curvature? Well, you have to climb the radius. So the diameter is the curvature of a circle. So that's why I'm able to say, so it's if it's not 29, it's 31 then, or 30. So if we go 30 times 6786. Oops, can you type in that? So then I'm just saying you could figure out what the curvature rate of any circle is by just going backwards. 30 times 6786 equals, and then divide that by 12. See, that's going to be a little bit high. Then divide that by 5,280, and we're going to get a little higher than 3.14. So, okay, so that tells us that the curvature is between 29 and 30 inches per mile squared. So it's just like you do on Earth. If it's 3 miles, you're trying to figure out how much the moon curves in 3 miles. It would be 29 times 3 times 3. That would be your curvature of 3 miles. 29 times 3 times 3 equals 261 divided by 12. So it's 21 feet in 3 miles.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into the maths of it and see, because the 8 inches per mile is a parabola anyway. So I'd have to sort of look at it and sit down. So I think it's probably something to try and do off stream when we can think.
Sounds good. Okay, so because I do think that my problem is I agree with what you said about in Antarctica, but I do believe if we went down to Antarctica and ran our mouse across the ground, it's going to give us a changing elevation there, right? And the moon, you would think it would do that, or else don't tell me the elevation.
No, but all I mean is, like I said, that one particular photo where it's got the really short horizon, that's taken from way back, and I was just pointing out that they're parked. The moon isn't a flat surface anyway, and they did park on the edge of a crater. That was actually one of the reasons why 11 nearly ran out of fuel, is because they were intending on landing the opposite side of the crater until they got down there and Armstrong saw a boulder field and said, I don't want to be landing there, and went over the other side. So they landed just on the edge of a crater.
Well, then there really is no reason why it shouldn't show that as the elevation change, right? So now
I don't know. It depends on how they've got the elevation as to, and how close. Whether are they just talking general elevations?
It seems like
picking up every single divot or whatever. So
this is Apollo 15 now that we're looking at, and this is you now look at the elevation. It's constantly changing, right? So it's just changing, and then look at how far it goes here. So this is the one that I had a problem with that I wanted you to look at, because it seems very strange to me that this, and there's a lot of images you could find if you look up Apollo 15 and look at the images that they're. Let me swing this around. So this mountain right here that we can see right here, which everybody's seen. If I show you this image, you'll recognize it. Let's go here, and this one, and I believe it's called. I forgot what it's called. Mount something with an M, Mons or something. And
it's Mons Hadley. So this entire area for Apollo 15 is Hadley Ridge.
Okay.
And to your left is. Oh yeah, keep going. Hold it there. I think. No, sorry, bit more to the right.
Maybe I didn't go to the right. Oh, there it is. This one here, right?
There, yeah.
Right. So I mean, so this is 13,000 feet high. So to me, and again, I can only base it off of Earth. And I know you said, well, what about the mountain in Antarctica? But the mountain in Antarctica that was seemed to be close was kind of close, right? It was less than 3 miles, and it was only 2,500 feet, right?
Yeah, somewhere around that. I did look at the figures, but I can't remember specifically. But yeah,
this is. Let me look at the distance here. So this is actually from. Hello. Okay, so from this to that mountain base is I want to say it's like 13, but I could be wrong there. So it's 8 miles. Okay, so it's 8 miles to the base, and it actually doesn't have any elevation change here. If we go path, you're going to notice that this path from here to here. And go elevation profile is not going to change much. It basically goes from 23 to total change of where's elevation change? Wait, where's it showing that from 4,000 feet? Because it usually shows this is the same as this. So then what happens is it ramps up here 13,000 feet real quick, right? Now the problem with that is that where they're standing. And I have the image over here in my folder. I'll grab it, the actual image. Maybe it's this one here. But I want you to see this, because what we did is we took the Burj Khalifa and we placed it where. Hello? Let me click on the camera.
I'm still here.
No, I was trying to click on the camera, and for some reason it's not letting me click on anything now. Right. So we laid the Burj Khalifa against that mountain. And I want to find that image that we used. Maybe it's this one. And so if you put the Burj Khalifa there, which people can see from 8 miles away, okay? So you can find online pictures from 10 miles away, 20 miles away, whatever. And if you're talking about the Burj Khalifa, it ends up being, where's that mound again? Okay, right here. So the Burj Khalifa is like literally, as high as this hand. Right? So that's because what's the Burj Khalifa? 2,300 or something? So maybe it's the size of the hand here. So you're talking about stacking Burj Khalifas on top of here. So it's different to me, because you can't really do that with something and make me think that the Antarctica thing is weird. If you tried to say, oh, that's 2,500 feet tall, well, then that's one Burj Khalifa at a certain distance away from you. Okay. Well, then that kind of makes sense, right? If you think about us looking at Mount Rossman, and then you kind of picture that being the Burj Khalifa and it happens to be a distance away, then that kind of makes sense. You're like, okay, well, yeah, that's how tall it would be if I'm looking at the Burj Khalifa and it's 3 or 4 miles away. Okay, great. So that makes sense. But this to me seems just highly, it just doesn't seem to make sense. You're talking about the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building that there is, would be as tall as this hand, and only at 8 miles. So how is that possible? At 8 miles, you would think that a Burj Khalifa, I'd have to take an image. I'd have to go look at an image of what it looks like, or maybe what's his name out there? Ruhif loves to do math for me. The angle of, how big would the angular size be of the Burj Khalifa at 8 miles? I could probably figure that out myself.
So I've got it here. So okay. Mons Hadley is 4,500 meters, and the Burj Khalifa's 830.
So what is the difference? So that's a factor of 5 or 6?
So let me just pull up, divided by 830 is 5.5.
Okay, so 5.5
Burj
times.
Khalifas.
Okay, so maybe it would be a little taller than the hand then, probably, because you figure you're only going to get 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so you'd be a little taller than the hand from here. But I'm just trying to think, is that how small something would be at 8 miles? Now, I get that there's no atmosphere and that's going to change things, but I know people say it would make things clearer, but would it make things smaller? So do you actually equate the atmosphere for magnifying anything?
No.
Not at all. Okay. So
I don't.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I mean, I do think that you can show sometimes where something does look bigger through the atmosphere, but I don't think that's going to make much of a difference here. I'm just saying, maybe it would make things look smaller, and maybe the Burj Khalifa would look extremely small from this distance. But so that's 8 miles away, and because you can do an angular size calculator and figure it out, but that's another thing we can do offline. So I'll just have that.
I mean, the thing is, though, Jerry, that mountain's 4,500 meters high. That's about half the height of Everest.
Right.
So, it's not like it's a particularly big mountain. Yeah, it's a big mountain. I think what's throwing you is the fact that there's just nothing else in the image.
Well, I mean, so what really, if you're talking about zooming in here, you're talking about, so we're only 8 miles away from this mountain base, right? So I'm trying to think of something that's 8 miles away that, when I look across the Monterey Bay, that's about 4, 5, 6 miles. If you go towards Moss Landing, it's, gets more like 10 or 12. So I'm just kind of picturing that. So this is the ocean looking across. But if you were to look over here, to think that the Burj Khalifa would be sitting here and only be, so you said 5.5? Is what you said, I think? I just want to get the exact. So let me see what this is in feet here. I don't need I just want to get an idea here scale-wise. Oops, don't do that. So from here to here. Why is my button not working? Come on, click. Oh, line path. Okay, so there's 21. So if we go 21, 15, 16, 17. Okay. So I'd say this is your halfway point, and then it showed half of that would be, you said it was 13,000 total?
Yeah, Mount Hadley is about the same size as Mount Fiji. Mount Fuji.
Oh, Fuji. How about, is it comparable to Shasta? Mount Shasta in California? Mount Shasta is probably 15 something, maybe it's more than that. I'm just trying to think of mountains that I've seen. I know that it's not really a fair comparison because there's atmosphere and there's not. But I guess where I'm just losing it, and where most people thought, like, what? That doesn't make any sense, is that from this distance... Yeah,
Shasta's is pretty much the same height.
Oh, it is?
As Hadley. Yeah. It's 4,300, so it's 200 meters lower. I think the issue you've got is, like you say, you've got the atmosphere to factor in. You go 8 miles away from something... on Earth,
right?
You've got 8 miles of atmosphere that's putting haze across everything that makes it, you subconsciously then as kind of realizing it's hazy when it's really far away.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think of like so I guess I'll have Ruhif look at the angular size, because that's really what I'm looking at. Is that the angular size of the Burj Khalifa from 8 miles is not going to be extremely small. I mean, I've seen the buildings in Chicago, in New York from 80 miles away, and I can picture how big that they were, right? So yeah, they're not huge, they're small, but that's 80 miles away. So if you're only 8 miles away, then I'm thinking across the Monterey Bay, and I can still see eateries and houses over on the other side. So then, because it's only 8 miles, so then now I'm picturing a Burj Khalifa would be enormous from 8 miles. It would be an angular size that would put it up like halfway on this hill. Like if you told me the Burj Khalifa would be here at 8 miles, I would say that makes sense. But then this mountain can only be 4,000 feet high, not 13,000. So that's where I figured it out.
Okay, so I get it now. So your issue is the fact that you think from the mountain that should be 4,500 meters high, it looks too small.
Yes, at 8 miles, this mountain does not seem to be 13,000 feet. Because, and again, when you compare it to the Burj Khalifa, or I have the Sierra Nevadas next to me. Now, I know that that's not I think those are higher, but I'm just kind of picturing I'm like 70 miles from the Sierra Nevadas, and they look like this, right? So, but that's only they're 70 miles away. So if this is 13,000 feet tall and only 8 miles away, then I feel like it would be way bigger. So that's why I'm trying to picture Shasta. I'd have to go look at what Shasta. I've driven by Shasta, and I don't know if that's in. So when they measure a mountain, they're not measuring from sea level. They're measuring from the base or the sea level.
It depends,
Yeah,
because
see, Shasta,
this
I'm
is something else that I remember looking at, because Everest is the highest mountain in terms of peak, but in terms of distance from base to top, actually,
Mauna Loa, right?
Volcano. You are
Mauna Loa in Hawaii, I think, is from base to top.
Yeah, which is essentially just a giant volcano, but that's like 10,000 meters high.
Okay, so look at this picture here. This is, I don't know how far away this is, but we're just going to bring it up just because I just saw it. So this is, oops, it all happened. Hold on, I just had it. This is Shasta, and I don't know. Now, the only problem is we don't know this distance, but let's look at this image, because can you see? Let me pull this down. What are you doing? I don't want to sign up for anything. Thank you. Okay, so you can kind of see where this is. You're on this road, and then look how tall that mountain is. And I bet you this is, I don't know what the distance of this is. I'll have to look into that. But, was this 8 miles to that mountain? I don't know. But that certainly doesn't look like the mountain on the moon. So I guess my problem is that I don't think it looks real. Any of the stuff that we see on the moon. Now, again, that doesn't mean just because Jeran doesn't think it looks real doesn't mean it's not real. I'm just saying the most questions I have is about the lunar landscape, the ground, any kind of craft that's ever driven over it, like the Selene or the whatever they called that rabbit one from Japan, JAXA. All those videos look like it's computer generated moon. Now, again, that doesn't mean it is. I'm just saying that. So what would confirm it for me, what would really be big, is if I could start confirming the things on the moon match kind of what they are expected to match. And I get it that it would look differently, and I can take what we saw in Antarctica as to be an example of that. But
but
that was only 3 miles away, and 3 miles away and 2,500 feet tall. So I'm trying to think. So for every time you double the distance, you should lose the angular size by half. Is that correct? I'm just trying to think. So if you move something, if the mountain was,
you double the distance. Yeah, you double the distance, you half the angular size.
Right. So if we doubled that distance of that mountain away from us, so that instead of 3 miles, it became 6 miles, then it would be half the size at 2,500 feet. And then if we did it again, so now we're at instead of 6 miles, we're at 12, and then we half the distance again. So that's 12 miles, and it would be that's 2,500 feet high. Maybe it does match, because if you have that at 12. So double it, so reduce it twice by half. Yeah, then that is pretty low. All right, well, I'm going to look into that one. It'll be better offline, because I'm going to take Shasta, you said was the same height, and then I just need the angular size of the Burj Khalifa from 8 miles. Yeah. Okay, I got it.
The other thing to factor in as well with that, Jeran, is when you're trying to draw your mind there, your perspective, is consider the angle of view that you're viewing it from. So,
explain. So, you mean this image here that we're looking at?
No. So I just mean in general, like if you're looking at the video footage or the photos on the lunar surface and thinking that mountain doesn't look the size that I'm expecting it to, you have to also consider that the focal length of the lens is going to change how big an object appears. As you're zooming out, everything appears to shrink. As you zoom in, everything appears to look bigger. I'm just trying to pull it up now. The focal length of... I'm trying to find the angle of view that the lunar camera had, the stills camera, because it was one lens, fixed focal length, and I'm trying to find what the angle of view of it roughly was.
Okay, so I'll bring up some of the rover stuff because it's kind of Apollo 15 related anyway, but I want to show you this. Where are you going to spin around here? There we go. Okay, so this right here image, and we'll put it over here. Come on. And drag that down. Can you see that? Okay. Oops, I covered you up. Where did you go? What happened to Dave? Did he run away? Oh, there you are. I covered you up with this. Okay, so on this one here. Are we on the right screen? Yes. So this mountain here is the one we're looking at, right? So that's where I'm talking about. The base of that mountain would be the Burj Khalifa, only about like this tall as my little mouse cursor. But at 8 miles. So at 8 miles, is like that what the Burj Khalifa would look like from 8 miles? I don't think so. The Burj Khalifa would be, you know, up in this region. You would just, I mean, again, it's just my eyeballing it. But I don't really get how the atmosphere not being there is going to, if anything, you would think that it would make things seem smaller. Did you say it would seem bigger or smaller?
No, so the focal length of the lens is going to change how big objects appear. So if you're shooting with a wider focal length, everything's going to shrink, whereas if you're shooting with a longer focal length, things are going to look bigger. So all I mean is if you're trying to draw comparisons of how things look on Earth versus how things look on the moon, you need to try and make sure that you're comparing similar angles of view.
So could we do...
Have you ever heard... Sorry, have you ever heard people say, for example, like you look at the moon on a night sky on Earth, it looks huge, and so from the moon, the Earth being 4 times bigger would look enormous?
Right, but it would only look slightly bigger.
But whereas in the pictures, it looks really small.
Right.
That's what people say is when you look at the pictures
Yes.
of the moon, the Earth, and they say, "Oh, that must be because it's fake." Because if they made the Earth the size that it really would be on the moon, you'd be able to tell it wasn't the real Earth.
Right. That's not correct. Yeah.
But they factor in, they don't account that the images or the photos on the moon were shot with quite a wide angle lens, so the Earth looks smaller.
Right.
So I did a comparison where I actually took photos of the moon on Earth, but with the same field of view that the Apollo cameras had, and compared those up and found that actually the moon does appear, or the Earth does appear like almost 4 times wider than the moon when you compare apples to apples. But if you look through the moon through a telescope and compare it to a photo of the Earth from the moon,
right,
obviously it looks completely different. But yeah, let's get on to the rover footage, because this was the big one I wanted to talk to you about.
Well, do you remember the guy that proved that we were in Antarctica by he was able to calculate the distance between 2 of the cameras, and then with that calculation he was able to then draw angles at the sun and draw angles at Mount Rossmann, and was able to determine that they were an infinite distance away, right? So yes. I would be interested if I'd have to find, I can't remember his channel name, but I'll reach out to him, because I would like to do the same thing. Now, I don't know if he'll be able to do it, but since this is a driving cart and we kind of know its speed, we should be able to find 2 places along that cart that it's driving and be able to calculate the distance between them and then draw angles. And I have a feeling that this mountain here will be a backdrop, that this mountain is not a physical location, because the reason I think that is because number one thing I saw was this little white capped mountain here that if you're on Google Earth, for example, and you just move a little bit, let me show you here. So, oops, let's go back to Mount, where are we at here? Oops. Let's see where we're at. So what I want to show you is that this here, you start, where's that location? Okay, so that mountain over there, you'll notice that if I just move a little bit, look at the parallax happen. So see, as I'm moving this way, that mountain's ducking behind the thing there. And then as I move forward, it comes into view pretty quickly. But in the film, in the actual moon landing stuff, that mountain never moves. It's always exactly like about that. Okay, so watch. If we go to here, no matter how far they drive, this, and I've taken screenshots from the beginning of the ride, the very first time you see it, until the end, and it doesn't change. Now, somebody then told me, oh, it's because when you do the math on that distance, you wouldn't get parallax on it. But then, like I said, Google Earth shows there being parallax when you move just a little bit. This mountain, when you draw it out, is about 25 miles away. And remember, this one's only 8. But let me show you another thing. When it shows you the sideways view, you can actually start to see that the parts here seem real, because all the rocks, they actually parallax, right? So if you watch a rock here, this rock will eventually pass this one. It's parallaxing. But over here, and it'll turn over there in a second, none of the side rocks parallax because they're on a backdrop. So like this, see this black rock over there? Didn't get to come around. See this one over here? So none of this will ever move. This is essentially right here, you can see this as a painting. Or I'm saying it looks like a painting because none of this changes. There's no parallax. When you drive further, it doesn't make rocks go in front of other rocks. It's like literally, watch it, is a painting. All these rocks are doing what they're supposed to do. Starting right here at this ridge, everything behind there, I can't get it to do any kind of parallax. So watch. Now again, is it because it's 8 miles away? And 8 miles away, watch if people want to watch this section here. Just watch all these rocks, which don't seem that far away. They're not near this mountain. They're closer to you, or else they're huge, and they're not parallaxing. See how they just all stay the same? Whereas the rocks that are near us, parallax, the ones on the back look like they're on a sheet. So look at this. This doesn't move. This is a non-moving. This stuff here is just stationary. All right, I'll let you speak on that. But this to me seems like it is some sort of a backdrop painting or a matte painting. And then my other problem with the Rover is simply they don't make any kind of voice inflections as they're driving. They don't make it sound like they're on if everybody's ever driven a go-kart, they're extremely shaky. Now I know this had suspensions on it, but it was also with metal tires that were like chains. And it just drives over rocks like it's nothing, and it jumps all the time. You'll see it like do a jump, a real slow motion jump, like they're in the air, but the guys don't even make any reference like that. That was a pretty slow jump right there, Lodge. If you're driving this thing and you take that little jump, you would think that they would see right here. It's like in the air, down, it's in the air, but they don't make any changes to their voice. They just talk and talk and talk like nothing's a problem. So the only thing I've seen about that makes sense to me is that this is taken on there's a screen in front of them. They're sitting on a cart that moves around like this, but they don't go anywhere. It's just the screen comes at them. It's like what do you call it? A rotoscope? Is that what it's called? When you take a miniature, like they used to do it with Thomas the Train Engine. It's basically like miniatures, but it's not miniatures. It's a screen coming at you. Anyway, you tell me what you think. So you think that these mountains are just so far away that they don't show parallax?
Right. So I mean, there's quite a few points. So let me just reorder the sequence there. I'll build up to it. So with regards to the bounciness and the voices and stuff, because I did find some clips before to highlight this, and I just need to find the right playlist as to where I put everything.
Sure. So just to show people one more time, so they're watching. So if this mountain is 8 miles away at the base, then these rocks here can't be, they can't be past half that. So they're closer than 4, and they're probably a lot closer than that because you can see rocks. You can't see rocks from 4 miles away. So this means that these two rocks are very close. These two rocks are very close. I would guess, less than a mile for sure. So they definitely should parallax, but because they're part of the backdrop, if you watch those two rocks. They'll never parallax. They're part of a screen. Look you can tell that that's not real. Look at these two rocks. They'll never parallax. They're just going to stay like that. Even when this turns now, those two rocks will always stay like that. Watch. See, they're going to be that distance away no matter what because it's a painting.
All right.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm going to... Where's my screen share gone?
So you see, we still see the same rocks in the same orientations. But I mean, I'm just trying to think of how far that is away because everyone was saying, oh no, when we do the math and 8 miles away. Well, this is not, no way this is 8 miles. How big do you think these rocks are? This is,
all right, so,
I don't know. Okay.
I'll let you think. So, yeah, I've sent a screen share thing, Jeran.
Oh, sorry. Let me take this off there. Where did our screen share go? Whoops. Sorry. I got rid of you. Hold on. Hide video now. This one. You screen share? Oh, here it is. Okay, got you. You're on there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so so this is another archival video talking about the development of the lunar the lunar rover. It goes into a load of detail about it, but it's more I just wanted to sort of show you this is them as they're testing the rover, as they're showing them testing it over various rugged terrain, and then they had a mock-up one that they were driving around as well.
So am I mistaken though in thinking that without gravity, so without or 1/6 gravity, wouldn't a go-kart like that turn over in immediately in a turn? I guess that's in my mind. You would think that if you're making a turn, it's the weight of the car that keeps you in that turn.
No, it's whether it's going to topple over or not is going to depend on its center of mass and and how wide of a platform you're dealing with. Because the rover was very light, all of the weight was very low down, and the wheel tracks were really wide. There wasn't that much inertia to throw them, especially given the speed that they were going as well. Obviously, if they were going, say, 60 miles an hour and they tried suddenly pulling like a really tight turn, then yeah, that might flip them over. But
but wouldn't it be harder to stop a car? Okay, so if you're on the moon and you are driving forward, you still have mass is the same. So the mass of the car is the same whether it's on Earth or on the moon, and then you are going to have a harder time stopping. So, because wouldn't you have a harder time?
The rover was only going at about 8 miles an hour.
Right. So
that was the speed they were driving around at. It wasn't. They weren't using it as like a golf cart trekking really far distances. The point of the rover wasn't to. The point of the rover was to allow them to carry more equipment and go to more locations. But at no point, they never went further than walking distance away from the lunar module in case they got to a site and then the rover stopped working. They needed to make sure that they could get back again.
So what I'm saying is, if you were to jump, let's say you jumped on the moon, okay? You jump up and you land. That technically speaking, you would hit the ground harder than you would on Earth, because you're still the same mass, right? So,
but your acceleration's a lot slower.
Well, I mean, you could do the math on it and figure out what the acceleration would be, but I'm guessing it would be, to jump up and down. Say, you're jumping on the moon in a moon suit. It would be the equivalent of about jumping off of an 8-foot building on Earth.
No, because you've got how hard you hit the ground on Earth depends on how fast you're going, and that is gravity that's dictating that. Well, gravity on Earth is much stronger, so it's pulling down a lot more than it does on the moon. That's why everything sort of floats, is because you're in low gravity.
Okay.
If it was going to pull you down that hard that it would be like that it would hit the force of an 8-story building, that would be really strong gravity, which means you'd never be able to jump high in the first place. So the actual force of landing is less. The buggy itself also had suspension. The tires on it were metal wired tires, so they had a lot of compression to them as well. In terms of the audio, because I've heard you draw this comparison as well, where you sort of sit there and you're bouncing in your chair and saying, listen to my voice. The thing to remember with that is what you are hearing there, that change is change in volume as you are moving closer and further away from the microphone. But their microphones were in the suit with them. If you find like WRC Rally and listen to the onboards of those. Okay. They're hurtling around tracks, pulling handbrake turns and going over. They're flying, literally airborne, all 4 wheels off the ground over jumps and slamming into the ground, having a conversation between each other because their microphone is literally attached to their helmet right in front of their face. So wherever their head's moving, the microphone's moving with it. So you don't hear that same sort of change in your voice on a rally car doing 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. So on a buggy doing 8 miles an hour, you're definitely not going to hear it. In terms of the parallax side of things, I found let me just make this.
And it seems like to me, and again, I can look. Okay, so let me just bring this one up. This is I believe 16, Apollo 16. Oh, you already have something up. Go ahead. Are you doing something?
So I can't quite get the full screen for you, but this is 2 frames of the video. Okay. That's the same video you've got. It's just a different version of it, so the colors look different. Gotcha. Right? So if I now drop the opacity of one and try and bring it over the other. Right. Okay, so this isn't even the start and end of the video. Right. Okay, but you can see there that if I try and line the mountains up, they're not actually a perfect match. There is
that's
a
angle,
slight
right?
change.
I mean, there would be an angle change to the backdrop.
Right, okay, but what I mean is, so just run with me on this, okay? So there is a slight change in that there, okay? Now, I'm kind of glad that you brought up the angle change to the backdrop, because I think the other thing that you need to consider is the buggy's moving around. Like, you can literally see it driving and undulating and moving left and right, which means the buggy can't be static. The boogie's actually got to be driving.
The what?
Now, if the boogie's
the boogie? What the hell's that?
The boogie, yeah, the boogie.
We don't have that. Like, we don't have that over here. What does it mean?
The Rover.
The Rover. Okay.
Rover.
Buggy? Is that what you're trying to say?
Rover.
Buggy?
Yeah. Sorry, I call it moon buggy. Rover. Okay.
Bogey. Okay, got you. Yeah. But,
okay. So
have you ever seen where they show? Oh, real quick. Have you ever seen where they show that they're looking at a screen and they're sitting on a platform? So the thing is not moving. The screen is moving towards them, not the screen. The video is showing ground coming towards them, but they're just stationary, bouncing around like this on a little cart. I'll show you. I've got video of them doing it. But,
I was going to say, if you play the video back, you can see that they can't. The mountain, if they were actually moving, if they were actually driving like around a little studio or whatever, the mountain, the background mountain, would be changing in size. You know, like I've got like a picture of Mount Rossman on my wall behind me. If I move the camera like a buggy, if I move the camera a foot closer towards it, that picture's going to look bigger, which means the mountain's going to look bigger. Okay,
so this is what I've heard that they said. Okay, so imagine that you had a big room. It could just be a room, a gymnasium type, and you had a bunch of rocks there and everything, and then you took a camera and you made it. You moved the camera along the ground, making it look like that, right? So all the rocks are coming towards you. They're parallaxing because it's real. But that's a very small version. And then you take that and you put it on a screen in front of a cart and film the screen with the cart. And then it's going to look like that. Even though the traveling on the ground is actually very small. It's a very tiny distance. You're only moving a tiny distance. And I'm trying to think of, they use it like Thomas the Train Engine. I got some of this stuff for you. I put it in this folder. But I didn't think we were going to get to that, but we can get to it. So it's like I think it's called rotoscoping. Rotoscoping Thomas Train. Just to show you what I mean, they're taking a miniature item, and so the backdrop itself would be. I'm not necessarily meaning it's even a big painting of a backdrop in some place, because it could be a smaller painting, right? It could be a smaller thing in a smaller room. How would you know, if, for instance, if we just had a bedroom filled with a bunch of sand and we took a little tiny GoPro camera and moved it along the ground very slowly, with the rocks and everything, and then you transfer that to a screen and film the screen with a car in front of it, would we be able to tell that that's not actually traveling on that, what it's showing? It would just look like that. I'll have to show you.
I mean, well, you've got here for one. I mean, you can see kind of like quite clearly in the visor there. You can obviously see the terrain and where they are and what's off to the side, and I'm not seeing anything within that looks like any.
No, that's a good point there. When they get out and so the reason that I think it's so weird what happened with 15, because 15 looks so bad to me, but then 16 and 17 they stopped filming the Rover.
Right.
So when you said there's a reason for that.
Yeah. So this, because I know you've brought this one up a lot, and this seems to be a big sticking point for you. So let me just sort of first off
talk this one.
Correct, and then we'll go from there. So there is actually more than just that one clip, but you just knowing where to find it.
You're talking about video from the Rover, not video during the EVAs, but from the Rover.
Yeah. No. So on 15.
Okay.
So everything's on YouTube. You've just got to know how to find it, right? So they had three main types of camera with them on the moon.
Okay.
They had the Hasselblad camera, which was the photograph camera that they used, right? All the still images. Then they had the TV camera, which was obviously the live broadcast one. And then they had the 16mm, which is like a camcorder.
And the camcorder is what's on the cart?
So so they were both on the cart. This is the important thing. So the TV camera was the one that when you see them like during the EVAs and there's 6-hour long videos of them, and you can see the camera panning around. The one that filmed the craft as it was leaving the surface.
The remote one, yeah.
From the moon. The one on the rover, that was the TV camera. That was the same one that filmed like Armstrong coming down the moon, the one that down the ladder, the one that Al Bean fried. That didn't have any facility to record on board. It was like a webcam, essentially. That had to be hooked into a radio system, and the feed transmitted straight back to Earth, and it was recorded on tapes back on Earth. The 16mm camera was like a camcorder. It had a cartridge on it. You could put film magazines in it and record film there and then, like the Hasselblad camera, but you could do it like a motion picture camera. Okay. So you with me? So photograph camera, camcorder, and then like a broadcast camera, right? Okay. On the rover, what you'll see the rover footage on screen here, the thumbnail it's just showing.
The middle one?
Yeah. Okay. The Apollo 15 16mm magazine, right? That gold thing is the rover's TV camera, right? When they were driving, they couldn't use the TV camera because the TV camera had to be hooked into the radio transmission the system of the buggy of the lunar rover. Now, I'm going to bear with me a second, Jeran, because I'm jumping all over the place here. There was one bit I wanted to find for you because I did actually find documentation of it, and I just need to find the right bit.
So, you said that little gold thing is the camera.
That's the TV camera.
But when do we see footage from it?
You don't while it's driving, and this is what I want to clarify for you. Here we go. So this is a PDF I found that's like 221 pages, and it details all aspects of the lunar rover, right? And the key aspect here, operation of the LCRU high gain antenna and television camera will be conducted only when the LRV is stopped. Low gain will be manually orientated during LRV transmissions. On the rover, there was two radio aerials. There was a low gain one and a high gain one. The high gain one is the in fact, I can show it you because I've got a picture that I can bring up. This is the rover. This is two separate photographs that I've put together. Okay. But they had one small antenna that they could use for voice communications, and then this dish is the high gain antenna that they had to literally point direct to Earth, and that is what the TV transmissions were sent through. But obviously, when they're driving and bouncing around, they can't have the antenna orientated towards the Earth and staying orientated towards the Earth.
So how do they get talked to?
So that's where the other antenna, the low gain antenna.
Low gain, got you.
The low gain antenna, they could use that while they were driving for voice communications, but they couldn't use the TV camera while they were driving. Okay. The TV camera could only broadcast when they were stopped. They'd stop, they'd move the antenna to point back towards Earth, and then the TV camera could then start working again. Now, I have got a clip of that being talked about somewhere in one of the Apollo 16 EVAs. Okay. They had they were showing footage from the rover TV camera. Then while they were driving, it cut to an animation, and the voiceover for it that was actually part of mission controls explaining what was going on did actually say they can't use the TV camera while they're driving, and then when they stopped, we've got to wait for them to reposition the high gain antenna, and then the TV feed comes back. So the only footage they could record while the rover was driving was using the 16mm camera, the camcorder, okay? So, which was videotape. So they were limited as to how much videotape they could actually shoot with, so
Okay.
they only recorded short bursts of stuff. So the reason they didn't record too much of the rover is simple. It's kind of like saying that you've got a camcorder, you bought yourself a camcorder and you've got 3 tapes to go on holiday, and then you're going to expend one of them recording your flight all the way there. You know, it's kind of, it was more there for documenting what was going on at the various locations rather than the drives to and from it.
Right. But okay, so they just did that in 15 just because it was new and cool.
So they've got, so I found, this is Apollo 15's 16mm camera.
Okay.
You'll note on this one, the TV camera's facing the other way.
Yeah.
So this is actually a separate drive of Apollo 15 on the same camera. So this is a second clip of a different traverse between 2 different stations that they had, right? You'll note, not only is it bouncing around, you'll see the shadow moving everywhere. You can kind of tell as well, see the reflection of the antenna?
Yeah.
So that's kind of bouncing around as they're moving. So that rover's got, you know, that rover's moving around. You can see the shadows shifting as they're turning. The lighting's changed, and I think at this point now they stop, and I think it might be this one that they get out and reposition.
Have you ever seen the one where there's a storm of rocks that comes at them? It's like
not that I can think of.
Okay, I'll try and find it. It's like a halide.
Yeah. So here, yeah, I think it's here, and then you can see him trying to reposition the antenna. So he gets out and he's trying to reposition the antenna for
trying to aim it back
something.
at Earth.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he was doing unless it was bouncing around and it got in his. I don't know. There's no audio for this bit, and then this is now cut to the other section. That's the beginning. Which now the TV cameras. So I think I could probably try and marry that up potentially, but that could well be a drive to a location. They move the antenna. The TV camera comes back on, and then this is now when they finished whatever EVA done. So it could well be these 2 16mm clips have a huge chunk of TV footage in between them as a possibility.
Right.
And I also found there's another one in Apollo 16's 16mm footage.
More driving?
That one. So Apollo 16, you had the Grand Prix one here, which is obviously the one you've brought up.
Right.
But then there's also this one. See, just caught in the thumbnail there.
Apollo
this
16,
is
16mm.
Yeah. So this is obviously the Grand Prix bit.
Right.
But then I think, and then here we are. So this is different again. So they've got obviously the shroud over the camera here, and this one's driving around as well. So there are more than one. There's more than one clip of the rover driving.
Oh yeah, I know there's more than one clip, but you know that they drove for 20 hours. They drove for 20 miles and 4 hours of drive time.
Yeah, but
none of it was.
They recorded small clips like this. You know, on 16 they've got and then.
Okay, but you're saying they weren't part of the live TV. They would have been only filmed.
They could only record to actual film, the 16mm film, not the TV broadcast, which is why they're so limited, because they only had a finite amount of film for the. Basically, the point was the TV cameras were there so that Houston could see what they were doing and keep an eye on them.
Okay.
That's why it was remote controlled from Earth, that they could turn it wherever they wanted to. The stills camera obviously gave them the ability of taking really high resolution images, but then the point of the 16mm film camera was a way of them getting really good quality video, better than the TV camera could do, for analysis later. So I think for the likes of the Grand Prix bit where they were driving it round, the point of them doing that wasn't they were just, having a freaking joyride. They wanted to be able to show the engineers back on Earth how the thing could handle when they were pushing it, so that the engineers could see if there was anything, any further potential improvements they could make. Every mission was looking for how can we improve things, how can we take things a step further. So, yeah, a lot of what was recorded was done for an analysis later on. And then I was going to bring up as well, I mean, I've got some of them panoramas that I've put together, you know, like you were bringing up before on Google Earth.
Yeah, go ahead. I want to see those.
On Google Moon. So I'll see if I can get it. I was trying to load them up before, and for some reason my computer was just not playing
for the
ball.
life of me where that stupid video is. I got it somewhere here. I'll find it. Maybe it's I recorded it over here. I got too many files. MC2 gave me like 5 of those little 1 terabyte disk drives.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I shouldn't have installed them because now I don't know which one anything's on. It's like it's on one of these. I'll find it eventually. Maybe it's this one here. Go ahead.
I'll
D. Let me see here.
in as well. So yeah, with regards to the rover, there's, like I said, there is other footage there. There's a reason why they didn't drive with it, but also that you've got the problem that, like I said, you can see as it's driving around, the lighting's changing. As they're changing direction, the lighting's changing as well. So
Right.
if they were just sat in a studio and you were moving the ground, the lights would be still in the same spot, unless they also had the lights then moving as well. As the rover's bouncing around, you can see like the covers on the front are bouncing up and down.
I don't know how
as
you
well.
would do the shadow now that you mentioned it. I don't know how you would do a shadow anyway.
Yeah.
Because it would have to be on the screen then, technically. I'm trying to find this real quick. I've got it maybe in my save messages here. Oh, I know. I think it's in the garage. I only have this one. It's not in there either. Okay, well, I'll have to find that. It's a video that shows... it's like a hidden... Not a hidden video, but they say that this apparatus has been hidden until now, and it was basically a screen that the guys would sit on and watch the activity on the screen, and that's how they pretended to be on the moon. Now, I'm not saying that's how they faked it. I'm saying that's how they trained. But once you see that, then you realize, oh, okay, well, that would work to film from there. But you're right. I don't know about shadows.
No, I know.
Moving shadows. That would be hard to
I
think.
know part of what, like, I think they use that for they use something like that for the simulators for
landing
for
and
the
stuff.
spacecraft for the spacecraft simulators, because obviously, so they just had a camera on a rig that was controlled by the controls in the spacecraft simulator.
Yes. So couldn't they do that with a car?
That's how they.
That a little car they're driving, and when they turn the car, it reacts. The screen reacts.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom Scott did something similar to that with the tank driving thing as well, where they literally drove a camera around at like a miniature village.
That's what I'm talking about. Where did you hear that from? Oops.
Tom Scott, tank driving.
What the hell happened to my earphone? Yeah, they drove it. That's what I was talking about. Isn't that called rotoscoping? Or am I getting that word wrong?
No, I don't think so. I think it's literally like this was just like a miniature model village. They had a camera that was moving around the road, and he was controlling it, but using the controls of a tank, and he was just looking at a screen as though he was looking out of a hatch.
Right. I thought that was what rotoscoping was, but I guess maybe not. Maybe I don't understand what it is.
Maybe it is. I don't.
I thought maybe I don't even know what it is. But so okay, that's what I'm talking about. So they use that with miniatures, right? But then you could transfer that and make it look like it was on a full size. That's how they train on that. So I'm just wondering if you could do that with the moon footage.
You could do it, but like I say, you've then got the problem of the fact that all of the lighting's changing as well.
Right. Let me see if I got it here. I thought I had it here. It's got to be this one. So, sort by date. I know I got this here. Maybe. Okay, it's not there. I know where it's at in the garage. I might have to, let me check one other spot. And then I might have to go get that. But yeah, that's basically what it is. The same thing. And I believe Thomas the Tank Engine does that same, that's how they do their stuff. But that's funny because I don't remember who told me that thing, but you just brought up that I recognized the guy's name. So let's see if we go to here. And public.
I know what it is.
Shared garage, this one. Let me see if there's this one, MP4. Okay, let's see what we got here. Be in here. Large.
I was trying to bring up for you. I was trying to do some comparisons with panoramas to show there is actually clear parallax, but I was having some issue with. I got 4 of the Apollo 15 ones that are put together.
You're saying parallax on those mountains that are far away?
Yeah, so I can...
well, the confusing part about that is I thought I was told that there wouldn't be parallax from that distance.
No, there's parallax. There's just not as much as you were expecting because they're not moving. So the footage I think you watched, that entire clip is about 3 minutes.
Well, yeah, because that's the only thing you can really find. Okay.
And they were traveling at 8 miles an hour.
Right.
I think, well, at best, they were traveling at 8 miles an hour. I think I read a report on Apollo 15 that said the average traverse speed they had was about 5 miles an hour.
Okay.
So if you're traveling at 5 miles an hour, how far are you traveling in 3 minutes?
Yeah, not much.
Not particularly far. So in terms of the parallax between sort of the start of that clip and the end of the clip, not that much. And then when you're seeing the mountain in roughly the same spot, I think there's probably a minute between it at best. So there's very little parallax. What I was trying to do, I'll screen share you this so you can see. I'd put together. You pull my screen share up there, Jeran,
sure.
and I'll show you.
And okay, you are
which is
there. Go ahead.
So this is one of the Apollo 15 panoramas. So I literally downloaded every single image within a panorama and tried to stitch them all together, and then I did that for 4 different panoramas. So this is in front of the lunar module, and then this is, I've centered them all on these same mountains. Okay. So that is from the back of the lunar module.
Okay.
There's Hanley there, and then I don't think I didn't finish that bit, but that was from the back of the lunar module to the front,
and that's the 13,000 foot mountain right there.
So that's a 13,000 foot mountain, but you can see there is actually I've centered it on there. So imagine if I was standing here, I'm now going to walk to there. That's kind of the effect that you're getting with that.
Okay.
Like if you were on Google Earth and you were to double click forward and then it would to suddenly jump you to that.
Right.
Okay. So, and then I did the same with, so that's another one from, so there you go. You can kind of see there if I was to reorder those panoramas and you were to kind of go from there, jump, and then jump.
Can you explain, so when we see a reflection and it looks like a little filament from a bulb, why does the sun do that?
Where are you talking?
Well, I mean, you can I don't know if I can really see it there. If you kind of zoom into that lens reflection in the upper left there, right
this?
Above. Yeah, that little thing there. So sometimes you'll see that and it looks like a filament of a bulb. Like that. See how it's got like a little tip, like a little, almost like a Christmas bulb?
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of probably difficult for me to tell with that one because I don't know because I've stuck all the images together. I don't know which image it is.
Right.
But you do often get what they call cat's eyes.
Yeah. So why does that happen?
So this is where you're up in the very extreme corners of a lens. Bearing in mind you've got a lens that's all rounded optics, and you're trying to bend that light into landing all flat on a piece of film or on a sensor. So you kind of find that the center of the image is a lot. The light's got a fairly straight path through, but the further you get towards the corners, the more that light's having to try and be bent, because you've got light that's coming in from more of the side of the cameras, and the lens is trying to bend it inwards. Okay. So it kind of, I don't know the exact mechanic, the physics behind it, but it is essentially of the way that the light is being refracted through the glass.
Okay.
The corners of an image are prone to distortion. If you ever look at a lens review, particularly wide-angle lenses that have got a very fast aperture, big hits with astrophotographers, one thing astrophotographers always want to know is it cat's eyeing in the corner, which is where if you take a picture of the night sky, the stars in the middle will look like stars, but the stars towards the edges will start to look like that. And I'd hazard a guess that given the fact that's cut off there, these have got to probably be up towards the corner of the lens. So I think they're just the cat's eyes from the fact that the sun is way up here, so it's obviously very bright.
Gotcha.
But it's just for that one particular frame, it's just catching the corner of the lens.
Okay, I want to real quick just watch this for 2 seconds because I want to figure out what rotoscoping is and why I keep getting that wrong. So this is a guy telling us what rotoscope is.
You've seen. This then allows you to, for example, use a green screen instead. If you can't use a green screen, there are still a number of things you can do to make your life easier. First off, shoot your scene with a higher shutter speed to reduce motion blur. Motion blur can be difficult to deal with when rotoscoping, and you can always add it back, hide the visual elements in post. Once you do have to get into rotoscoping, I would always recommend using the rotobrush tool in After Effects, or in this video I want to explain...
Not what I thought it was. Anyway, I'm using the wrong word there. So do you think it's... I guess I had to ask MC Toon this a couple times on different cases, but I'll ask you, is it possible that you could fake the moon landings by... You kind of go and you act it out. You do it wherever you do it, whether it's on a soundstage or on in a field somewhere, or whatever, desert. And then after the effect, you go back and you change the heights of mountains and the distances so that they match what you filmed. Like, because none of us can verify mountain heights on the moon, right? We can't verify really distances. I guess you could do distances, but not so much heights of mountains, right? Or can somebody do that?
Well, no, you can if you know, like, you've got to know all of the variables in order to work it out. So if you know the angular side, the angle of view of the lens,
right,
and you've got images from two different locations, then you know the distance between the locations, you can kind of start to work out the sizes of things in the distance,
right?
There's ways that you can work those things out, or at least if you have all the information, you can work that out. But obviously, it's
well, it's good to know that. So you're saying, so that's just basically building triangles, right? You're just building triangles with a known baseline and a known angle, and then from there, getting your third leg of the triangle.
So for example, like, where you see the pictures of the lunar module in the distance, and you can see the entire lunar module,
right?
If you know how high the lunar module actually is, we know the angle of view of the field of view that the camera gives.
Mm-hmm.
So you can then work out, okay, well, if in this image and the lunar module is this small in the whole frame, you can work out what percentage of the frame width is that lunar module, and then you can work out what its angle of view is.
Okay.
If you then know that the actual lunar module was X number of feet, X number of meters from one side to the other,
right,
you can work out how far away have you got to be for it to be that size. Which is, I said before about I did an analysis of the ISS photos from the ISS.
I remember your video. That is
essentially what I did.
Yes.
You what?
I remember your video. Your video was, this is the undebunkable proof or something. Remember?
So there was one I did where it was like going through.
Oh, that was EXIF.
The fact that it was raw. Yeah, I went through all that, but there was one that I did where I found photos from the ISS where they'd taken it with like a big long telephoto lens, looking pretty much straight down.
That's on the EOJ JSC site. All those images, right?
Yeah. So I went through and I found a couple of examples where they were like over a city or whatever, and they'd taken a photo looking straight down, and I went, okay. Like, so for example, I found one of the Paul Ricard racetrack. I'm like, I can see in Google Earth how big is that racetrack. I know from the XDIF data what the camera was, what the lens was. I can work out what the field of view is. I worked out how high the camera had to be to take that field of view with that focal length.
And it was right.
And it matched what the ISS was. So there are ways of working it out, but you need to know certain bits of data in order to do that.
Okay, I think I'm going to reach out to that guy who did that video that proved that we were in Antarctica, just to see if he wants to look at the moon, because he seemed to know the math and was able to do the angles and had a program that did it for him. So
right. So just give me 1 second, Jeran.
Sure.
I'm just going to nip the toilet quickly. Okay?
Yeah, I got to do the same thing, but I'll do it. We'll go on a break real quick, just because I got to use the restroom too. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I got a couple more things, but really, I want to get a more organized collection of the stuff that we talked about, and then some other things. But and then you said that there's a place to get that 16 millimeter film, but it's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. Basically, all you need to do is, if you want to find it, if you want to find the TV footage from the Rover camera, like the full long broadcast,
right?
Pick just YouTube either Apollo 15, 16, or 17.
Right.
EVA. You throw the word EVA on the end of it, you'll find all the footage from the actual EVA. Okay. If you put 16 millimeter, there's people out there who've literally put the entire archive of the 16 millimeter footage. So they're all sort of usually in a random order, but if you just put like Apollo 15, 16 millimeter, you will find all of the clips from Apollo 15.
Okay.
And there's ones where they'll be like an hour long, and it's just all of the footage from that 16 millimeter camera, and you kind of have to scan through it. But I'm going to go to the toilet, and then afterwards I want to bring up some, because I was looking through some of the EVA footage, and there's a few little bits that are recorded that I want to share with you, and just sort of kind of highlight that I don't think these could be faked on Earth. But give me 1 second,
and I'll show people this. This is the the site you go to is EOL, and then .jsc. If you just search that on Google, it'll come up. But this is I don't even know what these pictures are. This is pictures from the ISS, and I always think that this is pretty compelling, although I can't click this right now. It should. Usually it lets you see, but you see this is, if I kind of push this button, you'll notice that it's actually going in like real time. And then also you can kind of scan this way like this. Let me go this way. And it actually kind of creates a movie. You'll notice as these things move that this is actually taking like time-lapse photography. Although usually it's not just the same spot on the Earth over and over again like that. But you'll see here in a second, it'll probably show the limb of the Earth as it gets daytime. What are these pictures of? Just nothing? It's like the worst I've ever seen. Why can't I see up there? Let me lower this so I can see what we're looking at. I don't see anything there, do you? Oh, I see the part of the Earth here, and then I see the wings here, or the little, whatever they're called. Let me see if we can find anything else, or is it going to end? Oh, here we go. Now we're getting some more light. So what's pretty crazy is if you look at these, it becomes kind of difficult, I guess, to, well, I mean, you could say that's all fake, but to me, this is actually the kind of the worst I've ever seen it look. Usually they're pretty decent. Let me see if we get anything better. That's like getting light. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to be taken. What the hell is that? Oh, it's the sun hitting off the visor, or the what's the thing called? The solar array disc. Yeah, these are the worst I've ever seen. If you want to come here just to check things out, you can even type in your, God, I have something in my eye all day. You can actually type in like your location, and it will show you, it flying over your house or whatever. So you can go, that's crazy though. I've never really seen that look like that. So if you go to, God, my eyes kill me. Go back here. Stop it. Stop. So if you go here to request imagery, or is it this one? Request new imagery. Oh, not new imagery. I want to request old. And then you go to, oh no, it's educational. Advanced collections. Gosh, I guess my eyes kill me. All right. So I just click search photos. I was just showing this, and then we can look for. So you can put. I'm looking for moon. So this is, if I just put moon, then it's going to show me all the pictures taken from the ISS of the moon. Actually, that was probably dumb to search because it's going to take it forever, because it's going to find a lot of that. But if you search like a location or Mount Everest or Lake Michigan, something like that. Yeah, I don't think this is still. Maybe it'll come back. We'll give it another minute. Yeah, get this stuff together that you want to show me, Dave. I'm going to run the rest of it in a second. If this isn't going to come up, no, I don't think moon's the best thing to search for, because it's not going to come back anytime soon. All right, now we screwed it up. Let's get out of here. So what else can we search for? Let's look at full moon, maybe. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, I was just going to say I had a look through the EVA videos. And like I said, if you just Google, if you YouTube Apollo whatever EVA, you'll find them all. Like literally hours at a time, you can sit there and go through it. So I just had a skim through Apollo 16, and there was 5 or 6 clips in particular of just this one that I found.
Okay. Let me turn it over.
I was going to share.
Yep.
So.
Let me move it over here. Wrong screen over here.
So I'll.
Okay, you are on there now. Go ahead.
One sec. No, go away. Oh.
I think we have you on the screen. You have some sort of Photoshop? Can I use the restroom real quick? And then you...
Yeah, go for it.
Get that ready for me.
Okay.
And you are shown so people can see you.
Well, that's all right. While you're away then, Jeran, I'll just show people how they can find the footage if they want to find it.
Great.
So... yeah, if you literally just go to, say, Apollo 16 EVA, and then you'll find here, like straight there, for example, 4 hours footage from Apollo 16 EVA, or Lunar Module 5's an amazing channel. They put loads of stuff together here, which I think is what I picked these clips out of. And that might even be there. The bit where there was one bit on, I think it was on this one, and they cut to an animation like this when they were driving. And the voiceover from Houston does actually explain that the TV camera on the front isn't working when it's driving, and they have to wait for it to stop. But yeah, they've got hours upon hours of this footage of them just doing their work, and occasionally you'll see the camera zooming in or zooming out and moving around, which is all being controlled from Earth. Here, so it's got like this steady, slow pan round, and in some instances they'll go a full 360 degrees while the astronauts are off somewhere else, and the camera will just suddenly turn and just go a full 360 degrees around. Which obviously then the question would be, where's the studio? Network fact, did I just catch a glimpse of? Yeah, there we go. I think this was actually a bit that I wanted to show Jeran anyway. So at one point, the panning the camera around, and I think because the camera operator knows so this is Apollo 16 site, and it's literally just a 360 degree all the way around. There's the lunar module, here's the astronauts working, and not a studio in sight. And you can tell where the sun is, because the moment it goes anywhere near it, I think the operator drops the camera down there to make sure he doesn't do an Albine and burn the thing out. And then he pans it round and up, and he's looking for the antenna, knowing that it's pointing towards Earth, which, like I said, doesn't really fit too well with a studio. So, and this is hours upon hours of this stuff, which you'd think if they'd faked the moon landings, they would have had to have literally faked all of this as well. And then if you want to find the higher quality 16mm, like I said, if you just put one of the missions in and put 16mm, and you'll find, like I said, same again, loads of footage like that. The 16mm footage is generally better quality. Each frame has more detail to it than the TV camera, but they were limited with what they could film, so they would often sometimes shoot at a lower frame rate, so it looks kind of like this, so they could shoot for longer periods of time. Other times they turn the frame rate up. Like I said, these used to film whatever. I'm not into. But again, like, you know, that kind of behavior there is so just trying to see if there was bits floating around like you'd find in 0G. But yeah, basically there is so much footage that when you actually delve into it, it's like, if they were going to fake it, you fake one mission, you do the bare amount that, you know, the kind of bare minimum, whereas this they go all out with. And the EVA footage generally, if the big long clips you more find with Apollo 15, 16, 17, because they're the ones that had the rover. All the other missions, they just had to put a camera and leave it. But the 16mm they had with all of the missions. So, and the thing is, you can quite often marry them up as well. So the Apollo 11, they had the full TV broadcast where from the moment Armstrong's coming down the ladder right the way through to the end of the moonwalk, like 2 hours later, is all on this TV camera. And you can go through and you can find the 16mm footage that's shot out of the window that's essentially from the other direction. Armstrong's, everything matches up with Armstrong from both directions. You can see all of where he's stopping to take the pictures. All of the pictures line up as well. So yeah, there's long and short, there's just no real way to fake it, but you know, it's and the kind of thing is it is a bit boring to watch at times. So like the EVA footage, you literally just like you know, you're just watching them do very little. So here's the. I've just suddenly realised. Apologies, everyone on Jeran's side. I realised it's not quite visible. But yeah, this is the Apollo 11 one. This is 3 hours of, you know, from Armstrong and Aldrin down the ladder to so I think the ghosting bit is, yeah, it's something. I definitely think it's related to the slow scan. Plus, this is I think this is what they restored. So I don't know if maybe the restoration bit has done something to it as well. But you know, here for example, you can see this is where Armstrong's literally walking away. Has taken the camera off the rover door and he's walking away with it to then set it up. And the whole time he's obviously having a conversation with Houston as well, who's telling him, you know, well, move the camera this way, move the camera that way, because they can see where it's pointing, he can't. But then if you go with Apollo 16mm, this is Apollo 11's. You can see that might be him setting the TV camera up. Yeah. Is that, yeah, so, no, is that setting a stand up? There you go. So that's him obviously moving the camera away, turning around, repositioning it. They're shot at different frame rates, but if you were to change the frame rates so that they synced up in time, all the movements would pair up with each other, which I think I did actually do in one of my videos. And then you can also see at the same time as they're going around and taking photos, and you can pair the photos up, which I'm assuming Jeran's fallen into the toilet or he's forgot where his computer is.
I'm right here.
Gone an awfully long. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, it didn't fall in. We're good. Okay, I'm back. What did I miss? Anything exciting? Did you prove the moon landings?
Yeah, it's all done. We can just end it now, mate.
That was easy.
Yeah,
that's very easy. No, I mean,
so all I was showing was I'd shown obviously that you can get like I said, if you search 16mm, you get one lot of footage. If you search EVA, you get the TV camera footage. I just brought up here the Apollo 11 TV camera and the EVA, and shown the bit where Armstrong repositions the camera from attached to the lunar module, puts it on a stand and walks away with it from both perspectives. And now this is essentially two cameras facing from opposite directions, filming the same thing.
Okay. And
you can do this with all of the missions. But I know Lunar Module 5 is a really good channel for it, and there's a couple of other ones as well, where they've actually gone through and meticulously with each EVA synced up where footage is where they're taking pictures, and they'll put the pictures up and show you what pictures they're taking. So some of the clips I wanted to show you.
And you've seen the Apollo 17 real-time site? It's like one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
So one is, I'm going to mute that. You'll have to bear with me. So this is Lunar Module 5. This is a clip from from their copy of the Rover, of the Apollo 16. So there's a few bit. Is that centered on your screen?
Close enough. A little bit more.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah. So I mean, they detail everything that's going on here in terms of the activity. This is from the Rover camera, literally just doing a slow pan all the way around.
Okay.
And I think from memory, so they've set the camera up here. This is Apollo 16, right? And then off they bop. And when it actually plays, it's got the audio for it as well, but I'm not playing the audio at the moment.
Okay.
So you can hear the conversation that the two astronauts are having with each other, and they do this jump salute for the flag, and you can see there they've actually got the image as well, and it tells you what the image is. And if you go and find the image, in fact, I will find the image now.
Where do you usually go, Flickr?
No, so the best place to go, I'll show you this one as well, is March to the Moon. You've literally just Google search March to the Moon. Okay. This place.
I've never even seen it before.
Yeah, but it's a great resource for it because Flickr and Apollo Journal and stuff, they just show you just the main piece of photograph.
Right.
The actual photograph that was filmed. This has got all of the Mercury, all of the Gemini, and the Apollo, and all the cameras. So this is Apollos 4 and 6, which were unmanned flights.
Oh, wow. Then it's got the magazine listed by magazine too.
Yeah, it's got absolutely everything. So that was 16 data camera. So data camera is the one they use on the surface. Not data camera is the other one. So that's magazine 113 and 18339. So if I go down here, magazine 113, and like I said, this is you can go through image by image, and it's the full film strip. And if you download them, all of them are PNGs rather than JPEGs, so you don't get the compression artifacts and stuff.
Right.
And the much higher resolution as well. So what's that? 18339. Just jump ahead to this. I can just type it in, but
it takes much work.
Yeah, there we go. So there's the original scan of that. I could hit download. It'll let me download various resolutions. I'm going to throw that to download.
Okay.
It turns out I've already got it, but never mind.
March to the Moon. So funny. I've never seen that.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's everyone sort of obviously knows the surface journal and stuff, but yeah, this one's just a much better one because there's so many times where I've seen people go, you know when they bring up like the crosshairs. Why is the crosshair going behind an object?
All right.
And it never is. It's because they're looking at JPEG images, and the JPEG compression gets rid of the tiny little black lines.
Right.
Whereas if you go on March to the Moon, all of the crosshairs are visible. So there's the original. There's the film scan of that image that they've just taken, and resolution there is, well, look at that, 14,000 by 16,000. So the really high resolution scans, and you can see there's the rover, there's the camera looking back towards the astronaut. This in the background is something else that they actually talk about in the footage here, and you can see it there. And at one point, I think, I can't remember if
so I just have to click on the Apollo 16 Nikon. I just wanted to see what those pictures look like, and it looks like the stars are doing a turn like they would on Earth. They wouldn't do that on the Moon, right? We shouldn't see stars.
No, so I think that 16 millimeter on Apollo 16 wasn't on the Moon. I think that was Ken Mattingly, the command module pilot, had it. So I think he was trying to photograph the stars from on the backside of the Moon.
Okay, that's what.
But obviously he's moving around and stuff as well. So yeah, that telescope thing is actually something else that I noticed, just a crossover. That's, I think it was a UV camera that they had. And I did actually see some mention of it here as another way of doing it. So these images that they captured on Apollo 16 using that telescope were there with a far ultraviolet camera spectrograph. They took images of the Earth but could see the stars around it and stuff as well. And the European Space Research Organization had a satellite that was able to view the same area of the sky and found that the stars matched, and the ultraviolet light data that they got from them matched as well. So that's just another point that, everything kind of fits together, which you think, if they've managed to go through that much detail to think of everything like that to fake, they wouldn't balls up half the stuff that you think they've managed to get wrong.
Well, you wouldn't get everything right. I mean, that's the thing.
Well, no.
But
this was So I showed this bit. These are all Apollo 16. They're the same one. I showed this before. So this is another one that I kept the timestamp on it, all these clips as well, so you can see where it is. This is 8 hours into a EVA.
It has 1,870 pictures in this one gallery.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, it's enormous. Do you think that it's... do you think it's... So you said that you think that it's impossible... How am I trying to say this? How would they get through the Van Allen belts safely, besides the normal story, which is just, well, they went really fast or something? Right. Because if you... I don't know, do you understand the structure of the Van Allen belts, or you don't understand that part?
Yeah, well, I think I've got a fairly good idea. So
okay,
I'll go on to that in a sec. I've got a couple more clips. So, like for this one, for example, so this was just some random point I found. I noted it because they were dusting the camera off and changing one of the film magazines. But you can see both of the astronauts, and you can see the reflections in their visors. You can see the reflections of them as they're moving around. You can see everything that's. This is essentially a bleeding mirror that's looking the other way, and there's no studio there at all.
Well, the
two that I really want.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that what I think a hoaxer would say is that it's a big place that's surrounded by black. So I don't know how you could look and say, "Oh, we see the reflection, so therefore it's not." Well, what if it's just a football field with black drapes all around it?
Because you would have to literally have a blackened dome all the way around you, and then have a light source as well. But
I mean, that wouldn't be impossible. They've done bigger things for movies. So,
but this loops back to what I was saying before,
it's
which
too
is
close
then,
again, and then you have
it's too close. You've got as they're moving around,
shadows, right.
as the astronaut. You can on these EVAs, you can literally watch the astronaut from being near the rover,
walk away from it,
bugger off way off into the distance, and if they were in a small studio with one light, their shadow would be going from pointing sort of one direction or up to one side of the studio, and it would swing round as they walked past the as they walk past the light source.
Well, we do see that. You mean on the moon? So we've seen before where there's a guy on the left and his shadow's going to the right, and then he walks in front of the camera and goes to the other side, and then the shadow's going the opposite direction. But I was told that's perspective. It's just doing that because
there's some of it's perspective, some of it's terrain. So like that clip that one that you showed me was I think for that one that you showed me from Apollo 17, and there was an element of that where it was just that the terrain wasn't flat and the terrain was actually angled, which then makes it look like it's pointing in a different direction. I found an image of somebody walking through the Sahara, or a group of people walking through the Sahara, and it looks like two of the shadows are pointing at 90 degrees purely because one of the shadows is going over a flat area and one's rising up the side of a dune. So this was, like I said, so this is a clip I found. So this is 4 hours, 45 minutes into this day one moonwalk. I think they're about an hour or two into it, and there's just, like I said, this is just like, you can sit for hours and watch this, but just watch this now, what he does. Right? So there's so there's this little bag, right? And you can see he's trying to move it out the way, and then he just flings it. But so that is, you've got a bag that's clearly flimsy, right? If they'd flung that on Earth, it wouldn't go that far because you'd have air resistance.
Right.
You could say, okay, maybe they filmed it inside of a giant vacuum chamber. Yeah. But it's also, look at the hang time for it. It's in the air for so long that if it was on Earth, gravity would have pulled it down much quicker. You could then say, okay, well, maybe they slowed the footage down.
Right.
But you can see him still moving at the same time as well. So it's not like they've slowed the clip down, because he's still moving and doing his thing as well.
So you tell me this, though. On the moon, shouldn't you move faster? Why do they look like
How
they're...
do you mean?
So if you're on the moon, you have no atmospheric pressure holding you down, right? So you've already got 14.7 pounds that is no longer on every square inch of your body. So you would, if you moved your arm to the left, it would go faster than it would on Earth, right? Because on Earth, you've got the atmosphere that you're pushing your arm through. If it's on the moon, it would go faster. Meaning if you were walking somewhere, it's the same amount of mass. So your mass is moving. It's got to move. So you would move faster. It wouldn't be slower. It's not like, oh, there's less gravity, so now I'm going to lumber along on the moon. I don't get that, because if there's less gravity, then you weigh less, but you have the same muscle mass. You have the same mass. Your body has the same mass. So like, that's why I would think, if you're running, is it harder to stop if you're on the moon or on Earth? If you were to run and have to come to a complete stop?
Well, I would. It would be an issue. Hypothetically, yes, you could run faster on the moon because you've got no air resistance. But then you've also got to remember that they're wearing stonking great big spacesuits as well. You know, it's more imagine you trying to run in an inflatable sumo suit, or trying to move your arms in one of those. You've got, you're restricted with your movement. I remember you and I had a similar conversation to this that first night in Punta Arenas in that restaurant, and you brought up about the jump height of the astronauts, and it's like, if they were in 1/6 gravity, you should be able to jump really high up. And I had to point out, I was like, look how much you could, like, try jumping without bending your knees.
Right. They've got the suits are pressurized. They've got
the suits. They've got the suits on. They can't bend their knees that much. So, you think if you bent all the way down so that you could touch the floor and then propel yourself up, you could jump up really high. But if you just sort of squatted like a couple of inches and then tried jumping, you'd barely get off the ground.
So I guess that's kind of what I'm talking about, though. If you have a backpack on, doesn't the backpack have the same mass? So it actually would be harder to stop yourself from going forward, because now you got that mass of the backpack that's still moving in a direction, right?
Which is why you can see that they had to they had to adjust how they were walking.
Right, they would lean almost.
That's why they're kind of leaning forward all the time, is because they've got that extra mass behind them. So they're sort of bent over, trying to correct their center of mass, and which is why at times when you see them sort of stumble and trying to get back up again, that's why, is because their center of mass is off. This was another one that I found, just another little clip. So link from Apollo 16, which is earlier. There's that. In fact, there's that photo that I was talking about. That's one of the photos that telescope took. But just like this guy's sort of hopping off into the distance, and you can see the dust. But then you see this box dropped off the thing there. Now just watch how it rolls, and then it just carries on rolling, and then he's up and come back to pick it up. And just like. Just that, and the way that falls and slowly rolls does not look like
you put it
anything.
On 2-speed? Can you put it on double speed just so we can watch it? And I know they would never do it at double speed because that's too simple. They would do it at 0.67 or something, But I just want to see it double speed if it.
Yeah, I mean, you could put this into any. Let me do.
Oh, it doesn't let you do that there. Wait, is that YouTube?
No. This is so I scream because the thing's really long and I didn't know where it'd be. I literally just screen recorded all of them.
Gotcha.
It should have a playback.
I just think that those are when I see the speed.
Oh, here you go. So yeah, I mean, here you go. I could do 1.5 times.
See, that looks pretty Earth realistic.
You reckon? I really don't think so. I think we'll pull that bag throw back up. And is that still on?
Yeah, put the bag throw up. So this is at 1.5.
Yeah,
that looked pretty real. Come on, that would be a bag.
Really?
Let's show again.
All right, Jeran, you get a litter picker and a bin bag, and you show me throwing a freaking bin bag that far with a litter picker.
Well, I mean, what is that bag made of? It's like a cellophane or something?
I don't know, it's like a fabric bag or whatever.
Yeah, it does look a little bit off. Then I can picture it being like a canvas bag or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you've thrown that on Earth, the moment you do that, the air resistance is just going to fold it.
Yeah.
Whereas that thing's staying sort of flat faced.
Now this is kind of what I mean by like so people are very willing to do the math on, like, if somebody wanted to do the math on that and to figure out, is that the rate, is it falling at the rate of gravity or whatever. But I don't know if people are really wanting to do that, right? So nobody who's on the side that the moon landing is real wants to look into that stuff because of what it might be. If they found it to be, they don't want to admit that. So that's where I always, we're talking to that guy the other night when he was saying, I was saying, well, who would I rather have look into the moon landing, a physicist or a conspiracy theorist? Well, I would rather have a conspiracy theorist, just because a physicist, I don't think has any, their mind isn't going to even allow them to think that there's a chance that that's fake. Whereas if it's, who do I want to build me a rocket? It's going to be the physicist. So, but I guess for me, the problem that I have is that it seems like that NASA could really fix anything that they wanted. So let's say that what we just found right now is something. Let's say that we just noticed that the edge of the screen ended right there with the rover shadow, the lander shadow. And then you said there must be a divot behind it, but then we go look at the moon map, and the moon map doesn't show there's any crater there. So even if that became a thing, NASA would just go in and correct Google Moon and add the elevation change. So there's like, essentially, I almost am starting to think it's better just to say we went to the moon, because you'll never ever show that we didn't. Because even if you found something that proved we didn't go to the moon, it could be corrected because there's nobody that's going to stop them from correcting it. So I know that
could work as an argument if NASA controlled everything about it. The problem you've got is NASA are not the only ones who can go to the moon and can find these things, which leads me.
But yeah, the conspiracy theorists would say that all the spacefaring nations are all working together to basically take money and use it for black budgets or whatever. That'd be the conspiracy position. So you can't ever say like, oh, well, the countries are separate and they would call. No, it's just like if you have a bunch of bank robbers and they all know each other are bank robbers, you're not going to call out the other bank robber, because as soon as you do, they're going to start looking into the bank robbers and they might even look into you. So no country is going to say, hey, these guys are faking space if they're also doing it, because then they'll just turn around and say, so are you. So I get that it's a far stretch. It's a stretch of a conspiracy, but
it's a stretch because at least to me, when you look at the entirety of the everything about it, basically, none of it makes sense. The whole premise of going to the moon.
But what if we can't go to the moon? Let's start that, because I think because I heard somebody say last night, oh, it's cheaper to just go. I'm like, no conspiracy theorist thinks you can go to the moon and you just lied about it. They think you didn't go because you can't go.
Right. So let's say for a moment then we can't physically get to the moon for whatever reason. It's not physically possible.
Van Allen belts will fry you. Maybe they can send craft there, but they're not sending people, let's say.
Okay, fine. So you say, okay, we can't get to the moon. Bearing in mind, they already knew about the Van Allen belts like 10 years before they went to the moon.
Right.
But the first things they did, they sent up satellites into higher and higher orbits, and that's how they discovered the Van Allen belts. So they already knew about them beforehand, right?
Okay.
Now, with regards to the makeup of the Van Allen belts, because you did ask me about this before.
Yeah.
The Van Allen belts.
I'd like to see it drawn, but
you like to see? I lost you there, mate. What?
Well, I said I'd like to see it drawn, because what I hear from people is they say, "Oh no, they went up through the north and missed the Van Allen belts." Like that doesn't make sense to me.
No. So essentially, the Van Allen belts are like donuts around the Earth. Is the best way to describe them. Is if you just imagine like a ring donut around the Earth.
Okay.
Right. So if you were to launch at the equator and you circle around the equator and then you go higher and higher, you'd go straight through the middle of the belts. If you got up to I think it's about 4,000 miles above the equator, you'd be pretty much in the heart of the inner belt, the worst part to be in. Right?
Okay.
But they weren't launching. So
can you? It'd be easier if you could show me on an image, because bringing up these images, I can kind of see what we're talking about. But you have to globe that. I got to work. Do that.
Right. So if you were to launch at the equator, right?
So show us where the Van Allen belts are. Basically like this on the sides.
So the Van Allen belt is sort of like starts like here.
Okay.
The inner belt sort of starts about here and finishes like I don't know about the distances and scale, but essentially like that.
Okay.
And then you've got it is essentially like a donut.
Okay, I kind of
like
see him.
this, but it balloons.
Okay, got it. I can see it now.
Yeah. They say inner belt, outer belt. Sometimes they just merge all into one and it's like one big long belt. Sometimes it splits more into three. They fluctuate quite a lot, but there's generally just that region. And they say sort of here is the place to avoid. So if you were flying along the equator, if you launched at the equator and you were flying around the equator, you'd have to go through the main part of the belt to get to the moon.
Right, okay.
Right? But they weren't taken off from the equator, they were taken off from Florida. So a great circle route for that is more looping round. So depending on which way they flew and how they did the burn, that means that then, rather than coming out to like this, that orbit would then take them up and around.
Okay.
Or down and around, which is why if you look at the blue marble from Apollo 17, you're seeing Antarctica, because they're not coming straight back at Earth towards the equator, they're more sort of looping towards Earth. So the natural path that they take to get to the moon misses the worst part of the belt. The belt isn't like
yeah, I see it now.
It's not like a brick wall of this is radiation and then there's no radiation. It's more like our atmosphere. You could skirt the edge of the atmosphere and sort of not really, like if a spacecraft skirted the edge of the atmosphere, they'd hit some of the atmosphere, but it wouldn't be much to bother it. Whereas if they went deep into the thick part, then they'd know about it. belts are the same thing. So the Apollo flight path,
and it's on both sides too. It's on both sides, even the side that's not getting hit by the sun.
Donut, right the way around.
Okay.
So the belts themselves are essentially our magnetic field trapping radiation. You think the sun's constantly pumping out various types of radiation, right?
Right.
Any charged particles that it throws out towards us will then hit our magnetic field, and the magnetic field can trap them. So if they're then stuck in the magnetic field and you get lots of them over a period of time, they kind of build up, so you get this area of just trapped particles, but it's in all directions.
Could it be could it be an ionosphere or no? Like, could it be like that? Could it be a place that maybe we could bounce signals off of?
I don't think so. Well, no, I don't think so.
I guess I was more talking about like hypothetically, or just that would be, because that is kind of the story behind the ionosphere itself, right?
I mean, yeah, but I'm not really sure. But
okay, gotcha.
But yeah, so in terms of Apollo and the Van Allen belts,
they went up or down, to the north or south then.
So they already knew about the Van Allen belts before they started Apollo. So they knew it was going to be an obstacle anyway. They already were, so that's why they were sending craft up there with Geiger counters and whatever else to try and figure out how bad the radiation was, to work out what shielding would be required.
Okay.
Before they even flew man through the belts on Apollo 8, both Apollos 4 and 6 were unmanned flights that sort of went up into a high Earth orbit and then back down again. So they went through the belts, and they went through slower than any of the manned craft did, because they weren't going out as far as the moon.
Okay.
So they spent more time in the belts. So they'd already sent 2 of the Apollo command modules into the belts, so they knew the radiation levels anyway. Before, I think it was 2 months before Apollo 8 went to the moon, the Russians sent Zond 5, which was, they were already sending craft into lunar orbit as well.
Right.
And Zond 5 had tortoises, fruit fly larvae, and a bunch of other plants and animals and stuff, specifically to test radiation in space on living things. They had a massive collection of stuff that they sent. It was a bit like Noah's Ark. I think they basically like sent 2 of everything with it and left 2 of everything back on Earth.
Okay.
Sent half of them on a trip around the moon and through the belts and back, and then when they came back, they then dissected them all to see how much effect did the travel in space have on the ones that went versus the ones that didn't. And the Soviets concluded that they were safe to go through. Like, you know, it's kind of like when people hear radiation, they just think Chernobyl and go, if you go anywhere near radiation, you're going to die. Where it's not. It's more like
I have the opposite.
The sun.
I think everything's radiation.
Well, ultraviolet light is radiation. Literally, right. Like what gives you what sunburn gives you. What you get sunburn from is UV radiation.
Right.
So, you know, if you go outside and you go outside on a really hot day for a very short period of time, you're fine. If you stay out there for a long period of time, you're in deep shit.
Right.
You know, so the Van Allen belts are very much the same sort of thing. The Soviets had already worked out they were safe to go through, not hang around in, but if you're passing through, it's fine. And NASA had concluded the same thing. If they'd really had found out that they were an obstacle.
So why would that guy say from NASA then that we have to figure out this thing before we take man out of low Earth orbit?
Okay, so give me a second and I'll circle back to that one, because that's an out of context or a misquote of it. So had they really worked out that these belts were impassable, they're only around the equator. They could still get to the moon going polar.
Right. Okay.
Right? You launch anywhere on Earth, but you fly head straight north or south, you're in a polar orbit, you could just go straight up and over the belts through the poles. It's not ideal. They don't want to do that.
Because you lose the 1,000 mile per hour.
Yeah, because it requires more fuel in order to do that, and then you wind up in a polar orbit around the moon rather than a more around the equator of the moon.
Right.
So it's not ideal, but it is entirely possible to do. So had they discovered that the Van Allen belts were really that much of a problem that they couldn't get past, that they couldn't go through them, they could have just gone around them. So it wouldn't make going to the moon impossible. It would have just made it more difficult.
Right.
And both of them would have concluded the same thing. So had the Americans gone, oh, well, we managed to go to the moon, and the Soviets already knew that it wasn't possible, why they wouldn't then go, oh, well, we're going to carry on trying to fake it like we could do it, which they did, by the way. They didn't just, like, for whatever that Russian woman you talked about said that they don't press about it in school. The Soviets were still trying to go to the moon after the Americans had landed there. They were still building and testing. They actually built and flew an unmanned version of the lunar lander in 1972, I think it was. Just as the Apollo program was ending, they were still trying to do it. Which obviously, if it couldn't be done, there's no point doing any of that. With regards to the quote from the NASA guy, so that was Kelly Smith, who's an engineer. He was talking specifically about the Orion capsule, and what he said was that they have to test the, let me check the wording of this. He said the guidance computers and other onboard electronics against radiation before we send people through that region of space.
Right.
So they weren't he wasn't specifically saying
people.
He wasn't specifically saying we need to make sure it's safe for people to go through this part of space at all before they go there. They're saying we need to make sure that the Orion capsule can go through this part of space without frying its computers before we put people in it and send it on its way. In very much the same way that whenever a car manufacturer builds a new car, they decide to throw it into a wall with dummies in before they put people in it.
It's nice.
Because, the last thing they want to do is go, okay, well, let's send them on their way and then find out that, oh, shit, the guidance computers just got fried and now we don't know where we're going.
Wouldn't be good.
Yeah. So, okay. What he specifically talked about was that. And again, for context, the Everyday Astronaut video, Tim Dodd actually had a video call with Kelly Smith where they specifically went over that bit, and Kelly Smith himself talked about everything and said...
I see that part. I'll have to write it again.
That flight was all about pushing the limits of the Orion capsule, and also that when they did that test flight, the only thing that they had a Delta IV rocket. They didn't have SLS, so they couldn't get it to go any further than... When they did Artemis 1, that was on the SLS rocket, which could go to the moon. The Delta IV Heavy that they used couldn't get it that far. It could only get it into the belts. So I think they weren't actually... They wanted to send it further and couldn't.
Okay. Looking for something here. Okay, what others... Did you have other stuff on your list that you need to cover today? So I've got, as homework assignments, people should watch Everyday Astronaut since he covers a lot of these subjects, you say. And then I'm going to look a little bit more closer at the angular size of those mountains and see, I think, Ruhif, I've already elected you to help me. But no, this way we can just draw and see if the angles, because he's really good at that. When we see an island off the coast, he can match it with the sun and figure out its its angular size, and then he can figure out the size of the piece of mountain you're looking at. So maybe he can help us with telling me, from that distance at 8 miles, where should we expect to see a mountain, and see if it shows up exactly there or not. Maybe we'll. I've always said that I don't expect NASA to get the math wrong, so they're not going to get the math wrong.
One other small note, just as while I'm here with you anyway, Jeran, because I know you'd mentioned the movement of the lunar module looked very mechanical, and you were comparing it to Dragon capsules. I think one key note to remember is that the Dragon capsules are all basically flown on autopilot, whereas Apollo is all sort of, man controlled. In terms of when they're trying to dock together and stuff.
So you're talking about like when, because it does look very mechanical, right? Like it looks like it's coming down and it turns and it kind of turns, and it's it's very.
Yeah, so it hovers all over the place because they're basically flying by eye towards each other. They had radar and computers to be able to tell them, where to be going, but they were still doing the basic controls themselves. And when you look at the footage, you'll see the way they had to dock with each other. There's like a little white circle that's next to the docking thing, and it's got a T on it. And so they would basically use like a little target in the window and have to line it up by eye to the target and then move towards each other.
Okay.
Right. That's how they knew that they were aligned properly to each other and they were in the kind of positioned properly before they crashed into each other.
Okay.
But bearing in mind that then they're trying to do that while sort of standing up and moving around slightly, so it's like a sniper scope while it's moving in front of your eye.
And you've seen that it's got no you don't even see the RCS thruster seal. I know in that video they show that look like a little firework. You seen that?
Yeah. So you see the little puffs from it because those are the ones that are pointing towards the camera, so they're essentially blackened against it's a bit like our breath in Antarctica.
Okay. Yes. It was there.
Yeah, so the ones when they're pointing towards you, you can see them lit up. You can see them light up clearer because they're against the blackness of space. The other thing to bear in mind with that one is all of those are recorded with that 16mm film camera. The 16mm film camera could shoot at different frame rates. It could shoot at 24 frames, but it would often shoot at like 12 or 5 frames a second. In order to shoot for longer periods of time, but it meant that obviously the frames are more stuttery. A lot of the footage that you've been finding are where they've basically taken that raw like 10 frames a second video and run it through AI to try and fill in the missing frames, which for trying to see puffs of a thruster might not always create the best result.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to find that one video because it does look like it's not them flying, but I guess. So you're saying that the Dragon just goes and meets on its own? It's an electronic or it's a.
So the Dragon, yeah, the Dragon capsules nowadays, the ones nowadays are pretty much all like autopiloted, especially when it comes to the docking. They can line themselves up from way away from the space station and move in. Very accurately in one go, and the movements are, even if there are adjustments, they're very, very small very soon because the computers can see that, whereas obviously humans, it takes much more of a shift in alignment for us to be able to say, okay, that is definitely out of position. It's no different than looking at a plane landing, one where it's controlled by a person versus one where it's controlled by computers.
Right.
Computers can react to things a lot quicker and much more finitely than a human control. All the Apollo stuff was all done man controlled by eye, whereas the stuff now is all computer controlled, so it is going to look a lot smoother. It's worth, if you want a comparison, try maybe looking at like Apollo 9 or the Gemini missions where they were in Earth orbit,
right? But
they were still all doing everything by
hand,
by eye, by control, and
that's when Neil Armstrong went into a spin.
Yeah, that was Gemini 8.
Yeah,
where he did that. So.
I did see the image that I found an image of it, but I didn't find the video yet of the rock storm that happened. I always thought it was weird because they're just driving along. You never see it in any other rover footage. And then all of a sudden, all these rocks start falling on their heads, and they never mention it. It's just a rock storm out of nowhere. But I can't find the video. I know it's Apollo 16 now because I found the image of it, but I don't know. So you said if I want to find the Rover film, I look. It's going to be Apollo 16 millimeter then.
Yeah. So if any of it, if it was while the rover was driving,
yes,
you'll have it on the 16 millimeter film. If it's while they were, if it's the rover camera itself, you want EVA.
No, this is driving. Not the rover camera.
I only found one clip of it while I think I showed it before. I only found one clip of the rover driving on Apollo 16, but I don't recall there being any rocks.
I think it might be the same clip I found, but I did see the image of it. That's what's weird. I don't know if it's these ones, and it's hard to tell if any of these are which ones of these are real speed too, as well, huh? Because they're very different.
Well, that's what I mean. The frame rates are forever changing. I think on some of the, you kind of have to really delve into it, but they've obviously got all the audio transcripts as well. So I know, I think at one point I found the transcript of Apollo 15 looking at that. I think it was the bit when it was driving towards the mountain.
Okay. And
you'd brought it up, and they were talking. I went and found the
that's
that bit of the conversation.
The Apollo Surface Journal has all that stuff on. Yeah, they have all the audio stuff. What's that?
Yeah, so it might take a little bit of sort of digging to put it all together.
Yeah, I think the same thing from this and other. I'm looking at something floating out here in space. I don't know what this is. Oh, that's the lunar module. Yeah, and then this way too, because a couple people contacted me last night and said, "When's your thing with McKeegan?" I said, "Tomorrow." They're like, "Already? What do you mean that's so quick?" I'm like, "I've been saying it for 3 weeks. We're actually way behind. We're actually not on top of things at all. You're making it sound like
we've only been talking about doing this since December.
I know. We got to it eventually. April, what's the big deal? May, actually May. Wow, we're doing really well.
Who knows? It might get cancelled.
Yeah, the sunset.
Yeah,
it did set. As soon as we got back, it said it. I'm not seeing it. I do see some 16s. It looks like that are different, but just one so far. Well, here's another one. So it looks like 16. There's a few different driving ones, but I can't find. Maybe it's this one. It's a good 5-10 seconds.
So somebody's just commented on my stream, says the rock shower was from Apollo 17 when the fender broke off. I thought the fender broke off on 15, but apparently that was it with when the fender broke off, which
let me show you this picture though, because this is from March on the Moon. So this is
it might be.
Let me show this over here. Whoops, can you guys see that? God, I hate this thing. Never can figure out how to do this. All right, interview share. Why is it so small? Oh, let's make this larger. Okay, so this is the Apollo 16 image, and I'll show you the rock shower. It's going to be right. It's going to be right in front of this or behind it. Let me see. It's this way. This way. Okay. Oops, I saw part of it. Oh, wait, let me go back. I didn't write down the number, but it was just I was flying through these, and maybe I missed it. Let me see. Oh, there it was. So you can see there, it's like raining on them, and then you can see a little bit less of it there, but it's about a good 10 seconds of this, just heavy rain of rocks, and they don't acknowledge it, which it would be hitting the camera, it'd be hitting them, it would be hitting, I don't know where it's coming from. I thought it was a broken fender, it could be, but look, this says Apollo 16. Wait, where does it say that? Right here.
Yeah, no, 17 was the fender.
So here's Apollo 16-106, 173.62, but I'm trying to find the video of that, and I just can't find it. I've seen it before, somewhere. But that's what I mean by I'm not sure if they're scrubbing things necessarily, but I do think that there was more before. I'd have to go through all the stuff. I have like so many 15, 16s, and 14s on my computer because, when you go to the Surface Journal, your only option is to download them. So they're all on my computer.
Yeah.
Maybe it's right here. This looks like about where it would be. I don't know how you match up the computer with the time with the rover footage. I don't think you can really. Oh, maybe right here? Nope, no rocks. I don't know, I'm not going to find it. Well, anyway, that's always been weird to me. That's a weird one. What else is weird? I did have a couple other things for you. Let me see. We've got just some questions so I can get some clarification here. We talked about the Apollo RCS thrusters. Apollo 9 you talked about. We said that. We did that. Okay, what else do we have? We talked about the plastic bag. Oh yeah, I have to write down for the LRO. We want to figure out the height and which camera. Okay. Yeah, if I can't find this. You're right, though. Searching Apollo 16 millimeters is the best I've seen. Oh, this is different than I'm used to seeing. What's this one? It's about 2 minutes long. Anyway, so just to kind of clarify, because I think for me, here's my position, and I want to know if you think it's a bad one to have, is that if somebody wants me to believe something, especially... I was going to say, especially before I was born, but I mean, something like the moon landings, because you can't really verify it, to me, it's like, just go back. Like, I really feel like that's the way to prove it without having to go through all these hoops and have to look at Google Maps and things like that. Because now, being 2025, they should be able to go there fairly easy. Am I incorrect in thinking that as much as they put crafts in orbit, they should easily get to the moon? Like, not easily. I don't mean easy, because I know it's mathematical, but it's not like... it can't be considered like that dangerous if we've done it 6 times and didn't lose anybody. Wouldn't we have gotten better? I mean, shouldn't we have gotten more efficient at that? So that's the thing to me that's so weird, is that they make it seem like it's this impossible task. But if we already get into orbit, how much more money would it take? So if I told you, let's say you had a craft that you could get in orbit, you have it, and then you're like, Jeran, I can get a craft into orbit now. And I say, oh, great. And then I say, well, let's take it to the moon. And I said, how much money do you need if we're going to go to the moon instead of just in orbit? I doubt you would say billions of dollars, because what are you using it for?
So the thing is, in terms of you've made it to orbit,
right?
This again is something else that Everyday Astronaut covers.
Okay.
He goes through the exact... He did it for the maths to work out whether the Saturn V actually had the...
I found it. Sorry,
the ability to get to the moon. Unsurprisingly, worked out that you could, with using the actual rocket equations and the rocket maths, it could get to the moon.
But that was at the beginning of the video. I watched that. Okay, I saw that part.
Yeah. So the thing to remember is getting a rocket into orbit. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Apollo 7 managed to get the command module into orbit. And they sat up in orbit for 2 weeks,
right, before
coming back, and that was only launched on a Saturn 1B. That wasn't even the full Saturn V. But the problem is to then propel yourself to the moon. You're then propelling that entire craft that you've got into orbit. You then need to get that to the moon.
Right, so you have to move it to escape velocity, right?
Yeah. So if you take the right, so let me pull up for it here. So Apollo.
You want me to finish with this one to Apollo 16 while you're doing that? So
yeah, go
just
for
to
it.
Show this will show both the rain problem and then also the parallax problem. So to me, you see how all these rocks are acting very real, very actual. See how this rock passed that one behind it. Any rock in front is going to pass the ones behind it. Now look at the backdrop, and you'll notice that nothing over here will ever shift. There's no shifting of anything in the backdrop. These 2 rocks will stay the same distance at the same place. All this looks like a completely different world. This is moving real, and then this back here, to me, looks like a sheet, because nothing ever changed. Look at it, the parallax will stay the same. These distances of these 3 rocks will stay the same. So to me, if they're far enough to not have parallax, then they're so far away and you wouldn't even be able to see the rocks. Like the fact that you can see a rock, this is a rock and this is a rock, tells me it's close enough that you would see parallax. This rock needs to come in front of that back one, but it doesn't. It's going to stay right there, see? So that's my problem with the footage.
Right, Jeran, just do me a favor. Just back up that slightly.
How far?
So just hold it there.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just going to grab a screen grab of that.
Okay.
Right. Can you pull it back a bit further?
Yep. Show me where, like there.
Let me try that one as well. Come back a little bit more. Back a little bit more. I want that big rock out of the way.
Move it past it.
All right, that might do. I'm just going to pull these into Photoshop and see just pull a comparison. Because the other thing to remember as well, which again is a case of where the lack of atmosphere is going to be a problem for you, is you typically you have that atmospheric haze that kind of subconsciously gives you a clue as to how far away something is. Is it really far? Is it quite close? But I noticed.
But should you see a rock at, you wouldn't see a rock at a half mile.
But that's right. So this is where the problem lies, and it's kind of where you've got to reset your head and think, is it a rock or is it a giant boulder that is just that far away that it looks like?
Good call. Yeah, you don't know. You wouldn't know.
This is exactly what we saw in Antarctica. How far away were, were the mountains east of us towards to the west of us over towards the ice runway? Those mountains seemed like you could walk to them.
Right, but nothing
looked
about
like 12 miles.
Yeah, but nothing looked like a rock, right? I mean, you didn't see like a rock sitting out in the middle of that, but there wasn't really rocks like that. But I guess my whole thing is that, everything around us in Antarctica, to me, it seems like if we were in a car driving, would show parallax.
Okay. Perfect timing, because I was just about to bring this up.
Okay.
The trip that we did out to the ice runway, but you weren't on it because you were, asleep.
No, I wasn't asleep. You guys left me.
Well, you weren't there.
I was there. I was in the Fram. Austin and I were in the Fram, and then we went outside and we're like, "What? Those guys left?" But it was, but Duffy did come in and say 5 minutes till we're leaving. But I just thought there would be another warning, so I did not come out.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why Jeran is always late for a stream.
I'm actually early. I'm 24 hours early for every stream.
I've just set a screen share there, Jeran.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just put that up for me.
Okay. What's this? Is that your folder? Okay, got you.
Yeah. So these are. I was planning ahead.
A little more left. A little more that way.
Left.
There you go. We can see better. Okay.
All right. Okay, that's all right. Just bear with me a second while I recenter my on my side for everybody watching.
Okay.
Here we go. So these are images that I took, photos that I took in the truck as we were driving out to this ice sheet thing. So I'll bring up one of the photos so that you can see, right? So this was, the the F550, the big 6-wheeler truck they had at camp.
Yeah.
Right. I just put the camera against the window above the cab of this. Right. So,
do you miss it?
Did I miss what?
Do you miss Antarctica?
Well, I mean, I missed that trip. I'd go back and redo that trip again.
Me too. I wish we could
be there.
I wish we could do it again.
Yeah. If they could promise the weather and I wasn't paying for it, I'd happily go again.
Me too. That's not real brave of us or anything.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. No, I'm not. Yeah,
well, if somebody pays for me,
yeah. I mean, I've asked Rusty if he'd come with me and pull a sledge, but he told me to
no
fuck
dogs
off,
allowed.
so.
No dogs allowed there. By the way, I have to owe Rusty an apology because I did call him names and say that he seemed dead before, so I apologize. Tell him I'm sorry and give him a hug for me. Thank you.
Well, I mean, to be fair, at the moment he's lying on the floor and probably could be mistaken for being dead. So yeah, So this photo is one that I took where I literally just put the camera pressed up against the window and I had it set to interval shooting every couple of seconds. Right. So this was as we were driving across the glacier. Right. So this is what's that? 9420 through to 9726, so 300 photos that I've took, that I put together in a sequence to show you what it is like, what we experienced barreling across a glacier in that car, right?
Yep.
So just notice how the mountains don't appear to be changing all that much, and this was over the course of about.
I'm not looking for the mountains to change. So, like, if you were to look to the side now, right? If you turned the camera to the side and you were to watch as you were driving by, any rocks off in the distance would have to create parallax. You're going to drive and it's going to move a rock in front of the other one. But that's what doesn't happen on the moon.
They would, but again, it would depend on how far
I agree with that.
Away they were.
Well, those mountains there that you were driving towards were like, what, 10 miles away?
So they weren't even 10 miles away because that was already, we drove to the ice runway.
Oh, okay.
We were then driving from the ice runway over to this rock fall or this ice fall. And we were already a good chunk of the way there. And so we were already quite a way there.
Right.
And the truck was going much faster. But I did it because I knew there was this argument going around of the fact that the mountains don't seem to be changing.
Oh, that's because the snow on them don't change, you mean?
No, as in, no, sorry. So when I said the mountains don't change, my head was thinking moon landings.
Oh, sorry.
I knew people said that the moon landings backgrounds, the mountains don't seem to change. And I was like, that's because it's really far away. But Antarctica was the perfect place to see and go, you know, this is the same sort of thing. It's basically like a lunar landscape.
But think about where you remember where the glacier was. So say we're on the bike path and we're about to exit the entrance, right? So you enter into the camp. So we're on the bike path and we're about to head out, looking straight ahead. Remember the glacier that was over there? You might have been showing it in that video. It was just like straight ahead of us, off towards like you're headed towards the runway. There was a glacier there. But I'm just trying to think, that glacier wasn't very high. But if you think about how high it looked for us, it was, if it's 8 or 10 miles away, it was like half the height of that mountain on the moon.
Right. So here I got some footage.
Wow.
Looking
so where is
more
it?
out
Why
to
is it
the
all
side.
wet like that? Why is it all wet like that?
This is ice.
Yeah, but why is it like that? Versus where we were, because there's nobody driving on it, or?
No, there's no snow over it. That's just straight. That's the blue ice. What the plane landed on. That is essentially just blue ice.
This is here.
Yeah. All this is it looks. I was trying to capture the fact that because the sun was glistening off it, so you get this reflection. But you can see, look off way off into the distance here. That looks like there's no parallax going on whatsoever.
Let me see. I mean, so I see everything parallaxing, but I mean, again, you don't know the distance. So if I look at a place like I can't really show in my mouse, but if you look at those rocks that are, I don't know if you can see my mouse if I put it there. Does that work? Oh, kind of. If you look at these rocks right here in the front of this, see these like black rocks? As you're driving, they change their position with the back, right? Replacing. But I do see what you're saying.
So they shift slightly. But obviously, those are much further away than these ones here.
Right, and they're so far away that we can't see rocks on them. Right, like you wouldn't be able to see a little rock, but on the moon, we were seeing rocks on those side hills. Now, you're saying they could be boulders.
Well, that's the thing, that's the problem, is the case of...
So do you see what I'm saying,
how far...
But do you see what I'm saying, though, that then it's impossible to prove that they didn't go to the moon? Because if something like what I'm saying is legit, but the answer to it is, well, we don't know if they're rocks or if they're boulders, then you would never know. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's better just to give up the fruitless pursuit, because you're never going to say something that makes people go, oh, you're right, because they can always replace it with, well, you don't know what you're looking at. Well, you don't know how high that is. Well, you don't know what it looks like on the moon. So really, it's just a matter of you have to believe it or don't, but don't expect to ever, prove it, because they just have a way out. I mean, on Earth, those things don't happen, right? If somebody says something happens, somebody else says it doesn't, you can go check it out. You can show which one is correct. But when you're talking about the moon, it is kind of, I forgot who said it one time before, but they were saying, like, did the moon landings happen? Yes, because according to the country that we live in and according to the world that we live in, they did happen. Did they physically happen on the moon? Well, that's up for debate, but it happened. Right, like it for all intents and purposes, we went to the moon. Did it physically happen in real life? Well, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it did. So because everything that's been built since it and everything that's been, they say, is piggybacked off of it. Again, to me, it is baffling that we haven't gone back. So that's why I'm like, for me to actually say yes, we 100% went to the moon, it would just take them going back, and even that would tell me, okay, then they went back and. But since we haven't gone since then, it's very easy to say, well, then there's something preventing us from going. And you know what? I'll get, if that's my position, then I'll be shown to be wrong pretty soon, you would think. But then again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2038 and they're talking about, well, we'll get there in 2042.
Right.
But not that's...
Here we go, Jeran. So this is whatever clip you were just showing me there, where I just screenshotted a couple of things, right? So I've just brought those into Photoshop now, right? And I've paired up this cluster here, and the background is definitely parallaxing.
What do you mean? So I'm talking about this is a sheet. This is
What's a sheet?
Well, the backdrop. But you're saying that the front moves with the backdrop. Well, yeah, that's...
No, well, everything's going to move. But what I mean is that these things here, of whatever you think was off in the distance, is parallaxing to those. I could recenter it. I could say, okay, because you'd pointed out these rocks. Well, if I move that so that that rock is now the target point.
No. I'm saying that, so there's real stuff here in the front, and then there's a sheet in the back. So the things in... Oh, wait, now I'm seeing something in the back.
Yeah, look, so that is that rock there. I've just centered both images on that rock.
Okay.
Right? And there's a clear pivot. There's a little bit of a pivot here with this rock that's closer to it. There's a much bigger shift with these rocks in the background that are further away.
But wouldn't that be the case if you're just turning your angle towards something? That's not... I guess parallax is like the moving of an item in comparison to another one, right? Those are just
parallax is where, like, is the shift between
far away and close.
Yeah, so if you were to hold your two fingers up in front of you, close one eye, hold two fingers up in front of you, right, so that they're in line with each other, and then open your other eye, they now appear to have shifted. Your fingers now appear to have shifted relative to each other. The fingers haven't moved, but your observer point has now moved.
But if I do
that's what's happened.
If I do this and then do this to you, and it's like those three dots. But if you were to tilt this, that's not parallax, because this could be a backdrop.
No, so this isn't parallax. This is, as the rover's driving, your perspective is now moving.
But wouldn't that be the case with a backdrop?
What?
Wouldn't that be the case with a backdrop? If you had a backdrop that was painted on a sheet and you're driving alongside of it, you would expect to see that, what you're showing.
If that was an entire painted backdrop, everything would appear the same.
As you move, right? It's just the angle's going to change, like this. Like you're shifting, like, okay. Like this.
Okay,
let's three dots, right?
Right,
good, show me.
Put it this way. Right.
I love that picture. Are you selling that?
I can't find anywhere that'll do it as a panorama.
Wow, that
but
is
if that
awesome.
was a backdrop and I was to move the camera now, everything in that picture is not suddenly going to start moving relative to everything else, is it? The truck and the tent in here, like the two buildings there, and the mountain in the background, they're not going to move relative to each other because they're all on the one background.
It's all on the one sheet.
No parallax. There's no parallax shift here.
But tilt it this way. Tilt it this way. Tilt the z-axis this way, or whatever the y-axis. Yeah, just because.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is what I'm saying. That you would expect to see is that just a change in relative.
No. Because parallax would be if I were to tilt that now, that mountain would then disappear behind that.
Correct. And if you were to be driving
behind the hut,
and if you were to drive that way, the closer hut would move in front of the other one. Right.
If this were so if this was actually us in Antarctica now, and I was to walk several feet in that direction, my perspective would change that caused this mountain to go behind one of those huts. That would be parallax.
Correct. But now if there's a ground in front of you, if there's a ground, let's say there's a bunch of rocks in front of you, real rocks in front of you, then as you're moving, the real rocks would parallax compared to the backdrop. Okay.
Right, okay. So let's say there's your backdrop. Here's a rock.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
And
okay.
And I'm going to move the camera, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so that's now static. Camera's static.
Right.
You're now getting the parallax shift of the microphone to the background, to the backdrop.
Right.
But nothing in the backdrop relative to anything else in the backdrop is moving because it's all on one image. The image is static.
So you're saying that's not happening here?
Because
show me where
because
maybe it's off.
So let me just re-center this. So all of these rocks, if pick an arbitrary point and say, okay, like let's say
My thought is, see, those two rocks right there, the two rocks that you already drew, those two that are kind of at like a 45-degree angle, right there, right those. They're right in the middle of your circle?
Yeah, those two.
Okay, yeah. So parallax to me would mean that the one in the back would need to move towards the front as you're moving away from it, or vice versa, right? You're going to have a relative position change of those two rocks. Right?
Yeah, but you do, but it depends on how close they are to each other as well.
Right.
So the thing with parallax is it's going to vary depending on how far away the other
and I guess my opinion is if we can see, you're right though, because we don't know if those are boulders, but if they look like fairly normal sized rocks, so it just looks like everything else in the close ground does change like that, does adjust, but just the backdrop doesn't. But go ahead, keep going. I want to see more of that. All right.
I'm just going to apologize to everyone in my chat because I forgot my camera wasn't actually on for that one because I was. Everyone's just my entire demonstration there with the photo in the backdrop.
That was fun too. That was best. That was the best part of the show.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Oh well. Go and check it out on Jeran's stream then if you need to see it. I knew I'd fuck something up. So okay, so if we were to say then that these rocks here were actual rocks, and let's say along here is painted backdrop, okay?
Yes, except for those two rocks that would be part of the painting too.
Yeah, but what you would then find is the parallax shift between these rocks and these rocks and these rocks would all be the same. If they were on a backdrop,
correct,
they'd all then move with each other because they're all just on a painted backdrop.
Correct. But they could move angle like this. Right, it could be. What is the axis of that? That's the you could have them where your position makes it look like they're different, but they're never going to pass each other because how could they?
Yeah, as you're driving along, you would see your perspective to that backdrop would change.
Correct.
But the everything on the backdrop would still remain fixed to each other.
That's what I think is happening. So show me that's not happening.
So here. This here is we're seeing different amounts of shift between the different objects at different distances.
Okay, but you've taken a picture of the backdrop and the foreground. So what I'm saying is that the foreground, those rocks that you see right in front of you, are part of the real terrain. These ones.
Okay, so I can then change it to.
So you see that line right there? See the line coming from the left? That line is the line of the backdrop in my mind. This line.
Okay,
so keep it above.
So if I center it to those rocks, then
sure. That's all in the backdrop. See, that just looks like a. But now I'm looking at the mountains in the back, and now the mountains in the back are not doing what I would expect them to do. So I think the mountains in the back kind of prove that they are parallaxing. Because how would you get? You're actually seeing a different face of the mountain, which wouldn't happen on a backdrop. See how this mountain's actually like.
There you go.
Lowering?
So that's centered on that rock there.
Oh yeah, and this mountain back here is actually lowering.
But everything else is everything else is dancing.
Yeah, that does look like it is parallaxing. Or at least the rocks aren't, but the back mountain is getting lower, which that couldn't happen on a painted sheet. Good, I'm going to look at those. I'm glad I found that video. Let me show you just the rock tumbling here, and then we'll be good. So this is, can you see that? Oh, let me move it for everybody so they can see it. So this is the rock. I hope that's right here. I'm going to turn on the sound just to see if they say anything.
Dan, are we accelerating? Super. I should have had the camera pointed forward.
So watch here in a second. They're going to get bombarded by rocks for I don't know what reason, but they don't even mention it, which is just weird because if they've been driving for all this time and they, for the first time, get rained on, you would think they would say something. Here it comes.
Hey, Tony, that was at...
Look at the rocks.
I think it's 179 at 4.4.
Raining.
That little steep slope
It's
there.
raining. It's raining.
This was the Kelly Plain.
They don't mention it.
Oh, that was down the rim of the crater. Yeah.
I can't name much audio coming through that, but I don't know how clear it is for you.
Oh, it's kind of hard to hear, but I'll give you the link so you can look at that after. Because I do have...
Okay.
That's really weird if you be driving and then all of a sudden you're getting hit with rocks in the head and you're just like, we're not going to even mention that. I'll put it in the chat.
Well,
here.
I mean, to be fair, though, you are assuming that is the only time it happened.
True, that's true, because it's the only time we've seen on video, right? So maybe it's a regular
so
happening.
it could well be that it was just a regular occurrence that would often happen depending on what terrain they were driving over.
You know what I'll check is the Surface Journal has like their little commentary, so I wonder what they say about it. What happened here? Come back. All right. So anyway, and I think there's a little bit more, but that's one of the things I've always had a question on. Just kind of and then, so somebody said that the broken fender was 17? Or I thought that
I think it. I thought it was 15. I might have put. Somebody said 17, and I just put in Apollo. Did I put Apollo broken fender? I think it might have been 17.
So what you did, is
Apollo 17, and just Apollo 17 fender replacement.
Okay, and just to make sure I understand what happened, so you were taking a screenshot of the rocks at one place, then another place, and then just overlaying them with transparency.
And so I just put them into Photoshop and layered them over each other.
Yeah, and then how did you chose one place to match them, and then you just did it back and forth?
Pick a rock. Okay. Pick a rock, layer them over. Sometimes you have to twist the images, because obviously if the camera's tilted, like they're going down a slope or up a slope, but twist the images so that they align up properly, pick a rock and layer them over each other, and then jump between the two, and you'll see the parallax shift, which is what I was doing with the panoramas as well. But it didn't really show up too clearly with the ones that I did, because the way that I'd stitched them together, they were all distorted. But I did with I might have actually saved it. Which folder did I put in? Q and fees.
Q and fee. Don't be saving it.
Yeah, he did a. Oh, yeah, he did a video. Yeah, he tried to debunk me a while ago, and because he did another one where he was like, "Oh, the backdrop images, the mountains in the background are exactly the same." And then when I went and found the originals on March to the Moon and I overlaid them over each other, I was like, oh, no, they're not. It's just he or whoever had made the video had to physically like distort one of the mountains to get them to align up properly. Whereas if you just take the actual pictures and put them over each other, they didn't do that.
Have you? I think I'm gonna get off the globe though, because have you seen Joe Hamby's new model? It's pretty good.
What is he doing? Is he doing more work with the salad bowl?
Yeah, but it's a sphere now. It's a sphere with a donut inside. It was.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he's gradually getting to the right shape. Now he just needs to make the donut a little bit bigger.
He's getting there. He'll get there.
Yeah.
So what I want to tell people is that if you have something that you want Dave to address as far as the moon landing, you have to get it to me before we do this again. I'm going to try and get together everything I can with the clips that I've got, and just I'm going to look into that parallax thing, because that's been one of my big ones for a while, although I haven't been able to find that video in a while. So I want to do the same thing with the other one, the Apollo, what did we see, 15, that we were looking on the right side that has the mount. And then I want to get with Ruhif to do some angular size on those mountains. Although, again, that's one of those things I think I'd be very surprised if they didn't match, because that's what they would need to match it, or it would be real, one or the other. So, and you said, okay, I wanted to write that down. You said it's 16 millimeter is how you get the onboard little rover. Then do EVA if you want the rover when parked, right?
Yeah, EVA is the big long ones where it was filmed by the TV camera on the rover.
Right.
16 millimeter is the only ones you'll find where they're actually driving.
And so you think all the like the takeoff footage looks legit to you? I mean, you have to admit it looks a little funny. Will you at least give us that?
Well, I mean, say it looks a little funny in the sense that, like, it's not what we're used to seeing, but then you've also got to bear in mind that
it's not going to have it doesn't have a smoke plume coming out of it. It's not going to have a fire coming out of it, but it is strange looking.
And it's also then got, the blast throughout all the mylar foil, which has then got no atmosphere and far less gravity, which is going to throw it all out over the camera, which is why you get that sparkly effect.
In pretty colors, yes.
I mean, the mechanics of actually filming the thing going up is pretty straightforward. They knew.
Yeah, so it was only 2 second delay, less than that.
Yeah, so there was a 2 second delay, which is easy to get around if you know there's a delay and how much the delay is. They knew the camera moved at a particular speed, so they knew the pitch up angle of the camera. So, and given the fact that they also then knew the takeoff acceleration rate of the lunar module, they'd worked out how far the rover had to be in order to track for the camera to track up properly with the.
You're just talking Apollo 17 only, because I don't think, isn't that the only one that got tracked?
So it was the only one they managed to successfully track.
Okay.
They tried to do it with 15 and 16 as well, because they then had the rover. But
right.
15, I think the clutch on the camera broke, so they lost the control function of the camera. 16 might have had those back to front, but one of them, the camera broke, so it couldn't pan up. They could only film it static. And the other one, I think it was 16, tracked up, but they parked the rover too close, so that's why it didn't track properly, because it wasn't as far back as it should have been to keep in line with the lunar module, and then the lunar module ended up leaving the top of the frame.
Okay.
So 16 was the one that the 17 was the one that they managed to get correct.
Right. Okay. And that's, yeah, I mean, they all kind of look funny. We didn't see 11. So
I'm gonna
yeah, go ahead. I want to look at super chats real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, so another one. So this is, like I said, I've done a video of QNF before.
Look at your face.
I know, sorry about that one.
That was a good one. That was funny.
So where's my...
Was QNFE's video better than my Dave McKeegan's The Shill video?
I never got to properly see the Dave McKeegan's A Shill, because you put it to members only.
Yeah, well, that's because you're supposed to be a member. That's my trick. I call people
I'm a member now.
Here, I'll put you... Oh, it's not going to work? Oh, there you go. I'll put your name up there. There you go. Dave McKeegan NASA Shill. See?
There we go.
Yeah, I don't have one of those. Mine says something else. I forgot what mine says. What does mine say? I am the most loved former flat earther. Yes. Maybe.
Yeah, so if you could just pull that screen share up for a second. So this is just...
Yep, I'm just seeing that. It looks like my screen's in front of yours, but it's not. All right, we got you up there. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, this is on a video I did about a year ago called Charming Conspiracy Theorist Confused by Reflections, because he kept calling me a pizza cheese. So this was
it's his favorite thing.
One of the photos he was trying to say that the mountains looked exactly the same. So I got these from March to the Moon, which you can tell by the fact that the framing's still there.
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure. This might be 15, in fact, because that looks like the edge of Hanley. So I compared up these two images, which were taken on opposite sides of the rover.
Okay.
And when you marry them up like that, you can see there's actually clear parallax between them.
Yeah, you're right. I think I would have thought the same thing. I would have thought that it was the same, because you saw the mountain line stayed the same, but you saw that one mountain on the right extended. So I can't.
So these were Apollo 15 he was looking at, and I stuck them together and I put them into this program where you can literally make a full 360 degree, like they did on Google. So I stuck them together and I worked it out, and like I said, this was one on one side and one on the other.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, I can't imagine that being 13,000 feet tall. But I guess it's going to look different.
I think, this was another one. So I did the same with this. This was basically, if you watch the whole video, they were, like I said, they'd brought up these images and said, oh, these mountains are absolutely identical.
Did they even overlay it or no?
No, they overlaid it, and they did look near enough the same.
But they were like stretching. I got you. Yeah, okay.
So when I then went and found the originals and tried to do it, I couldn't repeat it. The only way I could repeat it was by literally like grabbing corners of the image and stretching them out to distort them, basically removing the parallax that was actually created by the camera moving position.
It scares me. I wonder if I was doing that. I wonder if I did that and thought that was okay. No, I would have realized you had to keep the relative positions the same.
You at most you rotate the image, because obviously the camera angle, the camera might be twisted, but they're shot with exactly the same focal length. They're not zooming and changing things, so there's no reason to do any stretching or anything to the image. It's literally you rotate it until they're aligned, till they're sort of on the same orientation. You align them over each other, and then you toggle between them, and you can regularly see there is changes to the background.
Good to know. I'm going to look into that. That's a big one for me. Okay, I'm going to go through these super chats you have in here for you. Questions for you would be great. You've got no doubt this will start late. So, all the ball first happy face. I don't know what that means. Thank you very much, Mike Hatch. $2 or £2. We've got Mr. Gust Forson with $100 sex dollars. I love the $100 sex dollars. You do, Jeran. Love from Sweden. WWFer. All right, we got another WWFer. Oh, I wanted to look at my. Did you see my poll? It's always interesting to see. Let's see what the poll came out at, or did it go away? This is the question. Oh, no, we do have it. How many people have voted? 777 votes. This is a pretty good poll. So the question is, did man walk on the moon in 1969, 1972? Do you want to guess the percentages, or have you already seen them?
No, I've not. Well, I saw them when you first started the poll. It was about 70% said yes, but judging by my chat, that might have shifted a lot now.
777 votes. What do you think? What percentage do you want to guess?
I don't know, 50-50?
Yeah, it's 55-45. 55, okay. 55 yes, 45 no. So that's interessante. We should have taken one before and then after. That would have been better. Yeah. But anyway, all right.
Start it again. Do another poll now.
Do it now. That's a good 777. All right, let me look back at the super chats here and see what we got. Okay, we've got Addicted to Globing says, question for Dave. I think it was also Apollo 15, but don't quote me on it. One of the astronauts walked past the flag, causing the flag to ruffle. How would that happen in a vacuum?
I know I've not analysed that properly. I've seen people making the claim. I mean, there's potential if you knock the flagpole. If you knock the flag, you'll obviously disturb it. And the fact that it then, I'm trying to remember now.
Well, it kept moving because they say it's like a piece of foil on like a. But to get it moving,
it's on a spring-loaded. It's on a spring-loaded rod, which is how they managed to get them to stay upright.
Right, otherwise, it would just be ugly.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, anything knocks the flag, it's going to bounce.
Okay, we got.
Yeah, no. Sorry. Yeah, no, sorry. I was reading my chat. So
Krusty Keith, thank you very much for joining the club. Culture Cats in the house. $5 pound says, Jeran, check WhatsApp. Look for Al. Okay, we'll do that. Dave Waffle House, thank you very much. £2. You're a great guy. Thank you. Yet here we are. Says just throwing a little help your way, and the response was well worth the wait. Thank you very much. $5. Appreciate that. Addicted to Globing is back. He says question for Dave. Never mind. That's the one we just did. Yeah, here we are again. $5 says. That will make a great clip for my files. I couldn't have hoped for a better response. Awesome. Thanks, Jeran. Huh? Maybe I missed that one. All right. We got, what is that? Aertorias? Thank you very much. Says, when there's no atmosphere drag, then a foil wrapping will hold up just fine. Yeah, no, I don't have an issue with that. I mean, I think that's a little strange that you would be able to push your finger through it, but I don't know if they were being serious about it.
So again, that's a Tim Dodd one where he said there was areas of the hull that the metal was thin enough that you could, in theory, like, I don't know if it was specifically poke a hole through, like, with your finger, but you could, jab your pen through or whatever.
I've noticed this a lot lately.
You could. But inside that, they then had another lining that would prevent that from doing it, but there was a case of, they had to try and keep it as light as possible. So in areas where it needed to be thicker, they made it thicker. Bearing in mind as well that it was a thin sheet of metal, but it then had structured bars running down it. So and obviously they're not stupid enough that they're going to go poke in the freaking hole.
No, and I think that's the thing is that these guys say things like in tongue in cheek, and then we take it to mean like they're dead serious, right? Whereas,
although Buzz Aldrin nearly did break it and get them stranded on the moon, do you know that one?
With the circuit breaker?
Yeah. Circuit breaker for the Ascent engine, he broke it off.
Yeah, and he used a pen. Stuck a pen in there and it worked. Circuit breaker. Yeah, it's one of the funnier things. No, but I mean, even when, I'll be talking, I'll say something about, and then in the evening, and I have to always correct myself because I know somebody's going to take that and say, Jeran said it's evening. It's evening in Antarctica. It's like, yeah, time-wise, dipshit, not sun.
Oh, I hated
dark.
that. I was like, if I said, it doesn't matter how I describe the sun. If I said the sun's over Mount Rossman, they'll say it's on a screen, or it's a projector screen, and the sun's just stuck on the wall. If I say it's behind Mount Rossman, they'll say I said it's set.
Do you have a favorite nonsense debunk or a favorite fakery? My favorite one. I don't know if you've even seen this one. Do you know that people said that we get in the van to drive away into the orange car and it takes us off, and they thought it was CGI because they said the truck drove into the mountain. Somebody wrote me on Facebook and they're like, we caught you, your car, it just disappeared in the mountain. I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, the orange car you got in, it's not even real, it disappeared in the mountain. I'm like, what? And then they went and showed me and I was like, no, it's just going far away, and then it like went down a hill, like just disappeared around they thought it went into the mountain. I was like, oh, that's the worst one I've seen. But
my favorite one has to be King Nico's saying that I'm a Mason because I did. Reckons I did some Masonic. Yeah, I did a Masonic ritual with a boot.
Dude, you should hear those guys. The other day they were talking. Savi's like, and when have you ever heard of putting something in a boot to keep it warm? It's still going to get cold. It's like they don't get anything. They just don't get anything.
Do you know what's even funnier? I found Toon had his GoPro. He just set up in random places.
Right.
So. Like he sent me the link to the folders full of all that footage, and I found the clip of when we were arriving and unloading the van, and then setting everything up. He had Tuna set up recording the whole time.
Oh,
he's actually it recorded the conversation where I came over and spoke to Scott and said to him, "Are we going to need these boots? Like, if the weather's like this, we're not going to need to wear these big thick boots, are we?" Right. He's like, "No." And I actually explained to him, I said, because I need somewhere to put the batteries to keep them off the ice, to keep them warm, and I figured black boot, insulated snow, put them in a boot. He's like, oh yeah, that's a really smart idea. And then I went and did it, and it's
he called his Mason friends. He's like, yeah, I got him to do it. Oh man, so funny. And anything you do with your hands, anything you do at all, they just say it's a Masonic symbol. My bricks are Masonic. Did you know that? That's the reason I put the bricks up there. Pink is Masonic. The reason I use pink in my colors, they say that's Masonic. So you really can't do anything. Just sit on your hands, and that's all you can do. All right, we've got. Thanks. That'll make a great clip for my files. All right, we read that one. No atmosphere. All right, we got Addicted to Globing. Says, show us Hanvy's new model, Jeran. I want to see it. Where? Yes, I can show you. I'll show you 1 second. We've got. Who's this? Will you debate Witsit, Dave?
I don't know. Debate him on what? I don't even know where he is. He's disappeared.
So the answer is no. We're not right now.
I debated him in Antarctica, didn't I?
I had to sit through that from underneath the table. Made me want to get out and go get in the cold.
Could you just clarify for me? Because we were having this conversation, and I said, do you remember the debate that we had where it was me and Toon sat near the door and you and Austin sat on the opposite side, and Austin kept saying that flat Earth's a psyop to stop people talking about geocentrism?
Yes, I do remember that. You mean in the place of the secondary camp? Inside?
In a halfway point. Because he then said he said it's a psyop to stop people talking about geocentrism, and I was like, hang on, when you say geocentrism, do you mean like the Earth being a globe and it's geocentric? And he's like, yeah. It's like, why are you here arguing there's no curvature if you now think that there is a globe that's geocentric?
I think he was saying it could be that. I don't know if he was saying it is. He was saying if it turns out that the Earth is a globe, then flat Earth has been a psyop to hide geocentrism. That's what he said.
I don't know, because it was just weird. He kept it really confused me, and at that point I was like 30 hours without sleep, and I'm like, am I just delusional and missing this conversation?
We were delusional at that point. Yeah, that's we were delusional, but at that time you were correct. But no, I mean, for me, people are asking all the geocentrism questions, and I don't know why it just doesn't matter to me. I guess it's just I have my beliefs about a god or whatever, and I can keep that, whether or not the Earth is the center or whether we're a part of a bigger system. So to me, it's just not the biggest deal. But I see why people are very, because that's all they want now. Oh, it didn't move to, and I'm like, I'm not really sure you can even, if you kind of understand relativity, right? Then if you're on the sun, it looks like the Earth goes around you, and if you're on the Earth, it looks like the sun goes around you. So can you really say one's true? I guess maybe you can, but it doesn't really make that much sense to me. Human Being, thank you very much for the $2 a loop in Antarctica. That's the funniest thing ever. It's also making fun of flat. So they heard me talking about a loop, and they just they broke down for like 5 minutes of trying to figure out what a loop. Have you ever heard of a loop? Where's he bringing up this loop in Antarctica? It's like, dude, we're just talking about the bike loop. Suzanne, thank you very much. She says, fun times. Thanks for coming, Dave. We do appreciate it. And then Galaxy Soup, who was on Speaker's Corner last night. Nice guy. Says, really enjoying this. Always love listening to Dave. So good without all the bickering. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Dave is that we were able to have some conversations on the trip that just told me that he's open to listening and he'll kind of point you in the right direction. He doesn't force you to believe that. And I think that's the good thing that you should do, right? I mean, that's a good way to teach me. Now I'm going to go and look at those couple things that he showed. And if I do get to the point where I realize that I was wrong about him, it's going to be because of him. So I definitely recommend, if you're a flat earther, I don't think a lot of flat earthers watch my show anymore, but you should go and check out Dave's channel because he explains things in a different way. I understand not watching Toon's channel. I understand not watching FTFE's. I get why those would be avoided, but with Dave's channel, he might throw a little joke here and there, but it's mostly good quality researched information. And so if there's anywhere I would go, it's probably there. Where's Wally does a good job. He kind of picks more fun at people. I guess probably Dave does it the least. So would you say there's somebody who does it least in you?
Yeah, I do like to try and just give people the information and then let them work it out. I think unless they then start turning around and being a dick to me, then I kind of can't help but be sarcastic back to them. Right. But I'll give people the opportunity of, I'll give you the information, I'll put it out there, and then see what you want to do with it. And that was the thing I noticed in Antarctica was when I and Austin were having conversations together, I could instantly tell the moment I brought up anything. And it seemed like the moment I brought up something that Austin recognized where the conversation was going, it was like he spotted where it was going to be heading and then was just like trying to deviate off onto something else and try and drag the conversation away. Whereas with you were actually willing to sort of let me go through it and then stick with it and move forward. So it came very much to a point of when when we were having a conversation, I was happy to reciprocate with that, whereas when Austin was then started going, no Glober can refute me, and I was like, because you don't let us get a fucking word in to
that's when you came by me and said, get me away from him.
Yeah, but I do genuinely think, Jeran, I think you have been sort of very open-minded with the whole Antarctica flat earth thing, in terms of being able to accept that you were wrong on things and take information that you were given and trying to work with it. So I do genuinely think that if you can do the same with the moon landing stuff now, with regards to like the parallax stuff, and focus really on the point of, if it was fake, how was it faked?
Right.
The lighting, the parallax on the mountains, all of those kind of things,
because it becomes overwhelming. Rather than find the one thing that you say, this proves it didn't happen, is if there's so many things that couldn't be done otherwise, then it becomes impossible to even. And that's kind of where I was with Antarctica, that I thought people should see, is that as soon as there's 10 cameras and there's 360 cameras and there's 24-hour cameras, then at that point there's too much to fake. You couldn't fake that. Yeah. There's just too much.
I genuinely think that if you can hold that same level of open-mindedness and honesty as you did with Antarctica as with this, then I'll give it a week at most before this little NASA shill logo can go under your name over there, okay?
Well, if I say that we went to the moon, it's going to include my sign off from YouTube, because I'm not going to be attacked for that. But by the way, we went to the moon, and this will be my final transmission. See you later.
Yeah. We went to the moon. Bye.
Bye. Later. Last show. End of story. Because otherwise, I can't. I've already seen the hate I've gotten already. Can you imagine? Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine. That would be even worse. Believe it or not, even worse. All right. Well, I think that's all the super chats. So thank you very much, Dave, for being here. And I do appreciate it. Let me check one more time. I'm supposed to do a show with Culture Cats soon, so I'll do that. And we got everybody, right? Really enjoying this. Always love. Yeah. All right, Dave. So what I'll do is we'll gather some more information. I'll have people who probably thought, oh, you didn't bring up this and you didn't bring up that. Well, that was kind of the point of having a preliminary one, so that we can do it again in a week or whatever. I'll work with you on a date that works. But thank you for coming this way. Appreciate it. I know it's late, so I'll let you go.
My pleasure.
Take it easy, and I'll take the shield logo off your thing there. There you go. Happy. Okay. Well,
it's all right. I've been called worse. Keep it there. In fact, you called me worse, to be fair.
That's true. Don't watch that video. I hope that now go take it off members too. So, all right. Thanks, Dave. Later.
All right. See you, everyone.
All right. That was Dave McKeegan, and we are set and out of here. Oh, good. Perfect timing. Told my wife I'd be done by 7. How nice of me. All right. I will talk to you guys. So let's think what we have coming up. I'm getting confused on my days of the week here. It is, where is my phone? Did I not? My phone is gone. Did I leave it somewhere? All right, let me check my calendar over here. What do we have coming up on this schedule? Well, let's see here. Let's go calendar. So today is Friday. That's where I'm confused. I'm thinking this is Unplugged Day. It is, but what is this schedule? I just got here. Okay, so what day of the month are we on? We're on the 2nd. Okay, so we got, so there's a VIP tomorrow. I didn't even mention that. Jeez, I should have mentioned that with Dave's. What am I doing? All right, so tomorrow's VIP at noon. It will be MC Tune coming by for you to yell at and throw rocks, throw tomatoes, call them names, whatever you want. That is at 12 noon to 3 p.m. if you want to join us for that. We do it every first and third Saturday. We always have a member of the community with us, or the member of the larger YouTube community. I know we got some people coming up in the future. Alex Stein's coming back, some others. So if you want to join that, go to either wap.com/Jeranism or become a channel member on YouTube, the second tier up, and then you'll get the link tomorrow right around 11:30. So we've got that tomorrow, and then Sunday I've got a WWF interview with Nicholas, and then we've got a WWF interview on Tuesday. So busy week coming up. Let me make sure that's it. Yep. So tomorrow, Saturday at noon, we have the VIP hangout. Either be a wap.com/Jeranism member or the second tier at YouTube member. You also get wait, is tomorrow Saturday? So the first Saturday. Okay, so tomorrow I'm also doing a Q&A for the VIPs. So the first Saturday of the month, I do the Q&A for the VIPs. It's for the VIPs and the channel members on YouTube. So if you're just a regular channel member, you also will get a link to that video tomorrow. So that's tomorrow night. So that's the fun we got coming up. So today is over. We got tomorrow, 12 noon, MC Tune if you're a VIP, and then we've got the Q&A for the VIPs. So that is it. I believe I am out of here. I'm tired. I am exhausted, actually. And is this still going? Yes. All right, what should we listen to on the way out of here? We'll listen to a little bit of Flashback Friday, even though we didn't have a Flashback Friday. Do we have a Flashback Friday to think about? What can we think about that happened before? Let's think here. Let's remember my very first... should we watch my very first video on YouTube? That'd be funny. Let me see if it's still there. ODYSEE. This is going to be the worst video ever. I wonder how many things are just wrong in it. How much am I just an idiot? Watch. So I'm going to go to Odyssey that has my very first video on here. I know it was called Aldrin versus Bart Cybrell, maybe, was what it's called. I mean, I can't remember. We go content, and then we're going to do reverse. So it goes by oldest. Where do you put that in here? Sort by oldest first. All right, let's see. It was called Moon Hoax, Evidence Number 1, Aldrin versus Cybrell. Nice title, Jeran. Way to go. So good. It's 3 minutes and 46 seconds. My first ever YouTube video. Are you guys ready? We'll move it over there for watch it. And then after that, so this is going to be the Flashback Friday. So do we play the Flashback Friday song first? Or do we'll play it first. Why not? It's time for Flashback Friday. Everybody get ready. You're going to enjoy the song. It's Flashback Friday. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Enjoy yourselves.
Flashback Friday, can we roll that tape? Let's rewind to when I thought I had it straight. I said some wild shit, yeah, to that there's no debate. Now I'm laughing at myself. Ain't growth great? Yeah, I said it, and I was wrong, I get it. Okay, that's my bad, I'm sorry if I led you all astray. But let's not waste time and dwell on yesterday. But if we must, here's a list of losers that I hate. Mark, Sargent, Pete and Peter, Dr. Zach, Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Dave, No Fanfare, Rory Cooper and P-Brain, Kyle Adams and Nathan Oakley, the mute button soulmate, QE and the crayon munching retards on Flat Earth debate. Princess Warrior, feed and see that his bitch snatch a cat or two. Haters gonna hate, talking shit is all you two can do. Grandpa solving rats, panel are just lame and dumb. And look how unhinged 5'6" Jake the asshole has become. His baby dick is tiny, yes.
His closet home is tiny too. I think rusted soul, something rusted cause she chose to sleep with you. Q and F-E, you gross, that dude's a piece of shit. King Nico is no king, the guy sits when he takes a piss. Karen B lost the thread, so did Orphan Red. Alan and Shane have the answers, well not really, but they said Slow Sanchez is the slowest that ever did exist. Drop a 1 in the chat if you expect the stupid to persist. Egghead Anthony Riley is so smart but still says flat. I'm not saying he's big bone, saying sleeping warriors fat. Conspiracy music guru is going down with the ship. He and Steve Falconer block me cause they both a little bitch. Retards, Russian kids and banjo say Jesus is the shit. Ronnie and Jason are so dumb they seem the perfect fit. Stipulation explains how level-headed William is rising up. So will the real Deltardians please shut up? Iron Horse K, Podgy, fittest flat earthers on TikTok I hate. While Caleb thinks he's winning by modding his own debates. Taboo conspiracy won't get it, and Marty Leeds is too weak. Brian's logic, take the shit out your mouth before you speak. Rick Hummer on Strange World now, a puppet, that's his role. Joe Hanvey got the whole world in an upside down salad bowl. Who said all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun? I know who. Liar, pilot, doctor, Professor Grifter, Steven, I lie so much. Alonzo, PhD, that's who. Allegedly Dave, Sean Griffin, and Zen Garcia makes me furious. Steve from England, Phuket, Word, Matt Long and DJ, curious. Pastor Dean blames Satan while he throws little fits. Lowry agrees, Nicole and Daniel Pratt have some great tips. Nathan Thompson is lurking outside of a school. Scary. Santos Bonacci is at Lowe's cause he's a fucking tool. Harry. Many more to blame for lying to the masses. Flat Earth is over, it's done. Pack it up, jackasses. But Flashback Fridays isn't for us to worry about the past. But Flashback Fridays, it reminds us that Jeran's great. Earth is a ball, it's a fact. And of that, there's no debate.
Flashback Friday, every Friday, even Fridays where I don't have a Friday show. Let's check out Flashback Friday, shall we? Enjoy my first ever
Houston, we
YouTube
have a
video.
problem.
Hey everybody, welcome to Jeranism, the channel I hope to help people change their dogma, drop it, and to forget about the beliefs that they've been taught, and to use their own mind in helping us get to the truth, which is what we should all be searching for. And so today I want
And you ever have that moment where you're like, you wish you could talk to your past self? This is one of those moments.
to talk a little bit about the moon hoax, and I guess you could definitely call me a lunar truther. I also don't believe that we went to the moon in 1969 through 1972. And I wanted to bring up one of the details that has led me to that conclusion. That is the confrontation between Buzz Aldrin and Bart Sibrel. And if you don't know who he is, he's basically an American film writer, also a conspiracy theorist who claims that we did not go to the moon. He has also been ambushing, for lack of a better word, Aldrin for years, and also Neil Armstrong before his passing, in trying to get them to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. Of course, neither man would ever do that, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me, that they wouldn't do that. Would have been simple for them if they went to actually just put their hand on the Bible and swear by it. But they didn't do that, after all. So in these confrontations, I'm sure you've seen the video, I have a link below, where Sibrel and Aldrin are going back and forth in a little argument, and basically Aldrin punches him in the face. And if you look that up on Google, just type in Aldrin punches Bart Sibrel, and you will see that everyone on the internet, of course, thinks Buzz is a hero for doing that, and that Sibrel was a jackass. But one of the things you'll notice in that video is that Sibrel keeps telling him, why don't you sue me? Sue me, I want to see you in court. Let's go to court. And that's where my little detail comes in, is if you know what the charge libel is, it's basically any kind of defamation that is made via internet posting or a book, anything in writing, anything in TV and movies that does damage to somebody's reputation. You can sue that person for libel and get a nice little punitive damage claim. And somebody needs to tell me, why would Aldrin have never done this? The only thing I can think of is that he's not telling the truth. If he was, it would be very simple to take him to court. It's very clear that he is definitely saying some things that would damage his reputation, and yet he's never taken him to court, my opinion, simply because he knows that he didn't go, and there would be no way for him to prove it. So, wondering what you guys think about that. That's my little post for today. Get something up for tomorrow, and just reminding you to question everything, believe nothing, drop the dogma and speak your mind, because remember, the only people who are mad at you for speaking the truth are those who are living a lie. Peace.
Wow. This is before I was a flat earther, actually. Maybe I was a flat earther and I just wasn't saying it yet. But that is a great quote right there. I got to think about it. Think about that. Think about how much that's changed. The only people who get mad at you for speaking the truth are the ones living a lie. Crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Are we all good? I think we are good. We're ready to go. We're going to listen to Wait For It on the way out here. It's just my favorite song. I do like the AI. By the way, we're going to have even some AI music on the radio station, so look forward to that. It's coming soon. If you are interested in having your own radio show for whatever topic that might be, reach out to me, t.me/Jeranism. We've got a nice little list of people going, some people picking up some shows here and there. I still would love to have a morning show. Some sort of person that wants to do it every day. It was going to be Karen B before she decided to be a Karen B. You know what I'm saying? But she's out. We do have some other people. I'm not mentioning names yet, but some well-known people, some people that you might be surprised are going to be hosting shows on the Rebels Radio Network. But we can't get started until we have a full schedule, or at least close to it, and then I can fill in the holes with replays. But if you want a show, maybe you say, oh, I want to do a cooking show. Maybe you want to do a sports. You want to be our sports caster half hour every night. I don't know, whatever it is. And somebody even said, like, what if I don't think I'm going to be very good? I'm like, well, we're just putting people in there now. And then either you'll find your niche or else you'll get fired. So it's not that really a big deal. Just at least come with us to start. All right. I love you guys. We will see you tomorrow for a doubleheader. First, we got VIP. Join me. WHOP. WHOP.com/Jeranism. Support the show. Help the show. Help myself. Help me. Or else it's going to be back to the job world for me. And, maybe it's welcome. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to hang it up when the views get this low. And, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Talk to the wall? Possibly. All right, guys. Enjoy. Wait for it. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, I remind you, do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the light in the sky. You can. David Weiss is a dirtball. Wait for it. This has been Jeranism.
20 on the
Peace.
shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast, blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back.